Good morning, LA. It is a beautiful, beautiful 6 a.m. here on a Tuesday. You're listening to D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, you got the one and only five-time champion, Derek Fisher. And you got myself, Cody Decker. We got Aaron over there making us sound good. We got, of course, Crash making us look good over there on YouTube, of which you can check us out right now at The Fan LA. Join the conversation and let us know what you think of all the topics we're going to be talking about today. We got some NFL on the docket. We got guests on the docket. We got lots of baseball to talk about. Not only Dodgers, D-Fish, but we got to break down everything around the trade deadline. The Dodgers had themselves a hell of a day. So did the Red Sox. So did the Cubs, man. Lots to discuss and only 4 hours to do it. But more importantly, dude, how was your Monday?
Monday was busy. Just this time of summer, like so many NBA guys are training and, getting ready for the season.
Yeah.
So, and free agency's for the most part wrapped up. So guys kind of know what their futures look like. So that, they're ramping up in terms of their training, et cetera. There's still some, free agents and guys that are out there we'll possibly talk about later. But yeah, just a lot of time in the gym yesterday afternoon, and then this week, Nike has a big skills academy. So top high school and college athletes, boys and girls, are going to be in the gym all week training. I think pro scouts will be there to watch.
Nice.
And so just kind of more of a busy hoops week, but yeah. So the night was a little shorter. Had like a staff meeting and opening. Kind of orientation type of thing yesterday evening. So around 8:30, my eyes are getting heavy.
Oh, dude, I was knocked out last night at 8:30.
Yeah.
I was out like a light. I actually woke up a little extra early so I can catch the tail end of the Dodger game, of which I didn't miss much. But I love that the thing you're doing with Nike and the kid. Like, tell me, like, I know I know California is a hotbed for basketball. Yeah. Is it the biggest hotbed? Because I always been told, like, classically, like, Chicago is a massive spot for basketball players. New York, obviously. But is California, like, the place for recruiting basketball players?
Well, that's interesting you say that, and it's probably for another show as well. But that was part of some conversation last night. Like, there's been almost like you've seen with baseball and other sports, like there's been almost like a drought in the inner cities in certain areas where the sport used to be known.
Really?
And so as part of just life, right, as more families, more kids of guys that played during our era, like those kids are not growing up in the inner cities of Chicago, New York, or even the inner cities of LA.
Yeah.
Suburbs, Valley, Orange County, et cetera. So you're seeing that around the country. And so Nike definitely has some plans to kind of tap back into making sure that there's growth in the inner cities and underserved areas, and not just in the spaces where people can afford the best coaching and private training.
I was about to say,
schools.
Has basketball also reached the privatization that everyone else has?
So it's why California and SoCal in particular has grown into such a basketball hotbed. Is it's transitioned from inner city LA and public school more into private school areas and competition. And so it's part of evolution and change. And but once everybody's aware of a challenge or an issue, you just put your hats on, collaborate, and figure it out.
I absolutely love that. Yeah, it's funny because in baseball, the recruitment in baseball throughout the country right now, the three biggest places: California, number 1, Florida, number 2, and Texas, number 3. And also that's where a lot of tournaments are. Arizona is also another big spot as well. But you're absolutely right. Like the idea of finding a kid like playing in a spot, everything is so privatized, everything is so specialized, everyone has to have specific training, everyone has to have 9 advisors before they even get to college at this point, it practically seems like. So it's a hell of a racket, and I had a feeling that basketball was only a matter of time before they got in on it.
Yeah, no, the 4 places you mentioned are very similar in basketball. Yeah, a lot of the events or tournaments between California and Arizona, obviously due to just closeness and proximity. And then, Texas and Florida, just the size of both of those states. And they've been known as hotbeds for multiple sports, from baseball to basketball to also football as well, American football. And so, yeah, but it's, the talent is there in America. It's not. I mean, other countries are catching up in different sports.
Yeah.
Or are already here, but the talent is there. Similar to some of the conversations we had during the World Cup. It's not that talented kids aren't in America that can play the sport.
It's what's available to them.
It's what's available to them, and in certain sports, the best coaching is located elsewhere. So depending on the sport, you may have to move to Europe to get the best coaching. Poch is coming to coach.
He is. And we broke that yesterday.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about that? It's really linked because Poch, even a part of like the announcement of Poch coming back, he was talking about working in conjunction with USA Soccer and kind of changing, helping and spearheading, changing how like that privatization that's taken place, kind of changing that in America a little bit on the soccer side because we don't do it the same way they do it in Europe. And I don't know, I think our World Cup record kind of shows.
Yeah, I think everybody's trying to figure that out. And, I know on the on the front lines of it, Nike is definitely making an intentional effort to, to continue boots on the ground. They have a great youth circuit already, but just continue to put the effort into it, and everybody cares. It's just, trying to get everybody on the same page and going in the same direction.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so much to discuss when it comes to the world of youth sports because it really, really is, especially out here in California. You guys are driving in your morning drive time commute. You've got kids. You know how it goes. Little League, what a racket. Club ball in any respective sport, what a racket. Luckily, you got two people who've worked in it a lot to help you and guide you as your children try to become professional athletes the way D. Fish and myself eventually got to. But listen, we got lots to discuss today on D. Fish and Decker, and let's be real clear, the Dodgers. Best team in baseball, yes. Well, they're a half game behind the Milwaukee Brewers right now, but the Dodgers have dropped 4 in a row. Not something the Dodgers want to say out loud. That ties their season worse. That being said, only a half game behind the Brewers right now. And yesterday, the trade deadline that was. And yes, we're going to get into a lot of discussion about everything surrounding that trade deadline. But right now, let's just focus on the game from last night. The Dodgers drop a hefty one over there in Chicago, first game of the series. And I see it in the chat already. Joanna in Arizona mentions that there is a national game tonight that the Dodgers will be playing the Cubs on. And it is Tarik Skubal's Dodger debut, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, I am so fired up to see Tarik Skubal pitch for the Dodgers. We're going to get into some details about Tarik Skubal's Dodger tenure and exactly what the hell the Dodgers are going to do with their outrageous amount of arms because Tarik Skubal, they didn't finish with that. They went and got Chris Bubich from the Kansas City Royals, another all-star left-handed starting pitcher. So we're going to get into that as well. But last night, we're going to stay focused on the Los Angeles Dodgers. Justin Robleski on the mound, an all-star in his own right, had himself an off night. And also, I'll go a step further. He's been having a lot of off nights, D-Fish, because since the All-Star break, since being named an All-Star, since getting his new nickname, the Shark, from Pedro Martinez, he has not looked like a shark all that much. He's 1-1. He's got a 7.2 ERA. He's allowed 19 hits in 16.2 innings. He's walked 4. He struck out 18, but he's given up 13 earned runs since the All-Star break. And I got to ask you this, D-Fish. What do you think this has to do with? Do you think this has to do with Justin Robleski hitting a rough patch, or do you think this has to do with a little bit of Justin Robleski feeling the heat on his shoulders a little bit? He's a young kid, man. He just had a monster first half, but now Blake Snell coming back. We just traded for Tarik Skubal. Just traded for Chris Bubich. Might have Tyler Glass now coming back. That's 4 starting pitchers that are going to be put into the starting rotation. You don't got a lot of spaces left, so I feel like Robleski might be feeling a little heat.
I'm sure he is. I mean, just that alone, you would understand why he is feeling heat. My question, I guess, or thought to you would be how that shows up in a pitcher, right? Like in other sports, or from my experience, when you're pressing,
oh dude,
and you're trying to make something happen, it doesn't flow as well. You're not as fluid. You don't get into kind of that organic flow state that a lot of your best performances come from. It's almost when you're thinking less that amazing things happen. And the way you just broke down those names and how much power is coming into the Dodgers starting pitching rotation, one would imagine that he's thinking a lot now.
Dude, you know what it made me think about is so my time in the big leagues was very short, right? When I got to the big leagues, I only got like 11 big league at bats. I barely played. I got one start. I was double switched out in the fifth. You know, I had zero opportunity to actually do this except for my pinch hit appearances. Now, I never pinch hit before in my life. And at that point, I hadn't had a bat in like 2 weeks. And I'm just going up pinch hitting against the premier closers in the game. And I get called up by Murphy. He's like, Deck, when was the last at bat you had? I said, 2 weeks ago. He said, great. Madison Bumgarner's got a no-hitter in the eighth. Good luck. And that's like my one at bat in 2 weeks. And I remember going up to a couple of those at bats towards the end, feeling the weight of the previous like 7 at bats, knowing I have to get a hit right here or else I'm not going to get another opportunity. And I felt that. And I was an older player and I felt that. This is a younger player who's having a monster year. And it seems like he's carrying that on his shoulders right now. And that kind of sucks because, again, in any other rotation, he might be their ace. In this rotation, he might have to go to the bullpen or the minor leagues.
Yeah, it's tough. It's what it's going to be a different experience for him moving forward. Which, he's done everything that he could do up to this point to establish himself as a guy that has a future in this league, and like you said, could be someone's ace ultimately, but. Prior to Skubal and you said Bubic? Yeah. Prior to those guys coming over, even with a healthy Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell and Edwin Diaz and like the number of arms that
it's just so many
had
arms.
Those guys been healthy, his role would have been
we might not have ever seen him really.
Right? So it's like, and that's the part that he's gonna have to kind of shift his mind to is like the window of opportunity that was open for him due to the injuries prior to the deadline, like he mastered it and figured it out and did everything that he could possibly do.
Yes, he did.
So now as he goes through this transition, he's going to have to shift and kind of just get back to it. Okay, well, now I have to accept that this may have been my plot, before all of this happened. Yeah. And then what can I do now to figure this out? Am I going to the bullpen? Am I going, am I coming out of the lineup altogether? Am I getting assigned somewhere? And then just get back to work and building the type of habits that would allow him one day, if he wants to be an ace, that's what all of this is about, and learning the lessons that'll come along the way. Because even when you become an ace and you're the highest paid pitcher in the lineup, you're still going to go through these type of nights. So it's how you respond to these nights that ultimately determine everything. It's not that this isn't going to ever happen.
No, it happens, but listen, he had himself a very rough outing, specifically yesterday. He allowed 7 earned runs, 7 hits, just not the Wroblewski we've seen. And here's the first inning when he goes up against Michael Busch, who absolutely haunted his former team yesterday.
That's drilled out towards left center field. It's got some carry. It's gone.
Michael Busch, who driving in 3 runs yesterday, including that home run right there against Justin Wroblewski. He gave up another home run later to Alcantara, which is his first major league home run. And, of course, that's from the Marquee Network over there in Chicago. What can I say? Wroblewski had a rough day, but it's so weird. We talked about this with Emmett Sheehan. We were kind of pontificating over and over again that Emmett Sheehan's days were kind of getting numbered and his outings were kind of very sporadic. He'd have a great outing, really down outing. And it was kind of back and forth. And he strung a couple together there, and we were having a realistic conversation of these 3 guys. We got Emmett Sheehan, we have Roki Sasaki, and we got Justin Wroblewski. Well, Justin Wroblewski really separated himself in that group. So he made himself more of a mainstay in that rotation. Roki, still on the struggle bus at the time, and Sheehan kind of back and forth. Well, Roki has absolutely turned a corner, and Sheehan continued kind of struggling. Sheehan has now been sent down to the minor leagues due to the new trades that have happened, so he's joining the team over in Oklahoma City, and Wroblewski's still there, and of course Roki. I think we're about to find ourselves in a position that Roki Sasaki is going to be in the bullpen sooner rather than later, just by sheer numbers, D-Fish.
It appears that way. We weren't sure if the Skubal trade was going to happen. We talked about it for several weeks leading up to the deadline. talked about the scenarios around even, prior to Skubal joining the Dodgers, the idea of Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell getting healthier in their rehab assignments and their return to the lineup, and which pitcher would be kind of out of that starting rotation and maybe possibly going to the bullpen. And so, again, when you kind of pull all the stuff back, like, it's still the same scenarios that the pitchers would be going through, just with healthier guys. So it's not so much that, okay, well, Skubal's here, so this is happening, or Bubic is here, so this is happening. Like, had Glasnow Snell been healthy, this would already be happening.
Yeah.
So you just it's like switching that part in your brain.
But I kind of feel bad for Obleski. You're right, switching that part in your brain. But, like, because you're right, out the gate, that had to be the role. They probably even told him that's the role. You do as good as you can during this time, and, of course, when everybody gets healthy. But then he became an all-star.
Right.
Like, that's the thing. Like, now you got your hands on this all-star here, and you got to make a tough decision. And the Dodgers might be in a realistic spot at some point this year, in, like, the next couple of weeks, that they're going to send down an active Major League all-star. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it definitely sounds crazy. I'm not sure how. It's why everybody's mad at the Dodgers.
Yes, it is exactly why everybody's mad at the Dodgers. By the way, just like full transparency, like, really think about it. I was talking about why I was one of the reasons I was against, and I'm throwing air quotes when I say against getting Tarik Skubal. No one's going to be mad when Tarik Skubal arrives. As you can see, I was not mad when Tarik Skubal arrived. Now, other baseball fans around the league, pretty mad. But I was not mad about this, but my issue was, wow, that's a lot of lefty arms in that starting rotation. Tarik Skubal, Blake Snell, now you're at, and you got Robleski. Well, now you also add Chris Bubic, who's also a lefty. That's 4 lefty starters. The Dodgers currently have 8 total starters. And that's crazy to me. You got Tarik Skubal, you got Justin Robleski, you got Blake Snell, now you got Chris Bubic. 4 lefties in your starting rotation. By the way, every one of those guys is an all-star. Just side note. Just wanted to throw that out there. Over here, righties. You got Shohei Ohtani, Yamamoto, you got Roki Sasaki, and I guess you can go ahead and take out Sheehan, who's been sent down. So now you got three righties. Shohei's hurt. You got 7 starters now. 7 starters is a lot of starters. By the way, I didn't even throw in Glasnow because I don't know when he's coming back. And if he comes back, you got 9 starters. Like, this is insane how many starters, and all of them like studs.
Yeah, it just sets up, some real serious, high-level chess games happening in the postseason. Imagine like the levers that Dave Roberts and the pitching staff are going to be able to navigate and pull during the postseason, or even as this regular season winds down. Like, you're going to see one of those guys coming out of the bullpen to pitch 1 inning to get 1 out.
By the way, how scary is that? Yeah. But as a hitter, I will tell you this. Like, I know when people see, oh, no, bullpen game, it looks like the Dodgers are punting, or whatever team brings in the bullpen. Bullpen games are a pain in the ass for hitters.
Yeah.
You have no idea how tricky it is to hit in a bullpen game. And it's not that these guys are technically better than the starter. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, it's a different style of game because you're just facing reliever after reliever after reliever after reliever. They're all pitching 1 inning. And frankly, usually they're all throwing very high octane speed, and they're all so different. So every at bat, I don't really know what I'm going to be walking into 2-3 innings from now, and it's always a surprise. So it's just a real pain in the ass for an offense.
I mean, imagine the bullpen games that the Dodgers can roll out as this regular season winds down.
Yeah, they can roll out a bullpen game with 8 Cy Young Award winners. It's insane, dude. Like, just absolutely crazy. But listen, this is going to be a topic throughout the day today. Tarik Skubal is making his Dodger debut today. And what can I say? It's already there on the chat. Woo. What do you got, Raj? What is today's chat poll?
Yeah, that's right. And we got a poll up, and I know it's tough to say a must-win in, what month are we in? August. But damn it, he's our ace. This is what we traded for. So is this a must-win for Terrence Skubal? Because we got to end this damn 4-game losing streak. Or no, is it just baseball?
No.
What?
No.
What in vote, Fisher?
I think it's, you can vote. I just voted, and you know what? I disagree with Fisher. This is a must-win.
That's right, damn
This
it.
is what we
We gotta
got
have
him
this
for.
game,
We
Fisher.
got him for August 4th, and that's it.
You can't be going out giving up 4 damn home runs all the time. We got to win the game, Fisher.
Okay.
I would like to see him win today.
Yeah,
I want the number one seed.
That would be nice. Yeah,
I would
But
like to see
the idea that they have to
He
win.
has to.
Then what
or
the hell
else-
we trade for him for?
If he doesn't win, this is all over, D-Fish.
Then let's trade him back.
Yeah, take him back, Detroit Tigers.
Fish, can we trade him back?
No, it's not possible.
How are they ever going to afford him? All the Detroit Tigers have is, Little Caesars, most of the city of Detroit,
A thick-ass, greasy pizza.
Yeah, well, they make money. They got plenty of money.
Motown.
Well, Motown. Guys, we got so much to discuss today. And, of course, we're going to stay on this topic. Did the Dodgers actually need Tarek Skubal? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we opened up talking a little bit about the Dodgers and everything that happened last night. Of course, they dropped that game 10-5. The Cubs with an offensive barrage against Justin Robleski. And we were mentioning, man, Justin Robleski must be feeling the heat considering the fact that the amount of pitching depth that the Dodgers just brought in. You know, it's not just the Tarek Skubal of it all. I mean, Chris Bubich, who is an all-star and an ace in his in his own right over there in Kansas City, is now with the Los Angeles Dodgers, their fourth lefty starter to be added to this rotation, which is already chock-filled with stars. But none bigger right now than the new name on the block, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the one and only Tarek Skubal. 2 straight Cy Young Awards, and he get them yesterday. Of course, we trade over River Ryan, Zaire Hope, which, of course, the Tigers are extremely excited about Zaire Hope, but at the end of the day, the Dodgers get their man, and they get him at a very good time because Shohei Ohtani looking like we might not be seeing him pitch much more the rest of the season. It might have been part of the reason why the Dodgers went in to get him when they did. Because, again, it's one thing for Tarek Skubal to be traded. It's another thing for him to be traded days before the deadline, especially a deadline that was as active as this one was. A week ago, we were worried that this was going to be a boring-ass deadline. It wasn't. This was fireworks, dude. Everybody got involved in big, big ways, even in ways that I think are concerning for the Los Angeles Dodgers. We will discuss as the show goes forward. But right now, let's just stay focused on Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal was asked very, very plainly about all of the controversy, all of the loud voices yesterday. And you know what? Tarek Skubal had a great quote, and I think we should listen to what Mr. Tarek Skubal had to say.
I didn't get to – every team could trade for me. You know, every team could make that acquisition. And you know, I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. You know, they've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. You know, I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, you know, do all the right things.
Boom! Boom! Double stamp, triple stamp. Couldn't agree more. I have no sympathy. He is right. Everyone could have made this trade, especially after seeing. Now, listen, I want to make this abundantly clear because I think a lot of people are looking at the pieces that the Tigers got. Now, I do have complaints about it. I think the Tigers could have and should have gotten more. But let's make no mistake, the Dodgers gave up 3 really good prospects, so the Tigers aren't hurting. I just think they could have gotten more out of it. That being said, anyone could have done this. Everyone had more and higher ranked prospects than what the Dodgers just gave up. The Dodgers gave it up and they got their guy.
It's a lot of pressure, though. I'm telling you, it's a lot of pressure. I mean, one, like, it's a big name rental.
Yeah.
So, other teams, including the Dodgers, could have, you know, added more prospects or higher ranked prospects. But Andrew Friedman is still telling the Tigers, like, yeah, we know it's Skubal, but it's a high-priced rental.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't know if this guy's going to be on our roster for any more than 2 months.
He might not be.
So that puts a bit of a caveat on how much the Tigers were probably being truly offered by other opposing teams, because they knew we really have no guarantee that when the season ends this year, we're even going to be whatever system that is now going to be in place. We're even going to want to or can't afford to re-sign this guy. Which now, imagine fans in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
you trade your top 3 prospects, your top 6 prospects. Bring in Tarek Skubal, pair him with Jacob Mizorowski. This is about to be amazing.
Yeah,
we're about to go all the way. Let's say you do go all the way, and then you don't re-sign him in free agency.
I mean,
how do you explain that to your fans?
Well, hear me out on this. Because of the Milwaukee Brewers, specifically them, they've never won a title. Yeah. They've only been to, 1 World Series, I think, ever.
Yeah.
If you get them to the World Series,
yeah,
I think they would forgive the prospects you gave up.
No. What I'm saying is, and then Tarek Skubal is gone.
Which he might be. I actually go a step further. I would say it's more likely that he would be gone.
Right.
Yes.
So the chances of you winning the World Series are low.
They are.
Because the Dodgers are going to win the World Series.
Most likely.
Right.
Well, mainly because they also got their hands on Tarek Skubal, which is not hurting.
But like then you have to explain you gave away the prospects. You traded for Tarek Skubal.
Yeah.
It's September the 14th. The season's over. He's gone. Now what?
You are not wrong. I hear what you're saying because the Brewers also did this before. CeCe Sabathia.
Yeah.
They traded a bunch of guys that got their hands on CeCe, and next thing you know, CeCe almost gets them to the World Series, and then CeCe signs with the Yankees. I was very upset that the Brewers didn't match the Yankees offer, but this was at a time when it was still like the Yankees money had above everybody else. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. Like everybody's mad at the Dodgers right now for, spending everyone else. By the way, this current season, the Dodgers do not have the highest payroll. That would be the New York Mets. However, if you put in luxury taxes and a few other things like the deferred payments and all that, then yes, the Dodgers do have the highest payroll this season.
Why is there a luxury tax in a no cap system?
Because there is a tax threshold on basically there's a false cap that they try to put in a couple of years. There's a luxury tax threshold that you can go over and pay a tax, and the Dodgers don't care, and they're just paying it. The Yankees also pay it. The Mets also pay it. A few others do. I think the Padres also pay it too. So there is a luxury tax threshold that a few teams are going over, which is their right. And the Dodgers, with that luxury tax and everything else, they are paying 15% higher than the second highest team. Here's where I always push back. Yeah, 15% higher is the payroll, sure. The Yankees in 2005 had a payroll that was 70% higher than the number 2 team. That no one was saying this when the Yankees and the Red Sox were dominating all of this, but they're really mad that the Dodgers are doing it. And it's not nearly the discrepancy that was going on with the Yankees. Also, if you adjust for inflation, the Yankees' payroll then is higher than what the Dodgers is right now.
That's too complicated, Cody.
No, it's just factual. It's just factual. Just numbers.
So there's a cap. That's where my brain is still.
It is a soft cap, yes.
Yeah, but there's a cap. So the idea that there's no cap, like if that didn't exist, more teams would be spending money.
The threshold, the tax threshold?
Yes, 100%. Because the tax threshold, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's when the dollars get more expensive.
Yes.
So if you spend $1, you're getting taxed $3 or $4, et cetera. So that is designed to curtail spending.
Yes.
So more teams would be spending more money without that as opposed to with it. And that's also something that I don't think fans that's too complicated.
It is very complicated. I even find the tax threshold to be very complicated. So in 2022, the base tax threshold, $230 million, then it went to $233. This year, it's at $244 million is the tax threshold. The Dodgers are well over it. So are the Mets, so are the Yankees, so are several teams. The Red Sox as well.
Right. So then there's a system that those overages get put into a pool, and then it's distributed to the other teams, basically.
Yes. For instance, the Dodgers are in Tier 4, $60 million over the tax threshold, which means it adds a 60% max surcharge.
On $60 million.
Yes.
Correct. So my point being, more teams would be the frustration around the Dodgers outspending would get, but they don't realize also that it's the luxury tax system, which is basically a cap, that's discouraging their teams from spending the money. If there was no cap, no luxury tax.
Yeah. You think more teams would spend?
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, but I think they put this in basically for the opposite reason. I think, yes, in theory, they would do that, but they already weren't spending that money.
No, I agree with that.
So then they put this blanket luxury tax system in to go like, well, now no one should go over this.
Yes.
And teams are like, F that, I'm definitely going over this.
No, I agree with that part.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I just but if you're in a window, right? Like a lot of the teams at the deadline right now felt like they were in a window where they could go after it.
Mm-hmm.
without that system, and I know at the deadline it's more about prospects than it is contract salaries. So that's something I'm learning about baseball. Like trade deadline is all about prospects.
It's because of the farm system aspect of it, and if you have a very good farm system, those prospects are very much at a premium. So yeah, you get him in your system, and you get a guy up, and you can get a guy up fairly soon. You have control over that player for the next 5-7 years. And you kind of control their salary before they can hit free agency. That is something, yes, that the Brewers are always looking to do. The Rays are always looking to do. That's been basically like the Rays model for like the last 10 years. If the Rays make a trade with you, always like check your pockets because you got fleeced. They always get somebody that's better than who they traded. It's amazing how they do it. But guys, we will be discussing this all show long. Of course, everything around Tarik Skubal and the Dodgers, not to mention all the fallout of the trade deadline. But coming up, Clay, the Splash Brother. Does he want to return to L.A.? Because it turns out he owns a house here. Does he want to join the Purple and Gold? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, we'll be here live all the way to 10 a.m. during your morning drive commute. And thank you so much for joining us. Of course, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. Get in the chat. We see our friends in there. Joanna, we see you in there. Jay, welcome back to the show. Donnie Boy, being very active in the chat so far. And, of course, we got 3 more hours live right here on The Fan LA. And D-Fish, we teased it. Let's just go ahead straight to it. The Lakers. A new-look team with the exception of one position that they're still trying to fill, supposedly. The Kuminga of it all has gotten very, very quiet over these last couple of weeks. And as other sports have been making more noise, it's kind of fallen down by the wayside right now during this offseason. But a new name has emerged. And this is a very interesting one. The Athletic's Christian Clark is reporting that Klay Thompson would be very, very, very open to the idea of returning to Los Angeles, a place where he spent a little bit of his youth and apparently owns a home here. But there is an issue with the 36-year-old guard, and that is, one, the money that he is making. He is currently making $17.5 million in this next season. And also, D-Fish, not for nothing, and this is in no way trying to make fun of or slap down at Klay Thompson. The guy's a legend. The guy's a splash brother, for God's sake. But the numbers just aren't doing the numbers thing anymore. He did lead the team in threes last year, but the Mavericks were one of the worst teams at the three ball in the game. So what do you think of the idea of him coming here? The Mavericks apparently have been looking for a trade package throughout the league, but unable to find the proper suitors and the proper deal. Is this something that could be realistic, or is this not, or does the finances not even work?
Yeah, the finances don't work, in my opinion.
Because they were looking at 2 years, 20 for Kuminga.
Yeah, I mean, this would involve a trade scenario of some sort. I could see the Mavericks looking to, kind of, get younger. Kind of Klay would be one of the additional pieces that were part of what was supposed to be a very different-looking Mavericks team that just never came to fruition. And so I'm not surprised about the Dallas aspect of it. Dallas just signed Najee Marshall to a 3-year, I think, $52 million deal.
Nice.
And so, yeah, with Klay, I don't know if there is a trade scenario where a team that's contending or competing would trade for him at these salary numbers. You could see a scenario with Klay where a team that's in a reset or rebuild situation, the Brooklyn Nets.
Trailblazers, maybe?
Trailblazers, I think, are
going to compete this year?
Yeah, they're at a little higher level of competition. Chicago Bulls. I could see a team like those trading for Klay Thompson and then agreeing on a contract buyout that would then put him on the open market closer to the trade deadline and buyout deadline, which would be in February or March. I'm not sure anyone would trade for Klay at this point at this number. So I don't think whatever the return to Los Angeles, like if he has a home here and he wants to live in LA, that's very different than ultimately playing for the Lakers.
Yeah.
Maybe the Clippers, from a financial perspective, maybe that could work. But at this salary number, teams are way too, dialed in with not overpaying guys that aren't able to not even necessarily perform at a certain level, but don't fit next to the other guys that they've more heavily invested in. So you can't afford to have – it's like why OKC kind of reshuffled their group to some degree. If you have 3 guys in Shai Gilgeous, Chet Holmgren, J-Dub, Jalen Williams, all on max contracts, the rest of the guys can't have certain levels of contract. I think Hardenstein still has a good deal. Alex Caruso still on a good deal, but everybody else is lower numbers. So – yeah, no, I don't see this coming together soon. I could see Klay ending up available after reaching a contract buyout with someone. I could see him like traded from Dallas to somewhere where they're looking to start over, or if Klay just wants to start over. Like, I've had this experience before. Like you just walk in and tell the team, like, you can have all your money back. I don't want it, and I'll choose where I go play next.
Fair. Well, like, it's funny. Good Karma Sucks actually says on the chat right now, Klay will play in Miami. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think it would be a good fit for him in Miami? Boating over there, we know he loves a boat. Captain's hat. Yeah, I mean, all of it.
I'd have to look at their salary situation to see if that's something that even would make sense for them. They for sure could use the shooting. And I think, Miami's a place, I think veteran guys, one, humid cities that contain a lot of humidity. Dallas is one, but teams in Florida are also on that list. Like, it's good for the joints whether you play basketball or not. So I think that would be actually good for Klay.
I like it.
To be in
36 years old, getting up there, man.
Yeah. But the shooting for Miami would be much needed. I wouldn't argue against a Klay Thompson addition in Miami. Nice. It's just, can they financially make it work? Based on their roster, I would say they can. But it'd be interesting. I don't know. Again, I don't think they would trade for him necessarily. Mm-hmm. I just think that's a big commitment. If he has another, couple years on his deal, or I think maybe this is year 3.
Mm-hmm. It is year 3.
3-year deal. So he'll be on an expiring contract, but I could see teams just waiting this out for a while to kind of reduce that contract hit. Even with Scooball, right? Like, he's making $32 million this season, but there's only $9.5 million remaining on it. Yeah. So when you acquire a player like that, you're only paying that remaining number, not the full number. And so I could see a scenario where Klay Thompson is joining a team a little bit later, maybe on the timeline, mm-hmm. where a team isn't on the hook for that full 17.5. So it's either in a buyout situation where his money's coming from his previous team, or it's just later in the year, and then he's an addition to a roster later after you get a chance to see what's going on. Are there some other contract additions or player additions you can make? Are there some young guys that outperform their contracts? Those are the guys that every sport likes. It's why in football, it's why the Super Bowl winners love their quarterback still being on their rookie deal.
Yeah, they do. Oh boy, do they ever, man.
So it's kind of one of those scenarios. So I'm not sure Klay Thompson to the Lakers works now. I think you just have to pay attention to what happens with Klay. If he's traded elsewhere and then he reaches a contract buyout, then and even then, is that a fit? Yeah. Like, does it fit from a roster perspective with the contracts and the money that have been committed to Colin Sexton, to Quentin Grimes, to Austin Reeves, to Luka? There's not a lot of room in the backcourt. Yeah. In L.A., so we'll have to see.
Absolutely. Well, D-Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. And D-Fish, the Lakers do find themselves in a very unique spot because Good Karma also makes a very good point. Lakers have 16 guys on their roster. They have to get rid of people. And, well, technically, don't they just have to get rid of one, right?
Yeah, technically. And, that could be part of a trade scenario. I'm sure there are also some of the, one or two guys that could still end up on, maybe younger guys converted to, to a two-way contract situation. So they'll definitely have to make a move, but it just depends, I think right now they have, like, Chris Mannion is maybe part of that 16. They have to kind of figure him out. I'm trying to think of some other. Adu Thero is also a younger guy that's like he's on a contract, but he spent a lot of time in the G League over the last couple of years.
There's also Bronny, who's been back and forth, but his contract's guaranteed. Can you two-way that?
No, I don't think they would. I don't think Bronny would be on a two-way contract at this point. I think he'd be on a standard contract and on the big club roster, but a couple of those younger guys, you could see ending up on, maybe on a two-way conversion of some sort. But no, he's right. Like the Lakers can't just add players at this point in terms of free agents, or in a trade scenario, they'd almost have to trade out two to get one.
Yeah. Which I figured was kind of always on the table. Like you've mentioned Vanderbilt multiple times. Hell, Vanderbilt's name's been thrown around quite a bit for being moved. But question, why? Why not just use Vanderbilt?
Well, I think Vando has, from a defensive perspective, has a lot of positive attributes that he can bring to a team. I think it's the floor spacing offensively that creates some challenge sometimes, and then he had some injuries that cost him a significant part of 2 seasons ago. So he's still an impactful player, though.
Lots to break down, lots to discuss, and of course, more Dodgers. Skubal and the Tigers president defending himself on the haul that he received from the Dodgers. We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Bumper.
The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long. And you can see our handsome faces right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the chat, join the conversation. We just talked a little bit about the Lakers, and we opened the show talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers. And, of course, they dropped the game last night 10-5, but no worries. The reinforcements have arrived. And the reinforcements have arrived in two seriously good lefty pitchers. First, of course, the Tarek Skubal of it all, but real quick, what I throw in there, that Chris Bubic has also been added to this team. Bubic, who is one of the aces over there for the Kansas City Royals, an all-star in his own right. Pretty phenomenal pickup by the Los Angeles Dodgers. Now the Dodgers have four starting lefties that are all, top-notch lefties. That's what's crazy about it. Bubic is top-notch. Tarek Skubal is about top-notch as it gets. And Blake Snell, coming back from injury, is top-notch. Justin Robleski, despite what his numbers have been since the All-Star break, and yes, his numbers in the All-Star break have been tough. Since he was named an All-Star, he does have a 7.02 ERA in 16.2 innings. He has allowed 19 hits and 13 earned runs in that time. Now, plenty of season left to go, but I have this feeling that he might be feeling a little bit of heat at the moment, considering the fact that they just influxed new arms into this team. Emmett Sheehan was just sent down. It's only a matter of time before Roki Sasaki is moved into the bullpen, and that's going to maybe leave Justin Robleski, active Major League All-Star, kind of out in the cold in this situation. So we will keep you updated on that. But let's focus on the Tarek Skubal of it all. Because, yes, everyone and their cousin throughout the country in the baseball world had an opinion, had a hot take. And my God, the hot takes were lukewarm at best. Dear God, so many people are stupid in this industry, D-Fish. I don't know what to do with myself. and it's one thing. It's one thing if you're like a fan. Like, listen, I get it. Fan is short for fanatic. This show, you and I try to kind of educate certain fans on certain aspects of the game that they might not know, the business that may not know. So I'm always a little more understanding when fans don't realize when they're getting lied to by teams and leagues and ownerships, especially when it comes around to like finances in the game and, who's really got their skin in the game. Fans are going to be able to really kind of ingest, unless they really do deep digging, they're only going to be able to ingest what's put in front of them. And Major League Baseball puts a lot of nonsense in front of them to get fans to kind of turn on the players every single CBA. Well, that has kind of stopped working, and now everyone's against the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers are just too powerful. No one else can compete with this. They all can. It drives me nuts that fans have been convinced by their owners that have billions of dollars that their billions of dollars are actually poor compared to the billions of dollars at Dodger Stadium or at Yankee Stadium or at Fenway Park. I don't know why they believe that and why they're convinced of it, but I do give them a little grace because it's not their business or their industry. They're just fans. I have a bigger problem with people in this industry who should know better, but simply either don't or don't care to do the research to know better. The hot takes that were out yesterday about, yep, it's going to end baseball, and I'll tell you why. Tell me why. Go ahead. Tell me why it's going to end baseball. The Dodgers aren't ending baseball. If baseball ends next year for anything, it's because the owners chose to. The end, period, stop. If you hear anything else, it ain't the players, and it sure as hell ain't the Dodgers, because the Dodgers are the only team right now that I can see doing everything right. And at this point, everyone wants to vilify the one team for doing everything right. They spend the money, they make the money, they develop, they draft. They do everything right, yet everyone's mad at them. And you know what? Let's go and play some Tarek Skubal sound to show just how little sympathy he has for anyone that has that thought.
I didn't get to. Every team could trade for me. Every team could make that acquisition. And I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last two World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
Period. I don't know what to say. I agree. The Dodgers do all the right things, and everyone's upset about it. There are other teams that do things right. The Brewers absolutely scout great. They develop well. The Rays scout great, develop well, play great. All these organizations do it. But the Dodgers do it, and they spend money. And at the end of the day, I'm getting real tired of people going, oh, well, everyone's going to be working at a loss. The Dodgers are making revenue. They're making a lot in revenue. They're making over $1 billion in revenue. They got a guy like Shohei Ohtani over here, and they have made so much money off of Shohei Ohtani, not only just for his play, but the influx of Japanese players that have come in along with Shohei Ohtani. The Dodger Stadium is currently called Uniqlo Field at Dodger Stadium. I have no idea what Uniqlo paid for that. But I know it was a lot, considering that Dodger Stadium has had one name in the last 80 years.
Well, the part that's also you have to factor into, like, Scooble's sound and his thoughts is it's not just like the Dodgers can pay money in free agency, but a lot of teams can pay money in free agency. Mm-hmm. Some of them choose not to, but oftentimes the player chooses not to take money from certain places.
Yes, that is true.
Because they don't invest in certain areas. They don't put the money into, performance. They don't treat the families and the kids a certain way. It's not a world-class, first-class experience. Not from a VIP amenity standpoint, but just in terms of the human interactions with people. Like, there are organizations in all sports that get high marks and high grades for how, like, when your 8-year-old is at the game, like, some organizations have it super dialed in on how it feels to be a kid of one of the players, or when his grandma's in town, or when his wife is there, or his partner's there. Like some organizations are like, the details of every aspect of the experience are locked in. And so that's also being evaluated when players are thinking about where they want to play in free agency. Yes, LA, weather, but it's the summer, the spring and summer. All the weather is nice for the most part in all of these major league cities. But I just think people are also sometimes lose track of the fact that the players are actually smart. Mm-hmm. And they notice how organizations do things and run things, how the owners show up to the games or don't show up to the games, how certain players in the past have been treated in free agency or trades, or just little things that you might not think about. And so those are all factors as well. It's not just the Dodgers throwing around a lot of money. If they didn't do the other things well, there would still be guys choosing not to come here if they didn't invest in other areas.
Completely. And like, just so we're all clear, the Dodgers are not the most wealthy team in baseball. Number one, Steve Cohen, New York Mets, most wealthy team in baseball, $22 billion that he has. The Rogers Communication Corporation, they own the Toronto Blue Jays, $15 billion. Mark Walter, Dodger owner, $7.3 billion. The Ricketts family, the Chicago Cubs, $8.2 billion. And by the way, those Detroit Tigers that can't afford anything, number 5, $6.9 billion. So let's be real clear. There's not a single thing.
What the hell are they spending money on?
What the hell are they spending money on? Not Tarek Skubal. I know that. I know they're definitely not doing that. They own the Detroit Tigers, just so full transparency, own the Detroit Red Wings, most of the real estate and 2 massive concert venues downtown Detroit, Little Caesars Pizza, and
pizza.
Yeah, and many, many other assets throughout the country. They're doing fine, but Tarek Skubal, just not affordable to them. That being said, here is what the president of the baseball ops over there with Detroit had to say about trading Tarek Skubal, because he got a lot of heat. And I do think, I wouldn't say justifiably so. I just personally thought, D-Fish, and you and I have discussed this, and I think we moderately disagree on here, is I thought they could have gotten a little bit more for him. I thought maybe they could have held out and at least driven the price up a little bit. Now, you think a little bit on the opposite. And I will tell you, their head of baseball operations Mr. Harris also agrees with you. I want to give every team the opportunity to make a really compelling case that we shouldn't do this. We just make the case, and the players, it's not on the coaches, it is on me. He's talking about all of the things that the movement had to make, and then, of course, he goes into detail about all the criticism around the haul that they got. And he was basically saying, we made the move when we did, because not only did we make the move, we made it painful for the Dodgers. Apparently, the Dodgers weren't even offering a third body, and the third body was a very painful thing for the Dodgers to give up. Now, they did get 3 really good prospects, Zaire Hope being probably at the tippy top of that list. And I do agree that they got a decent haul. I just thought they could have gotten more, considering the amount of teams that were in on Tarik Skubal. And then we saw yesterday a few other moves that were made. Peralta went for a similar haul from the Mets down to the Rays. And then, my God, take a look at the haul Adley Rutschman brought in from the Boston Red Sox. Kind of wild to see what these guys went for when Tarik Skubal only went through 3 prospects.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like his quotes and comments were spot on in terms of how, like, different teams are in different situations. The Red Sox, I'm not sure of the contract situations involved with the players that were swapped. Mm-hmm. But it's different than Skubal's situation.
He is a free agent at the end of the year, no matter what.
Correct.
His thing is, he was the highest and sexiest high-priced piece. No question.
Yeah, but markets for those type of players and almost any player on an expiring contract are not as, they're not as expensive, because the teams are like, well, we'll just wait for the guy in free agency for 2 more months. Like, we're not going to give you the best that we have when we know you have to trade him, because they also know, like, there's no way you're going to get through this deadline and not trade Tarik Skubal. So eventually you have to come to us. And it's kind of, Raj and I were talking the other day and this morning as well, like, if you put your house up for sale, mm-hmm. right, you got the best and biggest house on the block. Somebody comes and makes you get a few offers, go back and forth a little bit, and then eventually people, they come to you and they say, hey, man, these are our final offers. That's what we got for you. And then you have to make a decision. Can you stomach the property tax, the homeowner's insurance, continuing the mortgage payments, the landscaping, the pool maintenance, all the things that come with this home? Can you stomach that? Or do you accept the best offer you have? And even if it's below the asking price that you listed on MLS, like, you can think it's worth something, but it's really only worth what people will offer to you. And you can let that deal pass by if you want to. You're going to be stuck with that house. And in a player acquisition situation, you're going to be stuck just like the Angels in some ways. You don't trade Shohei Ohtani. You get absolutely nothing. He walks out and goes to another team. And, yeah, I'm not saying the entire Angels organization would look different had they at least gotten a few prospects, but it probably would be a little better off. Mm-hmm. And so as an executive, you can't take that risk that Skubal walks in free agency and you get nothing.
Yeah.
So in looking at what the offers were, again, because the other teams know you have to trade them. So I'm not walking in the door and just giving you everything I have, because you got to trade them anyway. So I'll give you what I want, like the max of what I'm comfortable doing, and then I'm going to stop, especially for the Dodgers. Some of the other teams I don't know, but they know in free agency we can go get this guy. Mm-hmm. So if you don't want to make this trade, cool. We'll wait for him in free agency.
Well, we've seen that in the past where the Dodgers have made those trades for those guys and did not retain them. Manny Machado comes to mind. Max Scherzer comes to mind. Those were some big swings the Dodgers took, and it ultimately didn't come to fruition that they remained with the team. But more to your point,
those guys were like wired different, though.
Oh yeah, they were definitely wired different. Where Skubal, like, it does seem like Skubal has walked in the door and he is just thrilled to be here, like truly thrilled to be here. But here's more from Scott Harris, the director of baseball operations over there with the Detroit Tigers. We came into this very well prepared. We came into this with a firm idea of a deal that we wanted and ultimately landed. And we had a deep understanding of what every organization had to offer. I think there is a unique dynamic with a player like Tarek Skubal. Markets at the deadline at the top players are just different than the rest of the market. So I understand the intuition that, hey, you're supposed to wait until the very last second to deal and then pull the trigger at the very last second to maximize the return. That's just not how markets work for the top players work. Now, I hear what he's saying. It's more along the lines of what you're saying. But you did use the example of Shohei Ohtani, and that's a fair example, except for one aspect, just one. And that was the Angels decided not to do it. They decided to go all in and buy, and the guys they bought were guys like, at the time, Eduardo Rodriguez from the Mets. They went and got Lucas Giolito, I think, from the Guardians. And I think the last one they got was, Mike Moustakas from the Brewers. And it was not exactly a good haul of guys to bring in to build around Shohei Ohtani, and it fell to pieces almost immediately. So it's a tricky situation. I totally agree they needed to trade Tarek Skubal. No question about it. I just thought, D-Fish, they could have gotten a little more.
I mean, they maybe, right? Again, it's like you selling your house or selling something on eBay or whatever. Like, you might be able to get more, but you could keep waiting, and you're the one still holding on to something that the value could be decreasing. Mm-hmm. And sometimes as you get closer to the deadline, and opposing teams feel like, hey, man, we made the best offers we can. You keep kind of balking at it because teams don't like to feel like you're using their offer to leverage to get better offers. Like if I make you a serious offer as a business person, if I feel like you take mine in and then you spend 2 weeks going out and shopping it around and telling everybody, well, hey, I got this from over here from this team. What you want to give me? That's not a good feeling for teams. So then teams just start to back out. Like, oh, well, you're not seriously dealing with us. You're trying to use us to go get something else from elsewhere. You either like our guys that we're offering or you don't. But we can go move on and make another trade somewhere else to make our baseball team better. So at some point you just have to make a decision. And especially for a player that you're going to lose anyway, yes, Tarek Skubal is who he is now and has been, but he has no value for you after this season.
100%.
Zero.
Zone.
So you just got three guys that are going to bring you tremendous value for several years to come. So, yeah, they're not Tarek Skubal. Nobody is. He's one of one. But he was done providing value for the Tigers. So now for them, it's only about getting guys that, they're not the most elite in the entire world, three guys, but they're pretty damn good. Darn good.
They are good. Players. Like, I can't stress this enough. I went and did a little deeper dive on Zaire Hope. This kid's legit. This kid is going to be a force for the Detroit Tigers in the future. And River Ryan, they already mentioned, is likely going to be called up at some point in September for the Detroit Tigers.
Slight point as well. The Tigers may not even keep all three of these guys too long.
Could absolutely flip some.
If you have good people in your front office and scouting departments, you know how bad the Yankees want Zaire Hope. Mm-hmm. You know how bad the Diamondbacks want Zaire Hope. And so you pull this off, you get him in. Then now when you get to the offseason and you have a full offseason to start really thinking about your roster, the depth chart, et cetera, there could be somebody that you have circled on another roster that Hope will help you land.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of angles that they can go. By the way, Dave Roberts was asked about this last night. Here's Dave Roberts on his reaction to the Tarek Skubal trade. Oh, well, he's getting that right now. Yeah. By the way, Dave Roberts was asked a couple questions. And by the way, there's an extra fact. No one's better at handling the media than Dave Roberts. Because they asked Dave Roberts a question, and then he answered, and they just said, hey, Dave, can you give us some Tarek Skubal sound? He's like, oh, yeah, sure. And he just talked for like 20 straight seconds, just unrehearsed, just gold stuff. Here's Dave Roberts on Tarek.
Yeah, right before the first pitch, I heard that it was pretty much done. But there's obviously things that have to go on, with medical. So it wasn't actually even finalized. I just, heard that it was pretty much close.
Listen, he's making his debut tonight in Chicago. Everyone's excited to see it. I'm excited to see it. Hell, the Dodgers currently are on a 4-game skid. So I have a feeling the Dodgers are excited to see it. And also this 4-game skid, it's funny that it's been coinciding. No one's paying attention to the Dodgers' 4-game skid. I'll go a step further. It seems like even the Dodgers aren't paying attention to the 4-game skid. I think all they've been just trying to do is just get to this first night of Tarek Skubal's start. And we're here, and let's see if we can end this skid, D-Fish.
Yeah, it's been ultimately to be positively distracting, but again, you think about Robleski and Sheehan and all the guys that were impacted by it. You think about how many guys didn't know if they were going to be the ones, traded, or they were going to be the ones that got taken out of the rotation. So there's a lot that goes into deadline kind of energy and emotions. Hopefully the team can kind of, lock in and start to move on and get back to focusing on playing good baseball.
And here's Dave Roberts once again on the reaction to Tarek Skubal.
Skubal, yeah, we haven't won a game since he's been here, but it's not his doing. I think it's been good in the sense that he's getting to know his teammates, the coaches, and him and Mark earlier tonight were preparing for tomorrow, which was good to see. But yeah, I'm excited. We're all excited about tomorrow, and still got to run the bases, catch the ball behind them. But yeah, as far as him making his Dodger debut, we're all excited.
Getting ready with Mark, by the way. That would be Mark Pryor, the Dodgers pitching coach. And, of course, that debut is tonight against Chicago Cubs. We will keep you updated on any updates that we have. And, of course, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. But coming up, time to get over to the world of football, ladies and gentlemen. Baby, we got to talk some Rams. Got a little Raiders on deck for you, too. And later on the show, we got our girl, Lindsay Polaris, joining us to talk all things at Chargers campus, where she's been this week. So we'll be doing all of this and so much more right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. And, of course, you can join us live right now and get in the chat over there on YouTube at The Fan LA. Get in the conversation. We've been talking a lot of baseball. We just talked a lot about Tarik Skubal and his new addition to the Los Angeles Dodgers, not to mention, on top of that, all of the, I'll say it, idiots complaining throughout the world that somehow the Dodgers are ruining baseball by, following the rules and doing everything they can to win and doing everything that, frankly, everyone else in baseball can do. But what do you guys think on that subject? We'll be talking about it all show long. 855-975-2326. Give us a call and let us know your thoughts on Tarik Skubal, who is making his debut tonight for the Los Angeles Dodgers against Chicago Cubs. Dodgers have lost 4 in a row, so yes, they can use their hands on some Tarik Skubal magic to kind of get the Dodgers out of the little rut that they're in. They're only a half game behind the Brewers with the best record in Major League Baseball. But let's switch it over. Training camps, baby. We are in the midst of the NFL, and there are things to talk about. One of which being about the Rams. Now, the Rams, there's always a ton to talk about. They are the odds shortest possible to win the Super Bowl this year. Of course, we know everything with Myles Garrett, a little bit of lower body fatigue, so he has been kind of held off for the last 4 days at this point. We know they're treating Matthew Stafford with a little bit of kid's gloves, so he's only kind of working every other day right now, kind of getting everybody ramped up for the season. Now, Ty Simpson getting some looks. And here's the thing. The reports out of Ty Simpson, pretty decent. Everyone agrees he's got an arm, but everyone also agrees he relies on it too much. They're saying that the footwork is a little messy, but the arm strength and the arm talent is absolutely there. I mean, I believe it. There's a reason they drafted him where they did, despite how pissed off Sean McVay looked when it happened. He's clearly a talented kid. My question is, are we ever going to see him as a Ram? Because we know we got Matthew Stafford this year. And of course, depending on health and whatever happens, we might have Matthew Stafford again next year. Does that mean we're never going to see Ty Simpson? Or is Ty Simpson in for the long haul training situation that we might see him in 2-3 years?
I mean, I would suspect it's the longer term option. I don't. It would be tough for me to see a scenario where, unless Matthew Stafford really somehow regresses this year.
It would have to be a hell of a regression.
Yeah, off of an MVP season, I'm not sure the drop-off, is going to be that dramatic. Football's a really different sport, though. I could also see a world where Matthew Stafford decides, as in particular, if the scenarios we're envisioning of the Rams playing in the Super Bowl and winning the Super Bowl, why would he not think about saying I retired?
Yeah.
Like, what other feeling do I need to experience at this point?
Second Super Bowl in your own city, too?
Won an MVP a season ago.
Yep.
We'll probably need to have an MVP-like season this year for the Rams to have a chance at the Super Bowl. But if that gets done, then now you're talking about we'll see Ty Simpson in a year. But I definitely don't see it being something that Sean McVay's not going to force this to happen while Matthew Stafford is still a healthy and viable option.
I don't even think he's going to entertain it at this point.
Yeah, and why should he? It's not even necessarily like a Sean McVay personally having something towards Ty Simpson. It's just more, I have an MVP quarterback. So as a coach, like I'm not in a position to start trying to make sure the newer guy feels more comfortable than the guy that I've won a Super Bowl with and was the MVP of the league a season ago. That's the guy that I want to make sure my relationship, my trust, my credibility is there with him. And the new guy has to just wait his turn, and that's totally fine.
Absolutely. And listen, I'm excited to see him, but we're having a separate situation, kind of the opposite over there in Vegas when it comes to the one and only Fernando Mendoza. Everyone agrees he looks great so far, but the Raiders handling him with a very, very clear vision. Get all the first reps right now are all going to Kirk Cousins. They are not joking. As of right now, Kirk Cousins is the starting quarterback of this team. And I think they're going to do what I suggested and not even let Fernando Mendoza really see the light of day this particular season. Now, that might change as the season goes on because you know how fans can get, you know how loud things can get, but the Raiders do find themselves in a unique spot. No one's expecting anything out of them this year. Like they're not expected to not only not compete in the NFL, they're not expected to compete in their own division. Their win and loss total is at 5.5 games. And I'm inclined to take the under, and I'm a Raider fan who's actually excited about this season because I think this team's going to make a jump in the right direction.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for the Raiders is, looking at the season schedule, there's I think, getting through the couple weeks at home versus the Buffalo Bills and then a week later versus the Rams, if you can get through those couple games at home without the fans burning the stadium down to see Fernando Mendoza, then you have a chance to kind of like keep stretching it out, because then there's 2 games on the road, right? Then you come back home versus Seahawks, then you go back out for 2 more road games.
This is such a bad schedule.
So it's, not just from like an opponent standpoint, but just your home fans, if the team is not playing well and not winning games, your home fans are going to just be obnoxiously loud about how they feel. And so my hope is that the Raiders are being competitive enough, even if coming up short more times than not, that the team is being competitive enough that Kirk Cousins isn't getting absolutely destroyed by week 6, 7, 8. That then just makes it hard for anybody to, like, you can't keep putting him out there.
Yeah.
When it gets to a certain type of energy.
Like if he at least has competent quarterback play. Like if we're in games, I'll be fine. Like truly, if this team is getting blown out week after week and Kirk Cousins is completely impotent and not getting anything done, he's not getting the ball down the field and the Raiders are getting blown out by 20 points a game, yeah, I might be singing a different tune. Although, if that's the situation, I might be singing the exact same tune. I'm like, no, do not throw Mendoza out to the Wolves in this situation. It's just going to depend on what does that line look like. Yeah, they invested in a new center, but what does the rest of the line look like? We talked about it yesterday. Ashton Genty, he's ready to have a breakout season, right? I agree. He looks fantastic. I've seen what he can do. But at the end of the day, this guy broke like 8 tackles behind the line of scrimmage every handoff he had last year.
It's going to be challenging. I mean, Kirk Cousins is a pro. He's a vet. He's going to handle it as well as you possibly can. But he is human, and so again, not even just from the injuries are part of football. So it's not just a concern from an injury perspective. It's just more you can't lose the locker room either. Like Clint Kubiak in his first year, he has to establish the fact that he is going to put the players out on the field that give them the best chance to win. And if they're just ceremoniously doing something to say, we'll wait until later, like guys are risking their life out there, that's not going to go well.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting year for the Raiders. Granted, again, I'm looking for a step forward, but that doesn't mean much. They had 4 wins last year, and they were terrible wins, so let's hope for better for Las Vegas. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break because we do have some breaking NFL news that we will be getting into. Absolutely getting into right when we come back, because when we come back, we'll find out if D-Fish and I are in or are we out. Brought to you by Yamava. D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
or are you out? Brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
That's right. Let's bring in our hype man. What up, Raj?
What's going on, fellas? Y'all want to start with a little...
Yes.
That's right. In the world of the NFL, Bijan Robinson's going to the bank as the Falcons have signed the star running back to a 3-year max value deal of $75 million, at $25 per year. If you do the math, carry to one. Yeah, $25 million per year for Bijan Robinson. Fish, you in or out, my man?
I'm in.
Okay.
He's, I think one of the. I know in football, they have these very specific positions that they play, but some guys are just like really good football players.
Oh, yeah.
Like they play their position really well, but they also just add a lot of value to the team as a football player overall. So I'm in. Well-deserved. I know running backs have been taking a hit over the last few years.
Big
but
time.
You know
I
what?
think Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson are resetting the market.
Thank
the right
God.
way.
Yeah, and that was last year. So going into last year's, and it started a couple of years before that. But last year, the running backs stayed healthy. Saquon, Henry, especially the older running backs.
Michael
So it's like it's
Taylor.
making a resurgence, although it might be just a year.
Yeah, it might just be a year, might be an outlier, but at the end of the day, this is phenomenal. And also on top of that, $51 million guaranteed. I wish he got more guaranteed money. I wish more guaranteed money would be in the NFL. It drives me nuts that everybody doesn't get guaranteed money.
Yep.
But the fact that we have devalued the running back position is a problem because you play fantasy football all the time, Raj.
Yes.
It's the most important position to grab. And
It is.
And it's also the most important position in the NFL in the fourth quarter. I can't believe they've gotten away with devaluing it. So, yeah, I'm way in on this.
All right. Ooh, and we'll talk about that more later. So we're going to do fantasy leagues and everything this show.
Yes.
Ooh, I can't wait. We're getting close.
Give it to me.
Hey, Fish, I know you were complaining because we haven't had any LeBron news in about 2 days, so I'll give it to you here.
He did send a group chat yesterday.
Yeah, he did. Hey, Shams is reporting that the 76ers plan to play LeBron at point guard this season. Fish, you in or out at Bron at point guard?
I don't, did Shams talk to Nick Nurse about this? Like there is a head coach of the team that will decide which positions everybody plays.
Yeah, his name is LeBron.
I'm in on this, but it's not like basketball is positionless at this point. So, but I'm in on like why would you not have one of the greatest playmakers to ever play the game handle the basketball a good amount? Tyrese Maxey will still handle the ball. Jaylen Brown will still handle the ball, but yeah,
Brown won't be handling it with his left though.
I will have. Well, I mean, that's personal between you and your Celtics fans.
You know he can't dribble with his left.
Amazing how quickly he's turned. It's amazing. You were so depressed a
The
week
film
ago.
don't lie. Film don't lie, Fish. You know damn well if you're
No, it
coaching
doesn't.
again, you are overplaying the
No,
right.
that video does
Unreal.
not lie, buddy. So yeah, no, I'm in though.
Okay.
I'll be in too. I'm more in because I want them to win just to make pain for your Celtics.
Okay, all right. We'll see about that. Hey guys, you saw Cam Scatterboo, right, coming off the broken. You saw him do a backflip the Fanatics thing a couple weeks ago.
He landed on his ass.
Yeah, it wasn't the smoothest of landings, but he said, "Hey, I do dumb things."
He does.
You in or out on acknowledging that you guys just do dumb things? Can't get right, Fish.
Oh, yeah, I'm in on acknowledging that. Yeah.
No, what about him acknowledging it though? Are you in on him saying I don't do or that I do dumb ish?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Because I appreciate like the guys and athletes, male and female, like being more transparent and bringing fans along in certain experiences. But like, we don't need a running stream of consciousness of every thought that athletes have. We just don't. And I don't think we have to tell everything about. Like I do some dumb things or I do some smart things even. Like just be you and keep it pushing.
Yeah, I'm definitely out on the dumb things. I'm somewhat in on him acknowledging that he does some dumb things. It is interesting. You're right about the endless stream of thought that athletes are constantly putting out there. So much so that this guy's going up to cameras going, "Hey guys, I'm stupid." That's just that I will freely admit that's weird. It's just weird. I'm not necessarily in or out on it. I think it's just weird.
Yeah. Hey guys, going to the police blotter as we like to do on this show, but this is superhero edition.
I'm listening.
A Florida man was dressed up full-ass Superman. I mean, the cape and everything.
Nice.
He got arrested for confessing to a burglary on a boat. He quote, I went on the boat, he admitted, but he said he only took 3 items. So you in or out on Superman up there burglarizing a boat, Fish?
You know times are tough when Superman's stealing things now.
Yeah.
He was arrested after confessing to the burglary on video.
Yeah, he said he only took 3 things, though.
Got him
What
after
were
that.
the 3 things?
I mean,
That's what I really want to know.
I need to see the video.
Did he look like Superman, or is this like was it like
he
a big old fat
He was
guy?
a roughed up, hard life Superman.
Okay, yeah, it's tough time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out.
All right.
I mean, I'm out right off the first sentence you said. A Florida man is all I needed to hear.
Right. Yeah.
I'm out.
Okay. We love Florida and the police blotter. They seem to make a lot of appearances.
They are very important to our economy.
You know what else we love? You know what I love? I love some Erykah Badu. What's your favorite Erykah Badu song, Fish?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a huge
window seat.
Window seat? Okay.
Window seat's pretty good.
Right.
Bag lady's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm a bag lady guy myself. And, of course, Erykah Badu will be playing September 28th at Yamava Theater. Yeah, tickets are on sale now at Yamava.com. That's right, Yamava, 2 A's. You know, I've almost spelled it with a 1 time. So you in or out, of course, is brought to you by Yamava. You can check out Erykah Badu and get your tickets today at .com. Hey, guys, you know what else we got to do on the show? Because we are the show of records, and we're taking care of people. So there was some rare. Just stop folding your damn arms every time I'm talking about this.
I'm just listening.
Fish and I believe, and just because you having a problem catching up, that's your fault.
I think it's sweet that you guys believe in this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, there's rare, previously unseen 1950s UFO report discovered in a cardboard box at a flea market. That's right. The lady said, I saw a flying saucer. Yup. Now, why is this a big deal?
Yeah, why? Why is this a big deal?
Because there are 2 former pilots who admitted in the same area that they saw a flying saucer as well in 1950, but it's just been under wraps. So there you go. Discovered in a cardboard box at a flea market that she saw a flying saucer. You in or out, Fish?
I'm in.
You can't be serious.
Yes.
Discovered at a flea market is all you needed to hear.
And 2 former Air Force pilots said they saw the same type of thing at that same night, and the 2 stories collaborated.
You don't think classified reports end up in flea market boxes?
I sure hope not. I sure hope not. But then again, who knows where these classified things show up at this point. Okay, I'm out, but because you got to bring more to me than evidence from a flea market. That's all. Again,
it was in a cardboard box, so it was kept under wraps, man.
In a flea market.
Well, we didn't say anything when the kid got the damn Wilt Chamberlain jersey and made $100,000 on it.
Well, he made money. He made $100,000.
Right.
If this person makes $100,000 off the flea market information, I might be changing my tune.
All right, whatever. Hey guys, the Fighting Irish and Trojans, they're going to play again.
Yay.
In 2030.
I'll be 82.
Are you in or out or just holding off this rivalry, Fish, for another 4 years? Jesus.
I mean, I'll probably watch when it comes back. I think so. I'm in. It probably times up with Notre Dame's next contract negotiations with NBC on the rights to showing their games. And so that's why it's 2030.
Yeah,
that would be my guess.
I'm in that we're getting it, dude. I am out that we were waiting 4 years for it. Because here's the thing: in 4 years, are we even going to remember that this was a rival? I will remember, but like
there might be 32 teams in the playoffs by then.
Yeah, there's brand new, there's going to be a whole new influx of entire students at both schools.
Yeah.
Neither of them will remember these teams ever played each other. Yeah. So I'm in with bated breath because it's not going to be the same.
Yeah. Hey, Fish, this mainly for you. Do you know the NBA has had more players change teams this year via free agency, or via trade, than free agency?
Whoa.
You in or out, more NBA teams changing teams this year via trade than free agency.
I mean,
did you realize that, first of all? Like, that's a lot.
Yeah, I realize it just due to like the types of players that we've had, like superstar guys that have been on one team have like made moves in recent years. And so in those players, like you've seen these three team, 4-team player, deals that involve like 9 different players.
Yeah.
And, whereas in free agency, one guy signs.
Right.
But in a trade for Giannis, there's like 22 dudes that,
Yeah, that makes sense.
that
Yeah.
end up like changing teams with one guy being traded. It's also just it's a shell game. It's in a cap system. There's only so much money that's going to be spent, even with the luxury tax. And so underneath that, you're just moving the pieces around to make the numbers fit. And teams that are in their championship window are usually pushing along the top of that edge. There's a bunch of teams in the middle and then some teams at the bottom, and they're just moving the pieces around until it's their window. So I'm out on it in theory.
Yeah.
But not surprised.
I mean, I'm in on it. It's been exciting.
Yeah, I think the trades make it more exciting.
It's been a lot of fun, but like it also goes like both sides. Like, is this necessarily good for the game that there's this much movement, or is it bad for the game?
No, because this is what a lot of fans have complained about, even for Lakers fans. Like, not even knowing to some degree a lot of the guys on the team just because of how often things are changing.
It's tricky. It really is. So it just depends on what it is you like. And guys, speaking about people changing teams, the Dodgers and their players might not have a ton of sympathy for those critics that are out there. And guess what? I'm kind of with them. We will discuss Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers. We will discuss all its critics. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you guys all show long. The chat has been live at The Fan LA over there on YouTube, so get in there. Join the chat. We see our friends. We see Wayne in there. We see Good Karma Sucks, Joanna in Arizona, and, of course, George from Cali. All you guys joining the conversation, we thank you so much for doing it. Guys, we finished talking a lot about the Lakers earlier. We talked about the Dodgers, and we're going to talk about the Dodgers again because the Dodgers are the topic of conversation in a lot of different ways, both positive and negative. Dodger fans elated. And I got to say this. I want to give credit to some baseball fans out there because I do think some fans get it, and I do think other fans do not. You guys out there in the Southland, you see it. You guys, if you're on social media, if you're on Instagram, if you're on Twitter, you see all of the things. Dodgers are ruining baseball. How could they ruin baseball? They're just buying up a championship. How dare they buy a championship? Dodgers currently don't even have the highest active payroll in Major League Baseball on the surface. Now, if you add in luxury taxes and a couple of other things and deferred payments, then yes, the Dodgers do spend 15% higher than their number 2 team in baseball. However, in 2005, the Yankees spent 70% higher than the second team in baseball. And by the way, the Yankees didn't win a World Series that year, the previous year, the year before that, the year before that, the year before that. In fact, they didn't win a World Series from the years 2000 till 2009, but they were spending an exorbitant amount of money. The Dodgers, by the way, have won 2 World Series in a row. But are we pretending that last year was a cakewalk? They should have lost that World Series. In fact, they practically did lose that World Series with the exception of ridiculous heroics that kept the game going and keeping them alive. There's just so many weird things surrounding the Dodgers right now, especially when it comes to the world of money. No one wants to pay attention to their farm system because that kills the narrative that the Dodgers are bad for baseball. No one wants to pay attention to 4 out of the 5 All-Stars they had this year because 3 of them are Major League minimum and one of them only makes $10 million because he was a cast-off from the Oakland A's and Max Muncy. But no one wants to pay attention to that because that kills the narrative. And then, of course, Tarek Skubal coming to the Dodgers. How can the Dodgers do this? It's because they have all that money. They traded 3 prospects for him. I don't know what you're talking about. So once again, that kills the narrative that the Dodgers are bad for baseball. Dodgers aren't bad for baseball. I think they're the best possible thing for baseball. Because you know what they do? They try to win, they commit to winning, and then they go and win a goddamn game. I don't know why everyone else vilifies it. It's actually kind of mind-boggling to me that fans in quote-unquote small market teams sit around bitching and complaining about this, considering the fact that their small market teams are owned by the same billionaires that the Dodgers are owned by. Their billions of dollars are not poorer than the Dodgers' billions of dollars. Yet fans have convinced themselves, and they've allowed their ownership groups to convince them that they are.
I don't even know if they believe that it's, the Dodgers have more money to spend. I think there has to be a recognition that their ownership groups have similar resources in terms of, being a sports team ownership group. It spent hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars to buy the team initially. So the resources that are there, I think it just there's a disconnect on some of the other variables and factors. Like we talked before about certain things that organizations do, how they manage the team, how they run the organization. Historically, players talk to each other and share notes with each other. How is the medical there? How is the performance team? How are the doctors? When you had a shoulder injury, how did the rehab go? There are tons of reasons why players prefer playing for certain organizations and not others. And so I think the belief is that the Dodgers are kind of breaking the system as though all of those things don't exist. They feel like if you just can pay a bunch of money, everything else goes away. And there's not an understanding of how much of the other things the Dodgers get right that incentivize and encourage players to want to play baseball for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah. It's very frustrating. It's very stupid, all the narratives that are out there, and it's driving me absolutely crazy. Hear what we think. 855-975-2326. What do you guys think out there? Do you think the Dodgers are ruining baseball, or do you think that everybody needs to stop their complaining? I'm sorry you root for a team that just simply isn't committed to winning the way the Dodgers are, because not only are the Dodgers committed to winning, they're making a ton of money too. Now, all these other teams are making a ton of money. They're just not spending the money to do it. The Dodgers, however, are. Let's get over to the phones. Jimmy in Lakewood, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
All right, D. Fish and Decker. I just want to say it's not the Dodgers fans' fault that the Dodgers organization is not being cheap. They're spending the tools at their disposal. You guys are right. These other owners are billionaires too. Stop being cheap. And you know what? For players, I want to highlight that the LA Dodgers is still providing mental health care for Andrew Toles.
Yes, they are.
Who wouldn't want to go to that type of organization?
Completely. Great. Dude, Jimmy, great call on the Andrew Toles thing. Do you know that story at all?
No.
So the Dodgers a few years back had an outfielder named Andrew Toles, a good, solid player they got from the Rays organization. Smaller guy, fast, speedy, can really just play. And he played for the Dodgers on and off for a couple of years. And there were rumors about the guy that he was a little wired a little differently, like really wired a little differently, and the Dodgers had to kind of keep tabs on him type of thing. Well, after he left baseball, he kind of went off the deep end, ended up being like homeless in a car, and the Dodgers found out about it. So the Dodgers have been signing him to a contract every year that's like worth very little money, but it's only to get him health insurance, so he's getting his mental health taken care of. That is just the Dodgers doing that out of the kindness of their heart, and that is a really awesome thing. And yes, it goes to your point of what other players say to each other. The Dodgers, who have no reason to take care of this guy, are doing it just because he was one of their guys. And I granted that is one example, but like that's an outrageous. As a guy that played professional baseball for a lot of years, I've never seen an organization do that for a guy.
Yeah, I think it's it is symbolic of how the Dodgers care about their players. I mean, and there are other organizations that I'm sure have done some really amazing things for their current and or former players. But players are smart, and they can tell when it's authentically a part of how things are done as an organization. And then their peers that have also shared certain experiences in certain situations that they've gone through while playing for an organization. Everybody doesn't love the Dodgers, I'm sure. There have been guys that have been traded away or left in free agency that didn't entirely love their experience, but it's not about perfection and everything is perfectly done. But to me it appears not only have the Dodgers combined a commitment to winning in terms of the resources and how they invest in their players and other things, but they've also I think been really intentional about the people that they hire to have access to the players.
Yeah.
Right? Like managers, coaches, medical staff, training. There are a lot of folks that help pro sports teams operate and function at efficient and effective levels. And if you get those people wrong, it can impact performance on the field.
Yeah.
It really can.
It really can. That peripheral of people, you're dead. Like, it even comes down to and I know this is ridiculous, but even the clubbies, like the clubhouse manager, having a good clubby, it changes your life if you have a really good clubby, because that takes care of so many little things that you have to focus on all this baseball nonsense and sports. Not having a guy that can just handle your laundry and all of that stuff is outrageous.
So it makes me think about when you travel sometimes, and other airlines have added some things here or there, but you remember when Southwest Airlines were their flight attendants and service people were, they come on the loudspeaker and they're telling jokes, and it's very conversational and it's fun, and it gives you a certain feeling as a passenger, right? You go on other airlines, maybe the plane is nicer, some of the amenities are better, but some of the personalities from the service people are like, hold on, I paid to be on the flight.
Yep.
You're kind of here to provide service for me or whoever I'm traveling with. Why are you treating me like I'm doing something wrong to you. And to me, that is also an example of, like, you go into certain clubhouses and it feels like the attendants, the clubbies, the people are like there to bring you joy, a smile on their face. Like they're almost like instilling more energy into you as you walk into your place of business. Whereas you can go to other places and they're robbing you of energy. Everybody's there, just because that's their shift.
Yep.
And that's what they get paid to
And
do.
I played for those organizations too. I've had the luxury and lack of luxury, I should say, of playing for both. I've seen an organization run right, and I've seen an organization run horribly wrong. And you can feel it as an athlete. You can feel it as a player. And yeah, we all talk to each other. Everybody, and I'm not afraid to tell you I hated playing for the Rockies. I hated that organization. I was there for 2 weeks. It was the worst 2 weeks maybe of my entire career. I hated playing for the Brewers. Now, that being said, I want to say this. The Brewers have done a lot of changing to their organization since I played for them. I was with them in 2017, and I mean, that place was barren. The minor league system was a joke. The entire system was just out of whack. They have invested so much into fixing that and taking care of their players. And now the Brewers is a place that people actually want to play for. Rockies still kind of have the same reputation.
And you remember that.
I'll never forget it. I will never forget it.
Yeah, and so it's yeah, so I think the Dodgers, it's not just the money, which is the whole point
everything.
of what we're talking about. Like, it's not just them being able to spend money, and that's why the team is successful on the field.
Tarek Skubal said it himself last night. Tarek Skubal got into it because he's hearing all the noise around it. He's getting annoyed by it, as he should be, because he's just seeing this narrative that the Dodgers are buying it up, yet they didn't use money to buy it up. They used draft capital. They used prospects to do it. And here's what Tarek Skubal had to say about all of the complainers saying that the Dodgers are doing something wrong.
I didn't get to – every team could trade for me. Every team could make that acquisition. And I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
Couldn't agree more. And it's just, I think he nailed it. And also, I like what he also said, the narrative that's come around, because they've won 2 World Series in a row. Okay, you're right. They have won 2 World Series in a row. What was the narrative 3 years ago? He just said it. The narrative 3 years ago is that the Dodgers can't win a World Series. The narrative was the Dodgers choke every single playoffs. The narrative was Clayton Kershaw's the terrible October pitcher. The narrative was Dave Roberts doesn't know how to manage a team in October. That was the narrative. Now they're the Monstars, and now they're unbeatable. They barely won that World Series last year. They just barely got by the Toronto Blue Jays. Are they primed for a third one? Yes, but people are making out like this is so crazy. This would be the third time a team has won 3 World Series in a row in baseball history. It would be an outlier. So to sit here and complain that the Dodgers have a short-term little dynasty in this is weird, because the Giants won 3 World Series in 5 years last decade. No one complained about it. The Yankees were in like 8 straight World Series and won like 4 of them. No one complained about it. Football, Tom Brady's got 7 rings. What are you guys talking about? The basketball, the Lakers have like 3-4 separate dynasties. Golden State had just finished a dynasty. The Heat, they had a mini little dynasty. Like it is so weird that people get pissed off about this, considering what sports all have been.
Yeah, I'm not sure people are as upset about it as the narratives make it seem.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I who does it serve for this to be the narrative?
Who does it serve?
That's the question, right? Like, so when...
Right now, I know who it serves. Right now, the Dodgers ruining baseball serves one particular group.
Okay. So
the owners.
Who's pushing the narrative?
The owners.
Right, but is that how people truly feel?
I will say the discourse is, I would say 60-40. I would say 60% truly do feel that way because they've been conditioned to feel that way. The other 40, I would say, woke up and see what is the money's actually doing.
Okay. So, it sounds similar to other, topics and issues that we like. Sometimes we're being told we disagree.
Yes. Yes.
It's not, we don't necessarily disagree because the points you just made, like, we're not upset with Patrick Mahomes.
Nope.
Like, we're not upset with Tom Brady.
Nope.
We're not upset with Steph Curry.
Nope.
Michael Jordan.
Not at all.
We are upset with LeBron.
We're so mad at him. We are so mad at him.
LeBron for some reason.
Well, you hated LA, so.
But we're not upset with Kobe. We're not upset with Serena Williams. Like her dominance over there. We're not upset with the U.S. women's national team and soccer. Like teams that have just owned their sport for the right reasons, not because it's unfair, but because of how hard they work, the time they put in. And them earning the right to be called champions. And so, I think in baseball, because there's quote unquote no salary cap, there's the appearance that money is just kind of making it all happen. And if you look at the batting averages and the numbers, that's not the case. It's that the guys that make the least amount of money for the Dodgers are the ones performing the best. So, on paper, you could say, yeah, the Dodgers have the best team in baseball. In reality, Kyle Tucker, Mookie Betts, other guys in the lineup that are paid big money, it's not like they're hitting 700 home runs and batting 1,000. Like, they're human.
Yeah.
Regardless of their contracts. So, it's not that simple to say that
it just isn't.
Yeah, that money makes everything go away, and in particular around the school bowl conversation, because there was no money involved.
Yeah, and here's the thing: like I want people to really hear what we're saying here, because you're right. Who's pushing the narrative? The owners are pushing the narrative. This is all political tactics for the upcoming CBA. There are owners right now who are more than happy and more than prepared to sit out this next year entirely and sweat out the players and not give you guys baseball. Baseball players are trying very much to give you baseball. Baseball players are trying very much to get you guys to realize what is happening right in front of you. The owners want a salary cap so badly because we just mentioned Bijan Robinson getting a new deal. $51 million guaranteed. Phenomenal. $75 million contract in a league where he's going to be going through car crash after car crash after car crash in that most dangerous position of running back. So he's going to do that, but only $51 million guaranteed. I will never understand how the NFL has not banded together the NFLPA to get guaranteed contracts. That league makes more money than every other league combined. Yet somehow they've been able to hold the players down away from guaranteed contracts. Baseball has guaranteed contracts. That is something they desperately need to hold on to. And frankly, they need to continue being the pillar of hope for all these other leagues that need to get guaranteed contracts, because these industries get ugly really fast. And I'll give you a full example on how ugly this can get. I've used my minor league career as an example. Major League Baseball is not subject to antitrust laws. So up until 2019, minor leaguers did not get a pay increase since 1976. That was while United States went through a 400% increase in inflation, and minor league baseball salary actually went down 79% during that time. So we're talking about, I was being paid while being in AAA, the wages that a AAA player was being paid in 1975. That's what happens when a league can control the finances and there are no ways around it. That's what they want to get to. Now, that is an extreme example, but that is just what Major League Baseball wants. They want to pull back so that the league can make more money and they can control the salaries of the players, because they're making billions, the players are making millions. And I know fans out there are like, well, who should I root for? I'm a normal guy. Should I root for the millionaires or billionaires? Ha 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 ha. You root for the millionaires, you idiot!
Well, it's hard to root for anybody with that many zeros when
that part I sympathize with.
when you're trying to buy groceries.
That part I 100% sympathize with.
So it's just like that's the part of the conversation that it's why the narrative pushing works on us.
Yeah.
Right? It's because we don't have the time.
Because look how bad you have it.
Yeah, we don't have the time to get into the nuance of like who's right or wrong here. Like I hear something really loud, sounds like it makes sense to me. I'm gonna follow this narrative or this conversation. And so, some of it is, not so much about what's actually real. But I do think in terms of, athletes, players, employees, et cetera, finding your voice is really the key. And the banding together part is also the other aspect of it. Whenever you work for someone else, which 99% of us do, like we all work for someone for the most part. And so when you are an employee, there's certain things that come with it. If you want those rules to change, you figure out a way to become an owner of the business or said businesses, and then you can then create some of the rules and see some of the things that you would like to have seen when you were an employee, as you become an owner. And sports team ownership groups, like, it's becoming more consolidated as well. Mm-hmm. So if I'm a minority owner of a football team and a majority owner of a baseball team, I want some similar rules that I'm seeing on the football side, on the baseball side, because I see how well those things work. So you're seeing more of that kind of mindset come into it.
Absolutely.
As well.
You really do. And also, like, just so we're all clear, people, don't listen to the stupid narratives. I'm going to read you this real quick. The Dodgers didn't just land Tarek Skubal. They may have broken baseball. That is from Stephen A. Smith. That is what an idiot says. That is what an idiot who doesn't know anything says. That is the dumbest thing in the world, and we just explained to you why. But that's my issue with sports media these days. People aren't actually giving you the facts. They're giving you stupid-ass hot takes. You're not getting that here. You're getting the truth. You're welcome. Guys, we're going to break down Tarek Skubal's first outing tonight. Get you ready for tonight's game against the Cubs, as Tarek Skubal will take the mound for the first time in blue tonight. And we're going to discuss it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. The one and only Derek Fish and myself, Cody Decker, with you guys all the way to the 10 o'clock hour. And, of course, we got Aaron, we got Crash, we got Raj making us look and sound phenomenal right here on YouTube. Go ahead and check us out at The Fan LA and join the conversation. We've had a couple of calls today, 855-975-2326. We've been talking about Tarik Skubal all show long. Of course, he's making his debut tonight. And, D. Fish, let's just get into that. What are we looking at this right now? What are we expecting from Tarik Skubal tonight? Because if you're asking me right out the gate, I'm expecting dominance. I'm expecting him to come out with his hair on fire. Guy's got an opportunity he has yet to have. He's only had a couple of playoff appearances. Now he's on the Dodgers. Now you're on the team that's expected to go to the World Series. You are this huge trade piece that somehow everybody and their cousin have convinced themselves is all of the evils and wrongs of the sport, even though if you look a little dig like even remotely deeper, you could have seen that any team could have easily made this trade. Not to mention, Tarik Skubal has said it as much himself. But I'm expecting Tarik Skubal to continue his 2 consecutive Cy Young Award dominance into this game tonight for the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's playing on a team that's just vibes through the roof, man.
I mean, it's hard for me to have this conversation with you from a baseball perspective because you know how it's going to feel to be on the baseball field tonight. You know, yeah. And when you're excited, you're pumped up. You know, you've been waiting for this moment, you know, for a few days now. Like he's going to be ready and locked in. I would just argue, like, we have to have some patience here. Mm-hmm. Doesn't mean he's going to perform bad. He could perform well tonight. The Dodgers could win, all of that. But I'm think about, like, if you and I go outside and play catch right now.
Yeah.
We've never played catch before. We're going to make a few little hiccups just because we've never played catch before.
No question.
Right? Like, you might throw the ball faster than I'm expecting it to get there, or I might lob the ball with too much air on it, and it maybe the way you like to catch the ball, it's different than where I know how to place the ball. Like, little things, basic things. That's all going to be happening as he transitions into being caught by the catchers on the Dodgers.
And by the way, who is even catching him? Because Dalton Rushing's banged up right now. They did make that trade for Ben Rortvedt, which I've been saying for over a month they needed to do. Thank God they did. So he's going to have a very solid catcher to be throwing to. Thank God.
Yeah, so, I mean, and everybody's a pro. So it's not so much that, you know, things are going to go badly. I'm not suggesting that.
Yeah.
But, you know, as an athlete, like when you change teams in the middle of the season, you've never had a practice or different situations. You haven't been in a game situation with that uniform on next to these guys. They like, it's just different. Doesn't mean you're not the same guy, but like, it's not going to be exactly the same. It just won't be. It's like you can move from one house to another house. The design could be similar. The layout could be similar. It's different still.
What was it like? Like, did you ever have a guy trade? I mean, obviously at some point you had to. Were you that guy?
Yeah.
You were a midseason? Who did you get traded to midseason?
So I got traded to Houston Rockets, negotiated a contract buyout with Houston, and then ultimately signed with Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. But over the course of that week, you know, you haven't played a game. Mm-hmm. You're in a new city, new time zone, body clock. Everything is different. So when he starts the game tonight, after flying from Detroit
to
LA,
back
out
to
Chicago, like, it's just different. Again, dude's an all-world baseball player. Like, he could go out and strike everybody out tonight. So I'm not saying that won't happen. But even if he does tonight, the next time he pitches, it's just going to take a little bit of time just for him to settle into the best version of Tarik Skubal that we're going to see. We're going to see the flashes of who he is right away tonight. But for him to, like, the Cy Young version of him that just every time he steps up, it's just going to be slightly different. You're also around an entirely different group of people.
Very much so.
So then your energy, your nervous system, your spirit, all of that has to adjust now to this new group of men that I'm now trying to accomplish these goals and objectives with. And even though I'm the same guy, I have to learn how to coexist next to this guy now. I have to learn how to share the spotlight with this roster now. In Detroit, the spotlight was all his. So now you're on a team where the spotlight is not just you, bro.
Dude, the spotlight's almost barely touching him.
Right. That's a different experience.
It is definitely a different experience, especially the one that you compare to.
Again,
right
he's going to go out and perform great. I'm not throwing any doubt on that. But some of the adjustment and transition that's going to happen, it could still like show up at times where it just takes a little bit more to get to that consistent all-world version that we know we're going to see.
By the way, tonight is not only Tarik Skubal's Dodger debut, but it's also his first ever outing at Wrigley Field against the Chicago Cubs. So 2 firsts today for Tarik Skubal. And another first for Tarik Skubal, he went through his first Los Angeles Dodgers media scrum. Here is Tarik Skubal.
Yeah, I mean, initial reaction, there's a lot of emotion, right? I've spent 8 years with the Detroit Tigers, and that space, that place will always be special to me no matter what. But in the same breath, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to compete with these guys. And, when you watch them from across the way or just see them, do their thing on TV, you just have a lot of respect because they play the game the right way. And, the entire focus of this organization is on winning championships, and that's my entire focus of playing baseball. So we're very much aligned, and I'm ready to go out there and compete and give this organization and city everything that I've got.
I mean, it's going to be fun. He said all the right things, and I love when a guy does say some nice things about the place they just played. Obviously, he's got a huge fan base over there. They gave him one hell of an ovation on his final outing as a Detroit Tiger. And what can I say? I'm excited to see it. Now, do I think the Dodgers starting staff is a little left-handed? Yes, it's maybe a little bit too much so. Does it matter? Probably not. It's the Dodgers, and when it's these lefties, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I would like to think that it doesn't, because I'm a lefty, so I would hope that lefties aren't bad.
No, they're not.
But I understand in baseball with so many more right-hand hitters, I understand how just there's a little bit more time to catch the baseball and see where it's coming from and pick up the timing of it. But I'm hoping that because it's these left-handers, that they'll still be able to find, the right combination of speed and power and all the things that it'll take to still be able to perform at a high level as a staff.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, Tarik Skubal making his major league debut for the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight. It'll be at 5:05 p.m. tonight here in Los Angeles. They are playing in Chicago, Illinois against the Cubs at Wrigley Field. His first ever matchup. Javier Assad is his opposing pitcher. He's coming in with a 6-1 record, 3.75 ERA. And by the way, don't sleep on them Cubs right now, still holding one of those wild card spots as we currently stand. In fact, they're holding the top wild card spot by a whole 4 games. And they also made some really, really nice moves yesterday. I mentioned they got their hands on Kevin Gausman. They got their hands on Clay Holmes, which was the pitcher I thought the Dodgers should go after. And they also got their hands on outfielder Tyrone Taylor. So make no mistake, the Cubs bolstered their starting staff. They bolstered their bullpen and got themselves some outfield depth. So that is going to be another team that can challenge the Los Angeles Dodgers as time goes forward. Lots to discuss and plenty of time to discuss it. Of course, tonight, Tarik Skubal. Tomorrow, another Dodger superstar takes the mound, and we'll keep you updated on every single one of these things. Guys, coming up, our good friend, our pal, our compadre, Lindsay. Lindsay has been over there at Chargers camp all week long. And of course, we got to talk about it because I know her last name is. Her last name is Polaris. I'm aware. And I know you get mad at me because I sometimes say Polaris, but I'm not going to do that today. Lindsay Polaris joins us because she's not only been at Rams camp, she's been at Chargers camp. And we got to find out everything that she's seen at Chargers camp right on the other end, right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. over there at Chargers camp. She also was at Rams camp. She gave us a lot of great information. And I got to say, when looking at this AFC West, it is going to be one hell of a season. I don't know what else to say. The Chargers are really primed and looking good right now. And I hate to say it out loud. You guys know, if you guys listen to this show, you know what kind of a Raider fan I am and how much I absolutely despise the Chargers. But I make fun of the Chargers because I've always been a lifelong Charger hater. That being said, it doesn't mean that they're bad at football. No. I'm terrified of this team. In fact, Raiders got them in week 2 of the season, and I fully expect the Raiders to get their asses handed to them by this team. Now you will go ahead and have an influx, of course, of a couple of years ago when Jim Harbaugh joins this team, and, of course, the vibes that have been created off of that, and, of course, the steps forward this organization has taken since Staley has been very ceremoniously fired from this team. Now you add in a new offensive coordinator, Mike McDaniel. Is he going to be the thing that absolutely unlocks Justin Herbert? Well, who better to tell us than the one and only Lindsay Polaris, our good friend here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, Lindsay? How are things over there at Chargers camp?
Vibes are high, and exactly for the reason that you talked about. I have never seen an offensive coordinator taking selfies and signing autographs post-practice. That's exactly what happened yesterday. Mike McDaniel is the talk of Chargers Town. Honestly, one of the people that the fans were most excited to see at the Bolt. And again, it's like you mentioned, they are hoping that he is the key to unlocking Justin Herbert and the rest of this Chargers offense. He comes from the Shanahan coaching tree. There's a lot of excitement for his arrival, and I would say that is really what has both the fan base, and also the team really energized.
Lindsay, I have to ask you this because I agree with you. I'm really, really excited to see what he brings out of Justin Herbert. It could be that guy that unlocks him. But the reason why I'm asking it this way, is the excitement there, or is it like almost morbid curiosity? Because at this point, this will be his fifth offensive coordinator in just 6 seasons. Like, I mean, he had Shane Steichen for a couple of years. Then he had Joe Lombardi, Kellen Moore, Greg Roman for last season. Like, is this just more of the same with a lot of turnover? Because, listen, Mike McDaniel, if he has success here right out the gate, I have to assume he's going to be a head coach next year immediately.
I'm thinking it's more than morbid curiosity, right? And I think it's because there has been a ton of buy-in from Justin Herbert. He talked headed into training camp, and I believe the first day of camp, and talked a lot about his off-season work. He's been working on his stance and his footwork a lot. He said he was throwing to his brother, who is a tight end on the Jaguars practice squad. So he's been following kind of the off-season homework from Mike McDaniel and the stuff that they started in OTAs. Justin Herbert has been named the person on the offense who has bought in and put in the work during the offseason to really get this offense up to speed. Obviously, you want your quarterback to be the one that is really owning this offense. But I think he's setting the example for the rest of the Chargers offense that we are falling in line behind Mike McDaniel, and we really want to amp everything up this season. So I think it's a lot more than morbid curiosity. I think there's a full buy-in on the offensive side of the ball. Obviously, a lot more stuff to figure out for the Chargers. Right now, I would say the biggest training camp battle is figuring out the interior of that offensive line. A lot of rotating players in, and that's a lot of what I saw yesterday. They're trying to find that magic combination of those 5 guys up front that are going to be able to effectively protect Justin Herbert throughout the season.
Lindsay Polaris, our very own Lindsay Polaris, joining us right here on D. Fish and Decker. She's been at Chargers camp all weekend. You know, can you speak on that a little bit more? Because you're right. We saw an injury to that offensive line last year absolutely decimate them going into January. And yes, we do know that Justin Herbert is kind of hobbled with that 0-3 playoff record. But to be fair, even though it was his horrible outing and that last playoff outing, he didn't have his normal offensive line. Is that offensive line going to be healthy this year? Are there new additions that they're excited about? How are they going to protect Justin Herbert?
Yeah, so it seems like the center is pretty consistent, and then Joe Alt back on the right side, their left tackle also healthy. It's really the right and left guard that they're sort of testing out players, different configurations of what those five guys up front are going to look like. I saw just a couple players rotating in at left guard yesterday, so there's no timetable. We heard both Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel talk about it. No set date that they want to have those five guys figured out, but you want to start to get a really good idea by the first preseason game, end of training camp, because you're only as good as your offensive line. I truly believe that, because without that, your quarterback can't drop back and throw passes. He's got no time. And obviously your run game is shot if you don't have those five guys up front that are solid and working together. 5 is 1 is the phrase you commonly hear with offensive lines.
Lindsay Polaris joining D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, our very own, of course, Lindsay Polaris. And Lindsay, you also mentioned the offseason work that Justin Herbert did. We've read a lot about like changing its footwork specifically to work with Mike McDaniel's offense. Is there other things that he did as well? What caught your eye about his offseason work?
I mean, I think one of the things that always stands out about Justin Herbert is his throwing ability, his arm strength. That all looks the same and in good form. But yeah, he really mentioned and hammered home the idea of his stance and his footwork. And I think the whole Mike McDaniel's coming in is he wants Justin Herbert to think a little bit less, have some easier quarterback reads, and let that ball fly to really play to his strengths. I think we're seeing him make those throws in camp and they look really good. So now it's just about logging those live reps, right? With those, rotating players on the offensive line, with some of his new rookie wide receivers. And I think it's, again, just logging those practice reps so that by preseason, regular season, you're feeling really good about where you're at offensively.
They did just bring in a rookie wide receiver, Lindsay, and Brennan Thompson. Is he going to be the truth? What kind of option or weapon will he be for Mike McDaniel's new offense?
Yeah, I think he's been one of the guys that's clicking really well with Justin Herbert early. Obviously, I think you can't just like crown him, the next coming, but I think signs are leading to a promising rookie wide receiver. I think they love his speed. That also fits in really well in a Mike McDaniel's offense. And again, he's just clicking really well with Justin Herbert. The fact that he's catching passes 5 days into camp, their timing is really good. And Justin Herbert's identified him pretty much since day one of camp. Like, yeah, he's going to be a guy. So that's somebody to watch throughout camp and the preseason, just see how he develops.
Of course, Lindsay Polaris joining us right here on D. Fish and Decker. Before I let you go, Lindsay, I got to ask this. How was the birthday party? Like, we had them on the show just the other day. What did they do? Like, it was all around Derwin James Jr., just so we're all clear. Derwin James Jr. was on our show last week, and we were already getting ready to celebrate his birthday for him. What did they do over at Chargers Camp?
So it was a big 3-0 celebration for Derwin James. Nothing was planned, so I guess I should just preface with that. But he started doing individual drills with one of the position coaches on a side field. And immediately the fans started, screaming, "Happy birthday, Derwin." And then they actually broke out into song. He was loving it. I think there's no better way to ring in your 30th birthday than with people cheering you on. So a huge, huge happy birthday to Derwin James, a friend of the show, and to many, many more happy and healthy and winning years to come.
She is Lindsay Polaris. She'll be joining us as camps keep going forward. And yet again, another good report from Lindsay. Lindsay, can't thank you enough for joining us on D. Fish and Decker.
Thanks so much for having me. We'll see you probably tomorrow after Rams camp. We're going to Rams camp next.
Let's go. Let's go. And also loving the video that we're getting out there. If you haven't seen the video that Lindsay's been posting, check us out at The Fan LA. Great video. She already mentioned the video of Mike McDaniel out there signing autographs for the kids after practice, which is pretty funny. I don't remember the last time I watched an OC signing a bunch of autographs for screaming kids. But hey, we do have some breaking news in the NFL, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it does not necessarily affect Los Angeles, but it is a big, big deal because anytime a wide receiver kind of resets a market, we do need to pay attention to it. Ladies and gentlemen, Zay Flowers and the Ravens have reached an agreement on a 4-year, $140 million extension that includes a $108 million guarantee.
That's too, bro. Don't even finish the sentence. That is too much damn money.
When you said
resetting the market, I was like, damn, Justin Jefferson down to get.
No,
I mean,
Zay Flowers.
Come on, fam.
Now, by the way, I would actually argue this is bad news for LA.
Because of Puka now.
Because now Puka's going to make $180 million.
See, this is what happened with Jerry Jones, what he did with CeeDee Lamb. He waited in the offseason, and my guy Chase. This is bad.
This is too much money.
That's too much money.
I don't ever get mad about anybody making money, but if in a salary capped league, in a resetting of the market, Zay Flowers getting 4 years, $140 million, with $108 million guaranteed for Zay Flowers?
He doesn't even get touchdowns. Listen, he is here's the thing. He's not like Chase, Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb is small, but he's at least a dynamic player. He can get touchdowns and this and that.
Zay's good.
Zay is he's like above a gadget player, but he's not my go-to third and 7 guy without a bubble
He wouldn't be my
screen.
choice on my fantasy team, to say the least.
Come on, man. That is number one. That's bad money.
So I guess I was wrong when I said it doesn't affect LA. It absolutely affects LA because that just reset the wide receiver market, a market we were already expecting Puka Nacua to reset. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be reset probably multiple times before we even get to Puka Nacua at this point. Because if you believe reports, the Rams are going to be waiting it out a little bit before they decide to reset that market, and other contracts will come up in between there. So we will keep you updated. Congrats, Zay Flowers. We are furious with you.
And if I'm Puka, I'm like, oh, no, I ain't making less than Zay. No,
$200 million for Puka now. Oh, my God. So much to discuss, guys. Coming up, we got to talk about them Dodgers again. Who better than Fabian Adrea joining us live from Chicago, getting ready for Tarek Skubal's debut in Dodger Blue. It's D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And listen, we here in LA are just flat out excited, just elated, and just waiting for the game to happen. 5 p.m. here in Los Angeles. We will be watching live on television a nationally televised game between the Cubs and the Dodgers. And of course, everyone's eyes are on his first debut day and Dodger Blue, and that would be Tarik Skubal, the two-time Cy Young Award winner, making his Dodger debut tonight against the Chicago Cubs, and who better to have on to discuss it? You know him as a writer. He covers the Dodgers for The Athletic, and of course, we're very excited to have him here on D. Fish and Decker. The one and only Fabian Adaya joins us live right here on D. Fish and Decker. How you doing, Fabian? How's Chicago treating you?
I'm good. Chicago's treating me well. Trade deadline is passed, so I can finally relax a little bit. The season's still going on, but it's not quite as hectic as it's been the last couple of days.
Dude, well, let's get right into it, Fabian, because it's been wild. It's been insane for the last few days, especially Saturday night after the deal got done for Tarik Skubal to join the Dodgers. The Dodgers sending the Hall of 3 players, including Zaire Hope, which was the big piece in this entire deal. Before we get to the baseball of it all, what has been your read on the overreaction of the baseball Twitter sphere that has been taking place in the last couple of days? Because according to very smart people, Dodgers ruined baseball.
Yeah, I feel like this is not the one that you kind of want to hang your hat on for that argument. I think that's the thing with it being such a trade, a rental. The package obviously was significant. It was. Zaire Hope is a top 70 prospect. Same thing with Trevor Ryan. Brady Smith's a guy who's really well regarded. But while the Dodgers lined up really well for this deal in terms of like what the Tigers kind of wanted, it is also a deal that other teams with strong farm systems like the Brewers, the Braves, the Rays, they could have pulled off different machinations of the deal. Obviously, they have the reasons why they weren't able to get to that level. Some teams didn't want to include major league players in the trade, whatever, what have you. It's not necessarily like the Dodgers went out and threw a bunch of money at Tarik Skubal to sign him. I think every team was willing to take on the financial commitment, the about $10 million that he's owed the rest of the season. So it's more of a testament to what the Dodgers are able to do player development-wise, in spite of some of the things that are already kind of up against them in terms of draft picks, in terms of international bonus money. They are still able to put together a good enough farm system to pull off this trade.
You know, not to get off of the Skubal at all, because it's obviously a very, very important trade, but the Dodgers kind of sneakily also made another trade, and with all the noise that happened yesterday, with all the big names that were thrown around, and of course the Tarik Skubal of it all, no one seems to notice that we got our hands on another lefty starting all-star in Kris Bubic. I mean, what are we expecting him to bring to the team? Because I have to say, with Blake Snell coming back and already Wrobleski there, and not to mention, Tarik Skubal, now this team just became a starting rotating staff with 4 major lefties.
Yeah, I mean, this is an instance of more of a short-term kind of flyer, mostly because Kris Bubic is currently hurt. Like, he's dealing with, at first it was a forearm, now it's a shoulder issue. And two, like he's not being used as a starter. He's going to be used as a reliever just in these next couple of months before he's a free agency. So first, they have to get him healthy. They had said that he has thrown a bullpen session, so there's a chance that they can ramp him up as a reliever for this last month of the season. But yeah, it's an interesting flyer. Basically, they traded him for a guy who probably wasn't going to pitch for them this year. There's a chance that neither of them winds up pitching for them this year, whether it be Carlos Duran, the guy they traded, or Kris Bubic. But you might as well take a chance on a guy as talented as a former All-Star like Kris Bubic is, in case he can sort of help your bullpen in October.
You know, we are joined by Fabian Adaya right now from The Athletic. He covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. He's over there in Chicago right now, getting ready for Tarik Skubal's debut as a Los Angeles Dodger. And, you know, with all the noise that's surrounded it, let's just get to the baseball of it of Tarik Skubal. What are we expecting from Tarik Skubal just right out the gate? Now, we don't have our normal catcher in Will Smith due to injury. Now Dalton Rushing's banged up. I saw that we made a great trade for Ben Rortvedt to get back over to the team, a catcher we've had in the past, not to mention another catcher we picked up from the Rays that we recently just traded over to the Rays. So we're getting some familiarity behind the plate until Will Smith and Dalton Rushing get healthy. But what are your thoughts of the baseball of it all? What are we expecting from Tarik Skubal tonight?
Yeah, obviously, so much was kind of talked about his availability on the trade market. It's hard to really it's easy to forget that he is still less than 90 days removed from elbow surgery, which is remarkable. Like, this is a guy who obviously came back within 38 days of this unique procedure to remove a bone chip from his elbow. He has pitched really well since he's come back. It's like, I think, a 2.87 ERA, which is a testament to how talented he is. Yeah, and I think what you're looking for out of him is, like, this is a guy who, as talented as this Dodgers rotation is, like, it's hard to really say anyone else is going to get the ball in game one, especially if you factor in that for days off reasons, you probably want Yamamoto starting game two anyway. So, like, this is going to be your game one starter, and you want to get a look at it. It's going to be about 10, 11 starts of him the rest of this regular season, and every single one is going to feel like an event, especially tonight.
Yeah, well, now let's break down the implications, Fabian, because now that we have Tarek Skubal now in this starting rotation, and then pretty soon we're going to have Blake Snell back in this starting rotation, someone's going to be the odd man out at some point. Let's start with just one of the names that I think sadly would be the oddest man out, which is kind of tragic considering the fact since they traded for him, the Dodgers are 9-0 during his starts. He's 6-0 as a Dodger, and he's got like a 7.8 ERA since being on the Los Angeles Dodgers. What does Eric Lauer's future look like here in LA?
Yeah, he was a guy that the Dodgers listened on at the deadline, just trying to take advantage of what the market looks like for rental starters. And they didn't line up on a trade package. Some of it also the fact that they had to send down Emmett Sheehan down to the minors. They are going to keep Eric Lauer in the rotation for at least one more turn. He's going to start tomorrow at Wrigley Field. And we'll see once Blake Snell comes back. But I would imagine once Snell returns, you sort of kick Eric Lauer into more of a bulk role out of the bullpen. A guy who's sort of a long man, can help save the relievers. And we'll see going forward. Like, he's not a guy who, if you look at just the raw, like, swing and miss numbers, stuff like that, does not project as a sort of postseason option. But he keeps throwing the ball really well. And I think it's hard to really argue with the results that you've gotten out of him. It's an ERA under 3. Like you mentioned, they are 9-0 on games where he starts and pitches. Like, he has done everything the Dodgers have needed. And even if he doesn't wind up on the Dodgers postseason roster, this has been a great acquisition for them because it's gotten them to this point, and he has restored a lot of his value going into his own free agency.
Absolutely. Fabian Adaya joining us live right here on D-Fish and Decker, and of course he covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. Fabian, the next domino to fall in this pitching, because this is such a weird, unique spot for the Dodgers. They are a glutton of amazing pitching talent that they currently have on the roster. Now, as Blake Snell comes back, you mentioned Eric Lauer likely pushed down to the pen. But then, as other arms come back as well, other moves need to be made. And the next guy on that list for me might be Roki Sasaki. And now we've seen Roki Sasaki lately turn a corner when it comes to his starting pitching, but we know what he can do out of the pen. We saw it last October. He had a 0.89 ERA last October, 3 saves, a couple in the World Series. How much longer does he have in this starting rotation as Snell comes back and then potentially even Tyler Glasnow?
Yeah, that'll be the interesting thing to watch over the next couple of weeks. Like, what do they want to do with Roki Sasaki? What do they want to do with sort of some of the other options? Obviously, Sasaki, like you mentioned, the stuff has been ticking up. I think you're seeing a completely different pitcher in a lot of ways than what you saw last year, even in the pen. Because last year, out of the pen, the main reason why it worked is because he got his velocity back in short bursts. It wasn't quite as fully formed of a version of him as you're seeing right now. And I think he would be better in relief this time around than he was last time. Because even last time, he was good during the wild card series. He was good in the NLDS against the Phillies. The sort of effectiveness started to wane from there. I think now he's a lot better set up for success because you can have a better splitter. The slider is a much better pitch. And he's kind of already told Japanese media that once October rolls around, like that is a role that he's comfortable doing. And it helps your bullpen. Having another guy back there who can throw triple digits, have as devastating a splitter as there is in the game. And you don't have to worry as much about being cautious getting through starts if you're in a relief role. You can sort of kind of just let it eat in the strike zone. And he can be a really valuable weapon for the Dodgers bullpen in this October.
Fabian Adaya from The Athletic joining us here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And I have to ask you, because we saw it again last night. another pitcher, just another pitcher that might have to be a domino that falls when October comes around, because there's only so many arms you're going to use as a starting staff in October. Justin Robleski has had an unbelievable year, especially with the injuries that have taken place, especially him making himself an all-star, even getting crowned the Shark by Pedro Martinez. Since the All-Star game, Robleski has not exactly looked like the Shark that he was in the first half. He's got a 7.5 ERA since coming out of the thing. He's given up 14 runs. He's given up as many home runs in these 3 games as he did the entire first half. Is there anything to worry about Robleski? I have the theory that maybe he feels the heat on his back with all these returning players and the trades they just made.
Physically, I don't know if there's much of a concern. He is close to where his innings total was last year. But the way Dave Roberts kind of phrased it makes some sense. Like, obviously, you look at innings totals, like that's sort of supposed to be a thing that builds on itself year after year, and that's really kind of where they're at. They're going to keep monitoring where he's at innings-wise, but that hasn't been the reason, I don't think, for the struggles recently. I think some of it is sort of guys maybe figuring out some of the sequencing stuff, maybe some of the sequencing stuff they've been able to get on. Dave Roberts kind of alluded to yesterday some of the swings were just good swings that they were taking. And they didn't rule out tipping. I think that's one thing that they're going to look into. Is he sort of tipping his pitches, or are guys sort of knowing where he's going to attack in certain spots and they're jumping to it? And it's one of those things where he's going to have to adjust back. And I think he's shown an ability to adjust throughout his career. So I don't think that's necessarily something that's a long-term concern for them. I think it's just one of those stretches during the season where a lot of the contact has come back to bite him.
Absolutely. Fabian Adaya joining us here on D-Fish and Decker. And Fabian, with all the trades that happened yesterday, of course, before we let you go, I have to ask you this question, because dude, it was one of the most active trade deadlines I remember seeing. I hope it's not our last trade deadline for 2 years. I can't stress that enough, because I had so much fun watching all the bodies move yesterday. Which team do you think got better? And let me rephrase it to this way. Which team do you think got better to beat the Dodgers in October? Because there were some good moves made by Chicago, Philly, San Diego that last second, made a couple of great starting pushes for Robbie Ray. Talk to me. Who do you think is most poised to take down the Dodgers in October?
I really like what the Cubs did, honestly. I think, obviously, they got Kevin Gossman, they got Clay Holmes, they got Tyrone Taylor. They were able to sort of add all kinds of different ways onto this roster. And I think this is a team that they've been lingering. They've been lingering in the NL Central. Obviously, the Brewers are in first place, but this is a really talented roster in spite of the fact that some of their stars have not really been producing the way that they envisioned. Or Alex Bregman has not had the strongest start to his Cubs tenure. Dansby Swanson's been super up and down, and yet they're still lined up really well. And a lot of it is because of stuff like we saw like last night, where they're starting to hit the ball at the ballpark a little bit more. Defensively, incredibly sound. And you sort of know that when you have Dansby Swanson at short, PCA in center, you know that's going to be a really good defensive team. But that has made a lot of differences on the margins. If they can get enough of their pitching healthy, you still understand that you have Edward Cabrera, a possibility, and a guy who's in October. You have Matthew Boyd, who pitched yesterday. Kevin Gossman pitched against the Dodgers in the World Series last year. And Clay Holmes is a guy who the Dodgers were interested in, and makes a ton of sense for what the Cubs need. So I really like what they did.
He is Fabian Adaya, covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. We cannot thank you enough for joining us here today. Before we let you go, just really quick, 30 seconds. What are you most excited for in the Dodgers' second half?
I'm curious to see how this rotation comes together. It has a chance to be as good of a starting rotation as I have ever seen.
I completely agree. I honestly would go as far as saying this might be one of the greatest constructed rotations in baseball history, and we've lived through quite a few of them. Fabian, cannot thank you enough for joining D-Fish and Decker. I can't wait for you to come back and give us more updates, especially when we get closer to October, my man.
Absolutely.
Check out his writing over there with The Athletic. Of course, he covers the Dodgers. He's in Chicago right now for the Dodgers-Cubs series. Tarik Skubal making his Dodger debut tonight. Cannot thank Fabian enough for joining us. And listen, there were a lot of other moves that were made yesterday, and I feel like so many of these have kind of gone by the wayside. I'm really, really happy he brought up the Cubs because he's not wrong. The Cubs are a team to reckon with. The team that did a lot yesterday. He is not wrong. That Kevin Gausman pickup by the Chicago Cubs, that's going to be devastating. Kevin Gausman's already shown what he can do in a World Series setting. We saw it last year. Not to mention, we've been talking about Clay Holmes on this show for weeks, thinking that Clay Holmes would have been a phenomenal pickup for the Dodgers, kind of that dual threat role, high velocity fastball that can be used late in innings and also maybe a start here and there because he's been doing a great job starting for the New York Mets before his freak injury, which, by the way, had nothing to do with him starting. He took a line drive off the shin. That could happen to anybody. But that is definitely a team that people need to look out for. Another team, they may not be in the National League, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Dodgers get themselves a little rematch with the team that just swept our asses this weekend. The Boston Red Sox made some moves, dude. They've lost 3 games in the last month. I want to say that again. The Red Sox have lost 3 games in the last month, and they don't have any signs of stopping because they go out, they get their hands on Adley Rutschman and Jake Rogers from the Baltimore Orioles. And by the way, they gave up a ton for them. I'm shocked it happened. Raj, you were saying that you think that Adley's lost a step, and I do agree that Adley's had some down years, but he was an all-star this year, and he's been a 3-time all-star in the last 4 years.
Yeah, and he's not over the hill or anything. It's not like he's an older guy. So I think they want to tap into that potential that he once displayed, and he's dealt with some injuries big time. So maybe that's led to it. But still, to get a bat and a catcher like Rutschman, I mean, that's pretty solid there,
pretty
man.
Solid. And they had to give up a little bit more because, man, trading in division with your in-division rival, the Red Sox, I mean, that is arguably the most competitive division in Major League Baseball. So to see the Orioles really kind of just punt like this with this young core kind of shocked me.
Yeah, it did. And I still think the class in that division is the Tampa Bay Rays. That's who I kind of fear. And, of course, we're Big Brother Rays. That's Little Brother Dodger or whatever you want to say.
Very much so.
just the way they play and the way they put things on paper. Junior Caminero, of course, who's a bashing third baseman, a youngster in their pitching staff.
I know the Rays didn't do much, but I like the one move they made. I bet Freddie Peralta all of a sudden is going to look like the Freddie Peralta of old.
Some guys get out of New York and they flip a switch somehow and they can find something and correct that with Peralta. So, yeah, we don't know who it is yet, but someone, just like we never expected last year for Toronto to give the Dodgers a go. And
but
here they are in the World Series. Just, you know what happens in the series, man, especially those damn 5 games. They make me so nervous, the 5-game series.
So just so we're all clear, like this was a buyer's and seller's market. These are the teams that actually went for it yesterday. The Seattle Mariners, they added multiple players, including Taylor Ward from the Orioles. They're trying to get their hands on some more bats. Arizona Diamondback, they go and get Lars Nootbaar yesterday. They're trying to hold on to their wild card spot. Yankees, they acquired Heliot Ramos from the Giants and infielder Luis Garcia Jr., who homered last night.
Who's from New York, homered in his first game back.
To take the lead, too. So that was pretty badass. The Astros, they added Dalton Varsho, who literally, and this is not figuratively, literally had to get out of his clubhouse yesterday and walk across the field to play against the Toronto Blue Jays. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they added Luke Weaver and Kirby Yates. The Philadelphia Phillies, now I don't think they did enough, but the Phillies added Luis Arraez, which is a really good
former batting champ.
Former batting champ. He's going to be the batting champ probably again this season. The Guardians added quite a few people, including Los Angeles Angels outfield slugger Joe Adell. They also added Nathaniel Lowe, which is a really good pickup. And the team that I really think everyone ignored yesterday, once again, to their own peril, do not sleep on the San Diego Padres. I know they're having a down year. That's when they're going to bite you on the ass, dude. I'm telling you. They went ahead and they got Robbie Ray, very under the radar. Robbie Ray's a Cy Young Award winner. Mm-hmm. They went and they got their hands on Robbie Ray, and then just out of nowhere, I had no idea Casey Mize was available from the Tigers. Casey Mize is a stud. Those are 2 premium pitchers that the Padres just added last second. If they're going in on it, you got to watch out for the Padres because they can sneak into October and do something dangerous, Raj. I'm telling you, don't sleep on them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with them, as much as I don't like them, I'd like them to do well enough because I want to break their hearts again. You know what I'm saying? I want to see Manny Machado be all mad
Dude,
looking
he'll
from
be
the
so
opposing
mad.
dugout. I want to see Fernando Tatis get upset.
You know what happened, though, right? The Padres, the Dodgers are currently, something happened to the universe. I don't know if you guys know this. It was about 2022. The Dodgers were primed to kind of go on their run, but they didn't kind of start it yet. But the Padres knocked out the Dodgers in the playoffs that one time. And it seemed like the Padres were going to become the next dynasty. It legitimately looked like that. And then the playoffs came around the next year when the Dodgers were playing against the Padres. And like 4 Padre fans made the most embarrassing rap video you could ever see in your life. Just a bunch of middle-aged, out-of-shape white dudes just walking down doing the weirdest rap thing you'll ever see. And it was the moment the Padres died. They have not been the same since, and somebody better get some sage down there to Petco because they just made some good moves, and I don't think it's going to matter. At the end of the day, Padres are still calling the Dodgers daddy, and I know you hate it, Padre fans. I played for the Padres. I know they hate it. Facts are facts until you change the narrative, folks. Guys, we're going to take a quick little break, and coming up, let's talk a little football. In fact, let's talk a little NFC East football. Maybe you guys want to be a part of it, so you can check us out on YouTube at The Fan LA, get in the conversation, and let's talk some NFC East football right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, with me in the back, of course, we got Raj, we got Heron, we got Crash, keeping us looking good over there on YouTube. So check us out there at The Fan LA. And, guys, it is that time. We're getting ready for football season. We've done a decent amount of breaking down of the NFC West and the AFC West. Earlier on the show, we had Lindsay Polaris on to talk all things Chargers because she's been at Chargers camp this week. And Lindsay was kind enough to join us, and we talked a lot about the Chargers. But right now, there are other leagues and divisions in football. And I know that this city has got a lot of fans that are from other cities. For instance, a lot of New Yorkers here, a lot of Cowboys fans here, an outrageous amount of Philly fans here. I know that because I think there are more Philly bars in LA than there are LA bars in LA. It's wild. I've been to a ton of Philly bars. So because of that, we're going to go ahead and give a quick little breakdown. We're going to bring in our hype man, Raj, a little bit, and let's chat up a little bit about the NFC East, baby, because the NFC East, we all know the rules. No one wins that league and division 2 years in a row. Until last year, when the Eagles decided to repeat. And ladies and gentlemen, is it going to be 3 in a row for the Eagles? We will discuss.
Yeah, it is tighter than you think at the top, too. And just to give you a quick glimpse at it, the Eagles, they are favored by Vegas to win 10.5 games. So, but their over-under is plus 115 on that. So they're favored to win a division. But not too far behind, of course, are the Cowboys at 9.5
yes,
wins.
They are.
And then I was a little surprised at Washington and the Giants both coming in at 7.5. You expect a bounce back from Jaden Daniels at all this year?
I do. I absolutely do. Now, what that bounce back is going to look like, I'm not entirely sure. But they did some retooling of their defense. I think they made some good cap space work. And listen, if Jaden Daniels is going to be healthy, I expect him to do what he does. And by the way, when I think of Jaden Daniels in the NFC East, you know what's the first thing I always think of? I always think about the GM of the Giants being told by his son who he should draft. Jaden Daniels. He didn't, by the way. Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game that exact season, and the Giants are still the New York Football Giants.
They are still the Football Giants. Malik Neighbors surprisingly looking good in camp right now to maybe a bounce back. They've got a lot of injuries. Camp Scadaboo.
Yeah, Scadaboo's not ready yet. We don't know what we're going to really get out of Jackson Dart. John Harbaugh's first year as the head coach there.
Yeah.
And by the way, you know what it is? It's so Giants. It's more of a Jets thing, but it's also so Giants. We're not even really talking that much about the football of it all with the Giants. It's always controversy around the Giants, these football teams out of New York.
Yeah.
The Jets are more embarrassing, but the Giants are always marred in some sort of stupid-ass controversy.
They are. And it started by paying, 3 years ago now, by paying Daniel Jones instead of one Saquon Barkley.
You get exactly what you pay for, the end. Aaron's happy about it.
Yeah. But then let's move up the division a little bit. The Dallas Cowboys are favored to come in second, so fighting with the Eagles for a division. Now, I will say, although I'm a disgruntled Cowboy fan that's been on strike for 3 years now, the defense is improved. I like Caleb Downs, the draft picks. He took a super safety there. Of course, they drafted defensive lineman from the Jets last year, but they gave up a number 1 pick that they got for my guy Parsons. But I hate when they give up picks that you just got. But anyway, the core on paper doesn't look bad, but you just never know the Cowboys. But one thing you can count on is you can count on the offense, especially in the regular season. So
that offense is going to be nasty. Pickens is going to be nasty. Javonte Williams is going to be nasty. You know what Dak's going to do all season long until the calendar changes to the new year. And we know what that's going to likely be. Now, I'm not necessarily a Cowboy hater. I'm not a fan either.
Yep.
But I am a Dak fan.
Okay.
I will admit. No, Aaron, you shut up. You're a Philly fan. You don't get to actually have a say in this yet. We'll get to your team. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Cowboys, I want to see Dak succeed. And you know why I want to see him succeed?
Why?
Because I want to shut up Cowboy fans. They're the worst.
But they are correct. You can't shut them up if what they're saying is accurate. Every season I keep going like, dude, wait till the calendar changes.
What would it take? Tell me right now, what would it take for everyone to shut up about
Dak? Honestly, 2 playoff wins in one season.
So if he goes to the NFC
Championship, that would be like, okay, that's pretty good. He can win a game or two in the playoffs.
So if he wins the first round and it loses in the second round, not enough.
That's same old. That's why they're 2-7. He has won 2 of them, and he's lost the very next one.
Okay.
And so the 2 wins he has, it was lined up, it got done, and That's the thing. It's the same old, and Jerry's the issue too. Before we move on, because I want to get to a poll. We'll do the Eagles really quick. I don't mind him as an owner, but why do you have to be the GM, the coach, the team doctor, the media relations guy?
Because I do everything.
He does
it's
everything.
What I do on land.
There he goes. And the next team, of course, real quick, the Eagles. You got to over, and you think they'll win a division? Over under 10.5?
I got over. I think they're going to win the division. They're going to be good, man. And that's even with losing Brown. I don't think it's even going to matter.
I don't think that matters.
I really don't. I think this team is nasty and poised to have
they got
another
Lemon,
great
the
run.
Rook. Mm-hmm.
Dude, you're congratulations, Aaron. Oh, and also you still have Saquon Barkley. We've all forgotten about Saquon Barkley, but you still have him.
No, absolutely.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah. So there you go. So you got the three-peat then for the NFC East.
By the way, I do think the Cowboys are going to make the playoffs, though. I firmly do believe that's going to be the case.
Yeah, all right.
Where they go from there, we'll see.
Hey, but listen, we got a poll up because we talked about it earlier. While there may be some interest from our friend Klay Thompson, and shouts out to my man Michael Thompson, his father, good friend of mine. I wish we could have him on, but
love it.
He works for the enemy. So
never mind. We don't want him.
Yeah, but that's my guy.
You know what? I don't even like him now.
No, I love Father Knows Best. But we had a poll up. Should the Lakers make a move for Klay Thompson? And the reason we did that is because word on the street is there's a report Klay Thompson, he wants a homecoming. But problem is he might be overpriced. But before we get to the price of it, it was closer than I thought. 44% said, Luka's new splash brother, they want Klay Thompson. I was kind of surprised at that.
I voted for the opposite. What did the opposite say?
Well, the opposite was no, 56%. They said his best days are probably behind him.
Okay. You're being nice. It says, no, Klay is washed.
Mitch, did you write that? Mitch
how
didn't
could
change.
you, Mitch?
Okay, all right. So,
I did click on that, by the way.
All right, so 56. But let's talk about why this might not work, this homecoming.
A couple of reasons. One, $17.5 million is what he's owed, so obviously there'd have to be a lot of financials worked out to make it actually even make sense. And also, I don't think this team needs to get older. That's the one thing we just did. We just got younger. Adding a 35-year-old guy who's a little past his prime, I nothing but respect for everything that the Splash brother has pulled off in his career.
Yeah.
But I don't see this as a win for the Lakers at all. And also, this is just a side note, the Lakers need all the good juju they can get. All of it. And this is a Hollywood town. And the moment Megan Thee Stallion has a concert at Crypto, we don't need all the Megan Thee Stallions coming in, spray painting the walls of Klay Thompson jerseys because of how ugly that breakup was.
Oh, real quick, speaking of spray painting, there was a mural in Philadelphia
I saw it!
of the great LeBron James, and these fools already done spray painted over the mural.
Do you know what the mural
I
said
saw
now?
it, yeah.
It says, ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Yeah.
I don't know what these accusations are in Philly. Aaron, what's going on in Philly? You're a Philly guy.
Yeah, I don't know, but I did see it. I thought it was pretty hilarious.
I thought it was pretty hilarious too. Then, they're already disrespecting Bron in Philly. It's like he's in LA all over again, my man. Well, here we go, guys. We're going ahead and have our final break of the day. And coming up, we're going to have a little crosstalk. That's right. Brock Vereen going to come in and chat it up with your boy Deck right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Of course, you got me, Cody Decker, right here, and we're about to do a little crosstalk as Brock Vereen comes on in. We've been doing all of the things today. Of course, we've had some great guests. We talked a lot of football. We talked a little bit about the Chargers and breaking down what's going on at Chargers camp. We did a little talking about the Raiders and the dichotomy between, of course, Fernando Mendoza and how his handling is compared to, say, the handling of Ty Simpson over there at Rams camp. And, of course, we've talked a lot about the Dodgers. Tonight is the night, people. Tarik Skubal making his Dodger debut over there in Chicago. And actually, it's funny enough, it's also his debut over there at Wrigley Field. A guy of his caliber in many years that he's pitched in Major League Baseball. He has never pitched a game at Wrigley Field, so very exciting to see that matchup tonight. It will be at 5 p.m. this evening. And I'm looking very forward to Brock coming in because I want to talk to him about all of the ridiculous surrounding noise when it comes down to the Tarik Skubal of it all. This has been maddening, and I've actually said it earlier on in the show. I have very little issue with fans specifically because I do think the modern fan is a much brighter fan than it used to be. And I do think LA fans are a little bit of the more educated side. But as a whole, fans still don't quite understand the economics around a lot of these things, around where the money's actually going around these things. And what drives me nuts is I don't expect the fans really to do a whole lot of deep diving. What I expect is people in sports media to actually keep you guys informed on what's actually taking place. So when I say I am pissed off to a degree that I can't even measure how people in sports media have handled the Tarik Skubal trade, the fact that you work in sports media at all and have the gall to say out loud that they're ruining baseball in any way, and you're not going to turn your gaze over to the other 29 teams, means you should not work in this goddamn industry. Hi, Brock. What are your thoughts?
What's going on there, Cody?
Hi, buddy.
So here's what fascinates me about baseball, and I love talking to you about this. Nobody knows the sport better than you. So I would say 2017-ish, there was a shift where baseball was allowed to become cool, right? Like chains became more prevalent.
Start doing some
Randy
dancing.
Arozarena could dye his hair. You could open up the top, but it was cool. However, I think in the current Dodgers cap Skubal conversation, it shows that baseball is still the only sport where fans consistently carry the water of ownership.
It's completely.
It is fascinating to me how you will go to bat for a billionaire who owns your team, doesn't want to spend money, even though the prices that you pay to go see a game, to get a hot dog, to get a beer, to get parking, continue to grow, even though they're not putting forth that effort, taking that money that you're giving them and putting it forth to create a better product for you to watch. If movie tickets went from $20 one year to $50 next year, and all the movies you saw were terrible, you would stop going to the movies.
Which is actually why I stopped going to the movies for a little while. Now I'm back. Movies are back, baby.
Movies are back.
Movies are back, baby.
Movies are back because the message was sent of, hey, we can watch this at home, so you have to make something that's worthy of coming here to see.
Yep.
Baseball is the only sport where fans will blame everyone else instead of the people who you are giving your money to. You are giving your money to them so that they can make a better product. They're keeping the money and not spending it. Why are you taking that out on the Dodgers?
It's mind-boggling.
It's only baseball, man.
And we're the biggest culprits. It's unquestionable. And here's what's funny. Like, if you break down, and I said this earlier in the show, and the pay disparity thing, that everyone's trying to say, oh, too much disparity. The Dodgers, by the way, rudimentarily, I will admit, the Dodgers technically do not have the highest payroll this year. Technically, it's the Mets. But if you factor in the deferments and if you factor in the luxury tax payments,
sure,
the Dodgers do have the highest payroll, and it is by 15%. The 15% discrepancy that everyone's saying is just insurmountable. That is the discrepancy today. In 2005, the Yankees had a discrepancy too. They were paying 70% over what number 2 was. 15% today, 70% back then. Also, if you factor in inflation, that Yankee lineup in 2005 is actually about $30 million more than the current Dodger roster. So what is anyone complaining about? And also, Did the Yankees not win like 5 championships in that run? I'm blown. By the way, 10 years ago, the Giants won 3 championships in 5 years. I didn't hear a goddamn word from anybody.
No, it's just lazy. It's such a lazy and eye-rolling thing, and it's one of those aspects where why on earth would a team not make moves to make them better? Like just like remove the Dodgers of it, remove the potential three-peat. I don't care who you are a fan of, just being a fan of sports, whatever team you love in any sport at any level, if your team could get better by making X, Y, and Z moves, you're going to say, yeah, they should do that. Like, why are the Dodgers the bad guys for trying to make their team better when every team in baseball could have made an offer for Tarek Skubal?
Unquestionably.
The Detroit Tigers could have just paid him instead of doing the arbitration this last year, trying to give him what did they offer, like $13 million or something stupid, ridiculous? Like,
it was absurd.
They could have just paid him. The Red Sox could have just paid Mookie Betts. The Braves chose Matt Olson over Freddie Freeman. Like the Dodgers being the bad guy because they are there to catch the crumbs of the idiot decision making from other organizations that don't want to pay people. For them to become the villain is why I've run out of things to say to other baseball fans, because you are carrying the water of the people who do not care about you or the money that you're giving.
And like, I know in a perfect world, you guys all think that your ownership groups are fans of the team the way you are. You have an emotional investment in these teams. Yeah. Guess what those owners have? A financial investment in those teams. They are treating it as a business that just pays them like an ATM. Mm-hmm. They're not reinvesting into said business. Take a look at the payrolls. These are payrolls that are frighteningly too low. You're telling me the Miami Marlins should be having a $75 million payroll? Get the living hell out of here. Like, what is happening that this is even a conversation? And by the way, those of you that have made the argument in the past be like, well, the Padres, they went for it, but then they had to take out a loan to make their thing. Mm-hmm. You mean the Padres that just sold the team for $4 billion? Oh, God. Oh, no, they had to take out a $10 million loan once.
What will they ever do?
They sold it for, what was it, $4 billion? What will they do?
It's funny, too, because the push of a salary cap completely misses the point of, there are teams like the Marlins, historically the Reds, and many others. They will pay the least amount that they possibly can. The discrepancy will still be there. The teams that don't want to spend money are still going to spend the least amount of money that they legally can per the CBA. And the Dodgers and teams that want to win are still going to spend the most amount of money that they can. So the gap is not going anywhere. It's the mindset of teams that don't want to spend. I have a quick question for you.
Let's hear it.
I know what trades and the chaos that comes with it during the NFL season and from an NFL locker room standpoint, but baseball trades are so sudden. I would love to hear just how guys react to being told, hey, go warm up. Actually, you're being traded in 5 minutes.
It depends on the guy. Okay. I was once traded. I remember I had a game where they told me before the game, hey, we're going to put you in the bullpen tonight. Just go catch bullpens and chill. You're going to probably be traded mid-game. And so I did. I went in the bullpen. I just caught pens, and they notified me in the 6th that I was going to be traded, that I was officially traded. I'm like, okay, is it cool if I just hang out in the dugout for the rest of the game? They're like, yeah, I don't think there's any harm in that. And then I went inside, I packed my stuff, and started my trek to my new organization. It wasn't during a trade deadline, though, so I've never had that experience other than teammates that are. I've seen teammates react well. I've seen teammates react heartbroken. It just depends on the situation that they're in.
It's so sudden. Like football, you know 2 weeks in advance that something might happen, or there's an injury somewhere and you think, oh, they tried to sign me a couple of years ago and I'm not getting much run here. I guarantee they're going to give, but for baseball, it's just such a sudden thing. Now, last question for you. When you say that they let you know and they gave in advance, is that something that you discussed with everyone?
We did.
Okay.
I had been in a discussion with them about me being traded.
Okay.
It was a weird situation. The Royals kind of not their fault. They kind of sold me a bad bill of goods during the offseason.
Got it.
They made a few more acquisitions as the offseason went forward. I battled for a spot. The last day of camp, I was told I made the team. I flew with the team to Kansas City. Then I got called in the office and was notified I did not make the team. We're going to send you to Omaha. And then I got to Omaha, and they had a prospect there plays my position that has to play.
Right.
And they called me in the office almost immediately like, hey, man, we kind of screwed up a little bit. We need to we don't have a real spot for you, so we're going to work really hard to trade you. And they traded me about 7 days later.
Okay.
So they did everything right on their side for the initial mistake. I should have signed. I had an opportunity to sign with the Dodgers that year. Should have signed with the Dodgers. Yep. I had 3 major offers that year. It was the Dodgers, the Cubs, and the Royals. I should have picked any of the other 2. Cubs won a World Series that year, and Royals fell off, and the Dodgers became the Dodgers.
We live and we learn.
Yes, we do. But no, the reaction of this, and again, I can't stress enough, my biggest issue with how this Tarek Skubal thing has been how sports media has handled it. Yeah. People are really going for the hot click takes, and it's pissing me off, man. Because this is not a difficult thing to understand. It really isn't. You can just use rudimental bad math to get this done.
It's such a. I understand that these are the dog days of summer for sports media because football is starting back up, thankfully. Basketball is kind of dead. The World Cup buzz is over, and you're just scratching and clawing to make a headline or two to make your bosses happy. But it's disappointing because baseball is in such a good such good standing for the casual fan, right? Like baseball has always had its diehards. I would argue that right now baseball has more casual fans who will casually put on a game as background noise than ever before.
The numbers are up, the attendance is up, everything is up.
And 1, that's why the impending lockout is such brutal timing. But 2, now those casual fans are being told that the Dodgers are the bad guys, and now those casual fans who maybe don't care enough to know the inner workings of how things are going on are just going to say, oh, I guess the Dodgers are the bad guys, and it's their fault for the lockout. Like, why take a dump on a sport that you make money talking about or writing about just for the short-term headline? Because when the Dodgers get to the playoffs, what are you going to spend all your time talking about?
Because it's very easy to manipulate it. And that's what drives me nuts. And a lot of these people are carrying the water for the owners. Like you said, the fans carry the water. A lot of the people in the media do it too. They just go out there and they espouse, man, you can't compete with the Dodgers. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. I agree that the Tigers got a good package from the Dodgers. Yeah. You cannot tell me that there wasn't a better one available out there. Right. I mean, you just can't.
There's no way. Also, the fact that the trade was done on Saturday and the deadline was yesterday.
It was very early.
The Tigers called her. They probably made 29 other phone calls and said, hey, guys, I mean, this is good enough for us to take, but are you sure you can't beat it?
Well, there's currently a report out there right now that the Tigers made the call to the Dodgers to get the deal done rather than fielding more calls. That is the report that's currently out there. Now, I need to get that verified a little bit, but as of now, there is a report that is out there that the Tigers really had their eyes on the Dodgers specifically. It might be because they wanted Zaire Hope, which, by the way, Zaire Hope is a legit up-and-coming prospect.
Which is something to be excited about, right? Obviously, the Tigers are building this thing up from scratch, hoping to be significant in 3 or 4 years. But I've also seen a lot of managers or head coaches in other sports or GMs say, I don't care what you think is going to happen. We're going to put something in front of you that you can't say no to.
Yeah.
And that did not happen.
So listen, it's going to be a great season going forward with the Dodgers. Obviously, they've lost 4 in a row, but I'm pretty sure the bleeding has a good opportunity to stop tonight. Tarek Skubal making his Dodgers debut. And guys, that is it for D. Fish and Decker today. We'll be back live bright and early at 6 a.m. right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And you don't want to go anywhere because Brock, Vereen, and Alex Curry are next. And until then, guys, enjoy Tarek Skubal's debut. Enjoy sports. We'll see you.
What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you are a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Happy Dodgers Tarek Skubal Day, you guys.
It's here.
Trade went down this weekend, and he is on the mound tonight in Chicago. I wore my lucky Dodgers jacket, hoping that, he has his great first day of school, and that the Dodgers can break their 4-game losing streak. You got to do whatever you can do. Did you have superstitions, like, when you were having, like, streaks like that?
I was not a superstitious person, actually. No,
not at all. Like, not as an athlete.
No.
Dude, it was so gnarly in our family. If we were watching the game and, like, say the Dodgers had a great hit, my dad wouldn't let us move from where we were, like, in that position. It's like, Kate, nope, you're not sitting on the couch anymore. You are standing in the kitchen. You're like, okay, this is what we're doing now.
It's all for the greater good.
But seriously, you might be one of the only athletes I've ever talked to that had like zero superstitions.
No, I was not superstitious at all. But that also goes back to, I wonder how much of it goes back to being a kid. I remember being maybe 5 or 6 years old and hearing at school for the first time, step on a crack, you break your mom's back. And I remember in my young brain thinking, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I wish I had that mentality.
So maybe I was just bred not to believe in those things.
I still, like, when you step on a crack, you're like, oh, no, you're fine.
I've walked under so many ladders. I have two black cats.
I won't walk under ladders. I never thought it was weird with, like, black cats or like black dogs or anything like that. Like, love all animals. But yeah, there's a few things like ladders. Yeah, no, still won't do it. Cracks, I kind of still think twice, even though, like,
I think twice.
I'm like, no, it's fine. You're fine. I have to, like, talk myself, like, into it. I'm like, you're gonna be fine. That's wild. I had, like, a certain hairstyle I had to do for soccer.
Oh no, that's interesting.
But like, other than that, I didn't have like a lucky sock. It happened more so when I started covering teams on championship runs. Like, I had this lucky hat for the Kings Stanley Cup run that I wore, like, when I wasn't at, because doing Angels at the same time too. So when I wasn't at one of the games and I was like, it was in between games, I would wear it. And I ended up having like the whole team sign it at the end, and everyone knew it was like,
cool.
That was the lucky hat. This was the Dodgers lucky jacket that I wore for their last World Series run.
And it's on for Skubal now.
Yeah, and I wore it when they won Game 7, which was absolutely insane. So yeah, this is the new Dodgers lucky jacket, and it's sick. Look at the back.
Okay, yeah, it is sweet.
There's a skull on the back.
That is,
I know.
That is legit.
We love it.
That is legit
We
jacket.
love it, you guys. You know what else we love? We are giving away a chance for you guys to beat the heat and go to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. We're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to one winner each day, you guys. So all you're going to have to do is call in. I think we're doing this top of hour 3. So all you're going to have to do is call 855-975-2326. Keep listening, and I'll let you know when to call in so you can win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. You guys, a trade deadline came and went. The Dodgers, ultimate buyers. But I got to give a shout out to my Angels finally being sellers under their new GM and hopefully resetting their farm system and their future, because I think I talked about it a lot. I think since they decided not to trade Shohei Ohtani before he became a free agent, and you were like, what are you thinking? You could have completely changed the whole future of your franchise. So yeah, they parted ways with Perry Manassian in June, and their new interim GM said, we need some change, and change they did.
Yeah, they flipped this whole thing upside down, and It is funny, but also unfortunate that every move that they made yesterday is immediately tied to, well, if you would have done this 3 years ago, maybe we would have been in a better spot. I guess the beauty of it is at least you're doing it now.
Yep.
So if you are an Angels fan, I know it's kind of weird to say celebrate getting rid of most of your best players. Not the best player, but most of them. But
Still got Trout.
Yes, Trout's still there, baby.
Still there.
But at least you can say we are continuing toward being good in the future. And they got over the hump of just sitting on guys and not actually moving them. So yeah, I do think it is a big push in the right direction of, okay, you have the ability to break away with something that you feel is promising because it's not good enough. And maybe 2-3 years from now, we're talking about the Angels in a different light.
Let's hope so. But as we all know, the Dodgers made the biggest move of the trade deadline, getting 2-time Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal, who is making his Dodgers debut tonight in Chicago, 5:05 pitch at Wrigley Field. But they added a couple arms and some catchers depth. So as I just mentioned, Tarik Skubal from Detroit, and LA sent outfield prospect Zaire Hope and 2 right-handed pitchers in River Ryan and Brady Smith to complete the deal. And again, potential for proven talent. Now you can look at this like, did they really want to give up 3 of their top prospects for a possible rental that you might have for 3 months? Well, yeah, because the Dodgers are in win now mode right now with the goal of winning their 3rd World Series title, a 3-peat, with the future really kind of unknown, with a potential lockout in the future for next season.
Yeah, if Glasnow, Snell, and Ohtani were all healthy, then this trade would seem excessive.
Yes.
The fact is, right now, none of those 3 can throw for you in a major league game, as we have rehab assignments going on. Glasnow is not on assignment, but he's throwing some live innings, and Shohei, of course, is a TBD week-to-week thing. You have to make a move because there is a world right now where none of those 3 are ready to go, right? Until they are back wearing a Dodgers uniform, pitching games for you, you have to make decisions with at least the consideration of, okay, if I never get to use this guy from now through the end of the year, are we going to be kicking ourselves that Skubal was on the table and we did not get him? They also did not come off of any of their number 1, 2, or 3 prospects at any position. It was only 4 or later. That's a trade that you have to make. It was injury related, and hopefully post-lockout there is still a situation where they can retain Skubal, but even if he goes elsewhere during free agency post-lockout, then it is still worth it as far as I'm considered, as far as anyone's considered. You go with, if there's a chance to get a 3-peat, anything you did along the way is worth it.
Yeah, and you know what? That's something we'll think about in November. Yeah. Just focus on right now. Focus on today and focus on Skubal on the mound and helping the Dodgers to a 3-peat. But they made some other moves too. They also got Kris Bubic, left-handed starter who is expected to remain out for about another month. He also becomes a free agent after the season, so that could also be a possible rental. And depth. And you're like, well, why would they go pick up another injured pitcher? It's like, well, you never know what's going to happen. You see how quickly things can turn sideways. And when you can get reliable depth, that's what the Dodgers do. Because they're not only thinking about what's going to help us right now, it's like, how can we make sure we're in the best possible state imaginable come October?
And come October, the bullpen situation throws some starting pitchers in there, right? Like Shohei, at no point this year I would expect to see him pitch 6 or more innings.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Like, it's just asking too much of him. So you fill your bullpen with starting guys who you can trust, right? Rocky's not going to be a starter come World Series time. He's going to be bumped to the bullpen. So Kris Bubic, yes, he is a starting pitcher, but coming off of a 60-day IL stint, which he is halfway through, as you mentioned, he has about a month left. Bay Area kid, went to Stanford. Filthy changeup, which BTS Nick gave us the rundown on that, and most importantly, has playoff experience. So Dave Roberts is saying, here's a guy that I can put into my bullpen. I can trust him for an inning or 2 if he's healthy. And if not, we didn't have to come off of a ton for him, but there are plans to use Kris Bubic in the bullpen come World Series time, and that'll be his role, and I think he's going to kill it.
He's going to crush. Now, we also got some catching depth. And this comes on the tail end of Dave Roberts sharing some news about Dalton rushing. Shay, do we have that sound? Let's just listen to what Dave had to say. No, we got it? Okay. Not quite yet. So when we would talk to Bob Nightingale, I think it was a couple weeks ago, and we were asking him, what would the Dodgers be active? Like, what are they going to, really be active for at the trade deadline? And it was pitching, and he said catching. And I was like, oh, Will Smith? And he mentioned something about Dalton rushing. Had nothing to do with the injury that happened now, but that's when I started to wrap my head around, oh, okay, they're probably going to go out and try to get a couple guys. But then we got this news from Dave on Dalton rushing.
So he didn't make the trip here, so we're going to put him on the IL. Really don't know the incident, even to this day. Got scans, and it was an elbow strain, mild. So obviously we've got Chucky Robinson here. He'll be here, for the short term. And we traded for work vet Ben, who we had last year. And the plan is for Ben to be here tomorrow.
So they also traded for Hunter Fiducia. So never a good sign when you hear anything elbow related to a pitcher or a catcher.
No, it's the one thing that you're there to do, right? Like someone who has an arm that you can trust has to be behind home plate. I would say, other than catching the ball, of course, you don't have to be automatic at throwing that ball because you're not going to be asked to try and get someone at third, get someone at second. But when you do, it has to be the perfect throw, and it has to be money. And if rushing is threatened in that aspect, and if Will Smith, with his neck injury, if that ability to do that, which I believe we're expecting him early September, I believe is the latest on him, that's enough. That's enough of a reason to go out and get some insurance. I guess you could compare it to the pitching situation of, we hope Shohei is back. We hope Blake Snell only needs one more start before he's back with us. We hope Tyler Glasnow can continue to go, but we have to plan for a world where none of them are back. You have to plan for a world where they do more work on Dalton rushing's elbow and they realize it's actually worse than they expect.
Yeah.
You have to plan for a world where Will Smith has another setback and he's not here. You'd be kicking yourself again in late September, early October if, wow, we had an opportunity to go get some guys that we trust and we passed on that opportunity because we were hoping for the best. You hope for the best, but you got to plan for the worst. So these moves make sense.
So Will Smith expected late August, early September. Okay. My guess would probably be early September. They don't want to re-agitate or re-injure anything. So it's going to be interesting to see who Skubal, maybe Alfonso is who he pitches to. He said Chucky Robinson is going to be up, and they expect Ben Reiter to join the team today. Yep. So
if that name sounds familiar for you Dodger folks, it's because he was here last year. He filled in for the injured Will Smith in those first two playoff series. He participated in the wild card and the NLDS. He was still kept up on the active roster for the NLCS and the World Series, but Will Smith was healthy at that time. So if you are Dave Roberts, you go get Chris Bubich because he has playoff experience, and you go get a catcher in Ben Reiter who caught for you with plenty of playoff experience just a year ago.
Which is crazy too. Like when you think about you have one of the best pitchers in the game in Tarek Skubal making his Dodgers debut, and the Dodgers don't have their top two catchers available today because Will Smith is still on the IL. You now have Dalton rushing on the IL, and you're just you got to figure it out.
I would say defensively yesterday, although of course it was a disappointing loss, Eliezer Alfonso had one of his best defensive days. He's fine offensively. The bat has come alive. He's getting RBIs and stuff like that and hits. But defensively, every single one of his starts, there would be one or two balls that would get past or would threaten him that an MLB catcher needs to make that kind of play. Yesterday was awesome. He caught someone stealing second, and there were no issues at the plate whatsoever defensively. And there's going to be a whole lot of movement on that ball today, and that ball's going to be coming a whole lot faster today.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm hopeful coming off of yesterday's start, Dave Roberts, and most importantly, Skubal are going to feel confident about Alfonso Jr.'s ability behind the plate.
Yeah, let's hope so. Now, you guys, this is the first time in MLB history that the Cy Young and the MVP from the previous 2 years are on the same team. So we're going to see that tonight with Shohei Ohtani and Tarik Skubal making his Dodgers debut. It is just going to be absolutely wild. Now, Skubal's numbers this season, he's at 16 starts. Now, remember, he's also coming off of elbow surgery where they removed the loose bodies in his elbow, which is exactly what Edwin Diaz had. He's back. And what Blake Snell had, and he is almost back, expected back, hopefully next week.
I believe one more start later this week.
Yeah, one more rehab assignment start, and then he should be back next week. But Skubal struggled his first few outings, which is understandable.
Yeah,
you got to think about it. It's like a spring training ramping back up. But he's 7-5 with a 2.79 ERA. Excited to see what he can do for the Dodgers tonight. But, I mean, I made it very clear. I think that the Dodgers gave up potential for proven talent. I think this was an absolute steal for the Dodgers. But do you believe that the Dodgers gave up too much or the right pieces to get Skubal?
No, because you look at the window of a three-peat. You look at the window of winning as many championships as you can going forward. Of course, Skubal likely not to sign an extension until free agency, which is his right, which will lead him to the most amount of money. And if you're Skubal and you say, once I get the ring, maybe that'll be enough for me, and I just go get cashed out since the Tigers refuse to pay me first. So, you leave your options open. But you are, as the Dodgers, and he's now wearing your uniform, and you talk to him every day, you are first in line and can start your courtship. So that alone is enough of a reason. Also, the fact that you have River Ryan, who is 27, turns 28 pretty soon. You give up another pitcher who was 0 for 10 over 30 starts, and Zaire Hope, who Cody is over the moon with and thinks he's an absolute all-star, potential future all-star.
Yeah.
That one hurts, but he's not the number one outfield prospect. And you look at the outfield, you still have Edman, you got Kike, you have Pajes, who's young. You have a bunch of guys who you can trust back there. It's not a dire situation, right? If you had the number 3 catcher, well, Will Smith is kind of banged up. I don't think you should trade a number 3 catcher, right? I think outfield is a position that the Dodgers are comfortable saying we developed there really well, and if we have to say bye to Zaire Hope, then so be it. And you have an opportunity now where here's the lowest ERA amongst pitchers since 2023. Number 1, Tarik Skubal, wearing the Dodger blue. Number 2, Paul Skeens. Number 3, Blake Snell, wearing the Dodger blue. Number 4, Shohei Ohtani wearing the Dodger blue. Number 5, Yoshinobu Yamamoto wearing the Dodger blue. If you have an opportunity to have 4 of the top 5 pitchers with ERA since 2023, you have to make that happen.
It's wild. And Tarik Skubal finally spoke to the Dodgers media yesterday. And he talked about his emotions when getting traded, but also kind of the fan reaction. Let's start with his emotions getting traded. That's so exciting, you guys. And that starts tonight in Chicago. Tarik Skubal taking the mound for the Dodgers for Game 2 at Wrigley, hoping to snap this 4-game losing streak that the Dodgers have going. 5:05 first pitch, as I said, Tarik Skubal taking the mound, making his Dodgers debut at Wrigley Field. It is going to be a fun one tonight. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, We are heading out to Rams camp, you guys. I feel like every day it's like, oh my gosh, it's almost football season.
It's almost
oh
here.
my gosh, it's almost football season. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the conversation, too. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because this week we are giving you a chance to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. Wild Rivers has more than 25 attractions for all ages, a lazy river, a wave pool, cabanas, and more. Plus, with the expanded food and beverage options, you can make it a full day with the entire family for the lowest ticket prices available. Visit wildrivers.com or just keep listening for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park. When's the last time you've been to a water park, by the way?
I was just thinking about this.
Wave pool.
Like a surf
Yeah,
pool? Yes,
yeah.
yes. I did see it, and I was wondering what the heck it was the whole time.
Yeah.
And then only when we left
I think it's Palm Springs
the golf
Surf Club,
course.
something
Yes,
like
that's
that.
it.
Yeah.
And then only when we left the golf course was like, oh, that's the new wave pool. No, I did not go to that. But the hotel we were at had a little water park, and I was in line with
Marriott?
the kids. That's a good question. Where did we stay?
I used
I'm
to
not
do
sure.
so many spring breaks out in Palm Springs.
It's the
And
best.
we did the water park, we did like the slides, all that jazz. Well, and now
Love a water park.
And now Lakers G League team are going to be out in
Coachella
Coachella.
Valley. Yes, they
out in
are.
the desert.
Yes.
That's right out there, you guys.
They're going to be at the water park.
Oh, man. Well, you know where we've been all week? Not us personally, but 97.1 The Fan with our field reporter, Lindsay Polaris, at Rams camp. And, man, it's exciting, you guys. This is going to be a great year for the Rams. Matthew Stafford, obviously, still looking great. With the biggest, I guess, competition that is going down at Rams camp, and that is the backup quarterback position. And Stetson Bennett and Stafford have handled all of the quarterback reps, while Simpson has just been kind of participating in individual drills, which you guys completely expected. Stetson has been a standout backup in terms of preseason.
Yep.
He does not have a regular season NFL snap. Ty Simpson also has a very small sample size of college starts. So this is exactly what you should expect to see at Rams training camp right now.
Yes, a brief rundown of yesterday. We can start with the offense. Matthew Stafford, still really good at football. Out there throwing darts. He sat out Friday's practice. He sat out Sunday's practice. He really doesn't need to practice. But the beauty of when he does practice is he reminds everyone.
He looks good.
Why a late 30-something still has one of the best arms in the NFL. Some of those touchdown passes he threw to Devontae Adams were just miraculous. To your point, Stetson Bennett was killing it with the second team. When Matthew Stafford practices, he, of course, takes reps with the first team. Stetson Bennett takes the second team reps, and Ty Simpson does individual drills but really doesn't mix in with the team. So Ty Simpson did not get reps yesterday. One thing I want to point out is there was a highlight clip of Jalen Watson covering Devontae Adams, and a ball comes in so perfectly. Jalen Watson doesn't even see it. Devontae Adams catches it, and the Rams show that highlight on Twitter, and Jalen Watson puts his tweet right over it and says, "Not gonna lie, I haven't played with a quarterback who throw that peel like 9." For those who don't know, peel means football, and for those who really don't know, Jalen Watson played with Patrick Mahomes.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh, that's throwing some shade.
Yeah.
That's like some
Yeah.
hidden shade. So, okay, then you, from a football perspective, tell us the difference in the throwing style between a Matthew Stafford and a Patrick Mahomes. Because Patrick Mahomes he kind of not changed the game, but it was different. He was a baseball player and a football player. So you're seeing like shortstop style sidearm throws, and it's just it's different than like what we were used to. So just kind of explain what
we're gonna nerd out a little bit. We're gonna nerd out, people.
A Patrick Mahomes and a Matthew Stafford.
So the conventional thinking of throwing a football was you want to hold the ball with your arm at a 90-degree angle, and quarterbacks used to hold the ball way up here. If you look at old school quarterbacks, they would hold that ball way up there. The idea being, think of a baseball pitcher. They're tall, they have long arms, and they wind all the way back to create like a whiplash effect, right? So the idea was hold the ball tall up here. If you look at Patrick Mahomes, it really started with Aaron Rodgers, but if you look at Patrick Mahomes and Caleb Williams and some of the newer generation younger quarterbacks, what they do is they are significantly more athletic than your traditional quarterback, right? And they're often throwing the ball on the run. And if you're running with the football and trying to throw it, it's really hard to get that ball way up here and throw the ball. So what they do is they keep this 90-degree angle, but they almost lean forward. Like, so that sidearm motion is essentially a shortstop throwing the ball to first base, because what does a shortstop have to do? They are always moving. Rarely does a shortstop get a ball hit directly to them and stationary. They get to bend over, pick the ball, plant, and throw. No, Mookie is running to his right. He's running to his left, and being able to just throw that ball almost from that quarter lean sidearm position, it's easier to do when you're on the move. So that's where we got with Patrick Mahomes and the Caleb Williams. How that leads to Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is kind of both. So Matthew Stafford's calling card when he got drafted out of Georgia was similar to Josh Allen in that this kid can throw the ball further than anyone has ever thrown a football. To his credit, Matthew Stafford, as the years have gone on, has really modernized his throwing motion. And I'm not going to say he's copying Mahomes because that just sounds weird, but he is adopting the Caleb Williams and the Patrick Mahomes and the Jaden Daniels type. And for a 38-year-old to modernize his throwing motion is really, really impressive. So thank you for letting me nerd out for a second.
No, I love that. And I don't think it's copying, because when you see something that's working at the highest level, you adjust.
It's like, I should do that.
Yeah, it's like that's just what you do. That's called being great at what you do. It's like, okay, so I'm not going to necessarily mimic, but how can I adjust what I do to maybe add that to my arsenal?
And the increase of Kyler Murray is another one. The increase of guys who were really, really, really good at baseball and even got drafted or could have been drafted for baseball, making their way to quarterback because it is becoming a more athletic position. That's why you're seeing this newer throwing motion being so common, because it's just an easier transition of going from the infield at baseball to the quarterback spot. We don't want to recreate how you throw something. Keep throwing the ball the same way. We're just going to put a football in your hand now.
It's just crazy. I mean, obviously there's extremes, and we've seen literally Patrick Mahomes like flick the wrist or like behind the back. Like, it's just no one's going to be able to do what he's doing. But okay, but when Jalen Watson is saying this, what is he exactly referring to?
So he is saying Matthew Stafford's ability to place the football, throw the football is unlike anyone he's ever seen.
Okay.
Meaning how he's placing the football, how it gets there. Like if you're standing in the pocket as a quarterback and there's a wide receiver, we'll say 15 yards downfield cutting across you on a dig route. There's 32 quarterbacks who can get that ball to that wide receiver, but it's going to look 32 different ways. Some guys lead you a little more. Some guys are not going to have as much velocity, so the lead is increased because they're calculating your speed. Some guys like Stafford can just throw a bullet and it's going to be on you more. Some guys put a little more loft on that ball where it's going to kind of rise and drop. Some guys just put it on a line. So what Jalen Watson is saying is how Matthew Stafford throws the football is unlike anything he's ever seen. Chiefs fans are probably going to overreact when it looks like they have made their way there because they're very upset. But
I'm sure.
I understand if you're protective over Mahomes. This seems like disrespect. It really isn't. He's just saying, I've been watching Patrick Mahomes so long, I've never seen someone throw the ball the way that Matthew Stafford does.
But like, for both Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson to be able to like have training camps with a Patrick Mahomes and the reigning MVP and Matthew Stafford now, like we even heard Sean McVay highlight multiple downfield breakups from both McDuffie and Watson. Just kind of go into detail of what these two additions are going to mean to the Rams defense this year.
So a lot of reports from the Rams camp are saying that the two matchups are Puka versus McDuffie and Devontae versus Watson. Jalen Watson is more of a boundary corner because he's a bigger guy, more physical with longer arms, and Devontae is more of the possession wide receiver, so they're naturally going to be head-to-head, whereas Puka is the athletic guy, and they're moving him a ton, they're motioning him a ton, and McDuffie being the nickel and also an outside corner to the field is typically going to be following Puka. You learn so much about one. I'm sure they've all played each other before at some point, but when I get to cover Devontae Adams, who is the king of route running every single day, I get the confidence going forward knowing whoever I'm covering doesn't run routes like Devontae Adams, and I'm going to be fine. When you cover Puka every single day, Trent McDuffie gets to say there's no wide receiver who's as physical as Puka, and I'm getting reps every single day working against him. It's the definition of iron sharpens iron. And when you get to work against the best day in and day out, and you have one of the best throwing them the football, and you have one of the best calling plays for Matthew Stafford to throw the football to these guys, just the amount of confidence you get going forward, knowing I am getting the best training camp reps against anyone, and come week 1 through week 20 on a Super Bowl win, there's nothing I'm going to see that I haven't seen already.
Dude.
It goes a long way.
Dude.
Yes.
It's going to be awesome. Like, again, this was supposed to be the, quote, Rams weak spot this offseason. And they just picked up a couple of guys in Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson who were with the former dynasty and were Super Bowl champs. And now get to not only bring that knowledge of what they learned in Kansas City. And one of the other great coaches in the league, and Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, and going up against him, and do it now with this Rams team as the Super Bowl faves. And as you said, iron sharpens iron, and going up against two of the top wide receivers in Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Like, it's going to be wild.
Get out to a practice if you can, people. They're having a blast out there.
All right. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, it is time for Do You Care LA with producer Shay. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you are a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. But right now, it is time to bring in producer Shay.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Do you care, LA, with producer Shay, the man of the hour? Are we ready?
Shay.
Do you care, LA? The segment where I tell Alex and Brock different segments and stories from around the sports world, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Guys, we have a local one in this one.
Hey.
We'll get to it in a little bit.
All right.
Bijan Robinson becomes the NFL's highest paid running back. So Bijan Robinson and the Falcons agreed to a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million with a $51 million guaranteed. The man got paid. Robinson will make $22.25 million per year after leading the NFL with 2,298 scrimmage yards last season. Do you care, LA?
Get that money!
It is big because running backs typically do not get paid very well. The what's considered the value of a running back has been tanked in recent years, but it's starting to resurge. Bijan Robinson is just a do-it-all guy. He can run the ball between the tackles. He can run the ball outside. He can catch the football out of the backfield. You can line him up as a wide receiver. He's kind of the next evolution of a Christian McCaffrey. You remember when McCaffrey first got to the NFL, that was a big deal. And it leads to the usage, right? Like the Falcons use Bijan the same way that the Niners use McCaffrey. They just give him the ball like every other play. And it's a lot on his body, and he deserves this amount of money because he is really good. So we care because we care about running backs on this show.
Yeah, and you know what? It was interesting because it was like, I think the whole like running back situation really like hit the tank when the Saquon Barkley situation happened in New York, and then the Eagles got him, and then he helped them win a Super Bowl, and you're like, oh, wait, maybe they are super valuable. And now they're like slowly back on the rise. But I'm all for like guys getting their bag that deserve it.
Yes.
Another guy got paid today, Zay Flowers, signed a 4-year, $140 million contract extension, officially the highest paid wide receiver in Baltimore Ravens franchise history.
So this is interesting because on one hand, I'm always going to root for a guy getting $100 million guaranteed dollars.
Yeah.
And that is something to celebrate because Zay is an awesome guy, and there's no teammate of his that will say a bad thing about him. I would not have expected him to get this money. So the Ravens have a new head coach in Jesse Minter. We'll see what the offense looks like, but Zay has had opportunities to establish himself as that number one guy, and maybe statistically sometimes he is. I don't know if he's someone you build your receiver room around. He's 5'9". He's very shifty. He's had some brutal letdowns in some big moments. 5'9", yeah.
Ooh, but he's got hops to get up and get the ball.
No, more of a speed guy. I will say, I'll word it this way.
Okay.
Guys who play receiver like he plays receiver typically don't get $100 million guaranteed dollars.
Yeah.
So I'm happy for him, but I am very surprised. And if you are Puka Nacua or any other wide receiver waiting to get paid, you are smiling from ear to ear because this gives you a lot of leverage.
I just hope now that Puka sees more than ever, like, I hope he has a handler. Like, I hope there is someone with him anytime that he goes out to make sure that he is not doing anything that can ruin his chances of this generational like changing your life contract that is literally just right in front of him for the taking. All he has to do is like not mess it up off the field because like the stuff he does on the field speaks for itself and is why he's in this conversation. But it just makes me nervous for Puka.
So congratulations, Zay. We care about Bijan.
Yes.
And Puka, wait 3 more years until you bite someone, okay?
Oh my God. No, we're not even.
On to the next one, guys. Dolphins CEO steps down after 13 years, guys. So Tom Garfinkel is stepping away as president and CEO of the Miami Dolphins after 13 years. He will remain vice chairman of the Dolphins and Hard Rock Stadium, so he's still going to be a part of it somehow, but continuing as a managing partner of the Miami Grand Prix as well. So the Dolphins obviously needed to make a change. This is the change they're making. Do you care?
Wait, nope. When I think of Dolphins and you hear Finkel, isn't that with
Finkel and Einhorn?
Like Ace Ventura?
Yes.
Right? I was like, okay. Yes. I was like, there was Finkel, right? I'm like.
Shay, do you understand any of the references we're
Jumble
saying?
mumbo.
What?
Do you know who Ace Ventura is?
I've heard that.
Do you know the actor who plays Ace Ventura?
No.
Wait, what?
Oh, wow.
Who's Ace Ventura?
Can you ask BTS Nick? Can you ask BTS Nick if he knows who Ace Ventura is?
He's tripping right now.
Wait, you guys, that's what I dressed my daughter up as for Halloween last year. She was Ace Ventura.
Okay.
Who's the actor?
Shay.
Oh my.
Okay. Shay. I'm gonna have a stroke right now. So. Ace Ventura is a famous character that is played by Jim Carrey. He is a pet detective, and I am not even being exaggerating here. Ask Alex Nick considered one of the funniest movies ever made.
I've heard like Ace Ventura Pet Detective. I've heard that. I don't know.
You need to watch this.
You
this is on your must-watch list.
I'll watch
Does it
I'll watch
know
it
who?
But this first one, Finkel.
Yes. So Ray Finkel is a fictional kicker, and he's kind of at the center of the first movie.
For the Miami Dolphins.
For the Miami Dolphins, yes.
Yeah, it takes place around like the Miami Dolphins.
Yes. I cannot believe that. I try to give Gen Z a lot of slack. I think this is the one time I just can't give you slack, Shay.
No,
you have to see this movie.
That is
I'm sure it is on a streamer somewhere for free.
I'll find it, yeah.
You have
I'll
1 month to watch this movie.
Shay.
As far as do we care about the Dolphins CEO stepping down? Not really, because they stink, and they're going to stink for a very long time. And the roster that they put together this year is not even an attempt to win football games. It's going to be a brutal year in Miami. Thankfully, Giannis is there so that they'll have something to celebrate, because they are not celebrating the Miami Dolphins. Best of luck to you, Tom Garfinkel.
That is
And hopefully the next CEO does a better job.
You guys, I literally dressed my daughter up as Ace Ventura for Halloween because she had the perfect mohawk like thing going on. I just sent it to the group chat. But
Truly a classic movie, Shay.
Gosh,
Truly a classic. You have homework.
Check out Alex's Instagram if you guys want to see that.
No,
Is it on your Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just sent it to the group chat.
Put your Instagram out there so the people listening can see it too.
Yeah, at Alex_Curry. I'll share it to my story also. But like that's insane that you have no idea.
My girlfriend's texting me right now. You're silly for not watching that.
It's insane. Like you're insane.
Yeah,
absolutely insane.
I'm a film guy too,
like
which is it's shame on me.
No, you need to watch this.
It's shame on me. Do you care, LA guy? The segment where I tell Brock and Alex different stories from around the sports world, and then you can find out that I don't watch movies that I should have watched as well. Pierce College pauses a football program for 2026, guys. This is pretty sad.
Bummer.
So Pierce College in Woodland Hills, close to home, will not field a football team this season after placing the program on hiatus because of health and safety concerns tied to its roster size. So players were informed Monday and are being helped with finding opportunities at other colleges.
I was gonna say that sucks.
Do you
like, what do you
care,
do? It's too late.
So shame on Pierce College because the week 0, which is essentially a scrimmage, is August 15th, meaning players for Pierce College found out yesterday that they were expecting to play a scrimmage 2 weeks from now and have a game 3 weeks from now. There's just no game. And Pierce College, shame on them for waiting this long. Like, you know how many people signed up. You should have made this call a long time ago. Now they're going to do everything that they can to help their current roster find spots on other roster. Teams are already in camp.
It's too late.
It's embarrassing.
Also, can you get
College.
in? Can you get into another college?
You still have to. You still have to get into the college.
Yeah,
right?
you still have to like be able to transfer and get into the school.
It's a bummer because Pierce College was one of the premier JUCOs along with College of the Canyons, and me and BTS Nick were actually talking about this last week. How because of the current transfer portal system, JUCO kids no longer get recruited, whereas some of your favorite NFL players, some of the best players, came from JUCO. So the
JUCO being a junior college.
Junior college, yes, thank you. So it is a bigger conversation regarding how the junior college to D1 college football pipeline is dead.
Yeah.
But shame on Pierce College for handling it this poorly, and I'm sure there will be plenty of legal repercussions on the way because
how can you
cannot
wait?
do that.
How can you wait this late?
Completely unfair. You
Right?
cannot wait this long.
And then, like,
No.
what do the coaches do? What does everyone else do? You're just
Exactly.
out of a job? Are they going to pick the program back up and start from scratch eventually?
Like I said, this story is probably just starting, but it's a bummer. Pierce College is an institution in the Valley. I hope the best for the kids on that team.
So just because they didn't get enough kids to sign up?
Probably, which you would have known for months now, but
Do
I
they
guess
think there's
going to
be like last minute people being like, okay, let's go play football?
Probably not.
Wild.
Bummer.
All right. Hour number 2 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're a part of the show and the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN. And you're going to want to save that number because we are giving you a chance. We're giving away some tickets this week, you guys. All right, we got another giveaway to beat the heat at Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. One winner each day will receive a 4-pack of tickets. So all you got to do is keep listening for your chance to win a 4-pack to Wild Rivers Water Park. We're going to be giving those away in about an hour, but we have so much to get to today. We've already hit, obviously, the Dodgers just absolutely dominating the trade deadline. Tarek Skubal, the big blockbuster move that went down this weekend, he is making his Dodgers debut tonight in Chicago.
Oh, yes.
At Wrigley. Like, it is going to be so iconic. Hopefully trying to end this Dodgers 4-game losing streak. They're going to be just fine. We also headed out to Rams camp, kind of went down all of their new additions in McDuffie and Jalen, kind of talking about just all the awesome stuff working with Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams. Oh my gosh. So I saw this story that was posted. Devontae Adams was telling because when players go to a team and their number might be taken. Mm-hmm. And Devontae Adams, his number 17 story when he went to the Jets. He said he offered the rookie $17,000 in cash, showed up with a backpack full of cash, went up to the rookie and was like, I will give you $17,000 right now, right here in this backpack. For number 17, I'll buy your whole family new jerseys with your new number. You don't have to worry about it. And he's like, the rookie just kind of looked at him and was like, nah, give me $1 million.
Yeah.
And Adam said, yeah, absolutely not. Looked at the coach and he was like, yeah, give him number 17. Rookie ended up getting nothing for the number. He's like, that's what happens when you're greedy.
So, man, we are kind of backpedaling into some really cool topics here. So let's talk number exchange.
Okay.
It is a courtesy for a veteran to offer money. We just traded for Devontae Adams. If he wants your number and you are an undrafted free agent, or maybe you've been here for 3 years, 2 years, practice squad, and you were a special teamer, you've been up and down, he's getting your number.
Yes.
That was probably part of the conversation when he came over was, can I have this number? And they said, yeah. Wait, hold on. Let's check who's wearing it. Oh, him? Yeah.
Yeah,
You could have his number. Offering money is always a courtesy. And the fun part of it is it's always based off the number that you have. Now, if they want number 1, they'll make it $10,000, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to give you $1 or anything like that. But that's that $17,000 offer. Devontae did not have to give him a penny. And you typically always say yes.
Yeah.
For example, in the Browns training camp, after Jared Verse was traded to Cleveland, he wears number 8. Dylan Gabriel wears number 8, who played. Did he play in any game? I don't know where he was on the pecking order last year. I'm not sure if he actually entered a regular season game last year. But the point being, third quarterback on the depth chart.
Yes.
They both just wore number 8 at practice because Dylan Gabriel was the last to realize that's not your number anymore. And they asked Jared first after his first practice, so what's up with number 8? He's like, I'm number 8. Like I don't know what's going on with dude over there. Like I'm wearing number 8. Offering money is a courtesy.
Yeah.
Anyone who's listening right now, if you find yourself as an NFL rookie and you pick a number that somebody else wants, just accept the money because they're going to get their number anyway.
Says no to the cash in the backpack handed to you and counters with $1 million.
Yeah, that's nuts.
What?
That's I mean, you can get perks. Like you can say, okay, 17,000, but if I make the active roster, I want you to cover my parents' flight and get them a suite. All right, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, like there are
That's good
ways
bargaining.
to get perks, or Or I've heard of, I'll get you your first Rolex, or I'll like, what are you into? I'll get you a custom set of golf clubs.
Which is also like $17,000.
Exactly.
That's like right around there.
Like there are ways to spin it, but to basically spit in his face and say $1 million, yeah.
What?
Devontae's just going to go to the GM and say,
Yeah.
"Can you tell that guy I'm taking his
And
number?"
he did.
Sure.
And he did. That's
Funny.
hilarious. I know. It's good. I love when we get these like little behind the scenes stories, because you always wonder. You're like, well, you're going to the team. And this guy's already had this number. What number were you?
I was given number 45.
Given?
The Bear, yeah. So the Bears are tricky because so many numbers there are retired.
How many numbers have they retired?
Quite a few. I actually don't know off the top of my head, but I was before they before they expanded what number you could wear. So right now, other than offensive linemen and quarterbacks, anyone can wear any number, which is why Jared Verse can wear number 8. When I was playing, each position could still only have certain numbers. So a DB could only be from number 20 to number 49. And a lot of those numbers were retired, so it was limited. So they gave me 45, and I was like, all right, whatever. So it's 45.
Did you attach any like meaning to it? No?
No, I made it my Xbox Live number when I was playing video games. So I guess
you did. You did.
I put that.
What about
to
growing
it.
up? What was your number?
I was always, my dad was number 34, so my brother was number 34.
Okay.
My very first year playing tackle football, I was 36 because I loved Jerome Bettis because I was a Steelers fan. Then I switched to 34. Then I switched to number 10. Then I switched to 21.
Oh, dang.
So I was never really super attached to a number, which is probably why it was easy for me to just say 45 looks ugly. I'll take it. Who cares?
Brock, this is like giving second child energy. Like, you don't, like, there's no superstition, step on a crack, break your mother's back. Yeah, that's stupid. Didn't really care about the numbers. Like, that is absolutely insane. I was very much number 16.
Yeah.
That was my lucky number.
Okay.
And then 27.
Ooh, 27 looks good.
Yeah. 16, I think because my dad was born on the 16th.
Okay.
And then 27, I was born on the 27th.
Okay.
So those were like...
I like that sentimental value, though. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay,
so those were my
good.
two.
Nice.
Yeah. But like also like... first child. So it's like everything needed to be exactly how it's supposed to. And you're like, yeah, whatever. I'm just going with the flow. That doesn't really matter. It's the age order and like rotation. I'm the oldest of 4.
Yeah.
Like is about as like dead on as you can get, whether it's like oldest, youngest, middle children, like in our family.
Yeah.
Is there just 2 of you?
Just 2, yep.
Okay.
Yep. We have a cousin
What's the age
that
difference?
we call our sister, but as far as football, there was just 2 of us, 3.5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
That's close-ish.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
You went to school together.
When he was a senior, I was a freshman. Yes.
Okay.
So we had one year together.
You had time.
Yeah. And were you guys? You would have been with 2 of your sisters in
One.
school? Just
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Okay.
2 years between me and number 2, and then 5 years and 6 years between the babies.
Got it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's fun, though. It's fun growing up in a big family. All right, guys, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Let's get to some Dodgers baseball. As I mentioned, I'm wearing my lucky jacket. My lucky Dodgers jacket, because I'm hoping they can snap this 4-game losing streak that continued Monday night, falling 10-5 to the Cubs in the series opener at Wrigley Field. And it started out good. Like, they opened the game with 3 consecutive hits. You had Ohtani and Pages single, Tommy Edman then launching that 3-run homer, and the Dodgers had a 3-0 lead with just 5 pitches into the night. You're like, all right. Things are turning around after getting swept by the Red Sox. And then Justin Robleski, he has had back-to-back really tough outings. He allowed 7 runs on 7 hits, 4 home runs. He now has back-to-back starts where he has allowed 4 home runs. Mm-hmm. And I don't know, like some people thrive after the All-Star break. He has seemed to kind of hit a little bit of a bump in the road post All-Star break.
Yeah, it's definitely a bigger problem for the Dodgers, just the home run issue. Boston had 7 home runs across 3 games yesterday. You give up 4 of them. But Robleski specifically, of course, giving up 4 home runs in back-to-back appearances, it just isn't good enough. And the first inning took him 27 pitches, and that's always a bad sign because if you reach 27 pitches, it means that guys are fouling off a lot, guys are making contact, guys are seeing what you're throwing them. And he got yanked during the fifth inning. So it's not a situation where you have to worry about him just yet, but I do think this next start at some point late next week, you are watching it a little more cautious for Wrobleski. Now, I also think the bullpen is in a bit of a weird place because they're gonna get so many new faces as healthy arms come back. They're not entirely healthy yet. They're still waiting on Ben Kasparius and Blake Trinan, and so they're already a little short-manned. However, so Edgardo Enriquez comes in and looks solid in the fifth inning. In the sixth inning, he gives up 3 consecutive walks and then gets yanked after a mound visit. Sixth inning, Tanner Scott comes in, and it was bad. He walks a runner and then gives up a 2-run RBI, and then Jonathan Hernandez, who got brought up, is good. Why I'm bringing up all these names is because there's been so much movement. Kyle Hurt is down and up. Will Klein is up, and he looks brutal. Tanner Scott has gone from closer to kind of getting bumped up because Edwin Diaz is now back in the mix. So tons of movement in the bullpen, and they look shaky, but I'm showing some grace because guys are in newer positions, and there's going to be some newer faces there once arms get healthy. But Wrobleski and just the starting pitching as well, it's just hard to win when you give up home runs at this clip.
It's tough. I mean, the good thing for Wrobleski, he has just what he's done so far this season, minus these last 2 games, has really solidified himself as one of the top arms for the Dodgers. Obviously, Sheehan getting option to AAA once the Dodgers picked up Skubal this last weekend. He is now making his Dodgers debut tonight on the mound. And still a lot of question marks. We still don't have a solid timeline for Shohei Ohtani to resume. They're saying he'll start throwing the ball this week. That was something that Chen told us yesterday, Sonia Chen. But again, that's going to be a day-to-day situation and a very slow ramp up for Shohei Ohtani, similar to kind of like what we saw last year come the postseason, where you might get like a inning or maybe 2 innings out of Shohei Ohtani, but not something that you can, and an arm you can depend on for a full outing.
I don't know if we can depend on the knee right now, because one thing that has become a consistent through the past 3 series is his base running clearly taking a hit.
I'm telling you. I told you.
Against the Mets, he gets thrown out at third trying to leg out a triple. A triple that he successfully...
holding my breath that whole time.
A triple that he is successfully safe with a healthy knee. This most recent series against Boston, he gets thrown out trying to leg out a double that he slides in and is safe on if he has a healthy knee. And yesterday, he gets picked off at first. Now, he's pushing off the right knee in that situation, which is just base running in general. Shohei has really taken a hit, and it goes back to the point of your ability to pitch, of course, is hindered, but we've waited so long to address some things. Like, your offense is affected.
Yeah.
Yes, you are making contact with the ball, but base running was one of his greatest assets. He had the first 50-50 season, and the base running in the past 3 series, he has been thrown out in a situation where he's typically safe, and offensively, Shohei is just not the same right now because of it.
Well, I mean, I have the solution.
Sit him.
Yeah, no.
Rest.
No. Ohtani, just keep hitting home runs or ground rule doubles.
Oh, that's right.
Because then you can just gingerly trot around the base path, and we don't have to worry about you trying to stretch out a single to a double or a double to a triple, and you can just jog, okay? So home runs, walks, ground rule doubles, we're good, okay? We're good.
One positive, now that I think all the negatives are out of the way.
The bats?
Bats look good.
Bats look great.
Bats look really good.
Better.
Yes, and Freddie Freeman extending his hit streak to 13 games.
You guys.
Teoscar Hernandez.
That man is hot. Or no, that man is what? Red hot. That man is what? Red hot.
Man is hot. I mean, he's a handsome dude too.
I was trying to do
He's a handsome fella.
No, it's a softball cheer. That was it. Like when you're coming up. No,
I got you.
I forgot that man is what? Red hat, that man is what? Red hat, that man is REDNHOT's #1, as you can see.
Softball chants are always great.
I know.
I miss seeing the softball games in high school. They always had good songs. Teoscar Hernandez, who has been pretty ice cold up until a couple weeks ago. Like going into the All-Star break, it wasn't great. Coming out of the All-Star break was pretty bad. But through the last 10 games, not even counting yesterday, through the last 10 games, 5 extra base hits, 3 RBIs, hit 995 OPS, and now has 4 home runs in the last 6 games. He hit one in the 6th inning.
Dude.
Yesterday.
Left the
Teoscar
ballpark.
Is back.
Dude,
oh my God. That was
dude,
a match.
it left the ballpark. I was watching, and I was like, at the moment it left the bat, you're like, oh, this is going to be a monster. And then you remember, Wrigley's like an old school.
Sure.
It's like one of the OG stadiums, so it's like, you don't have to hit it like as far as like other ballparks have to leave the ballpark. But I mean, that was a monster. His 11th home run of the season, 443-foot shot, just like bye-bye.
It was a definite boom. Kyle Tucker, understandably getting booed in front of his old place of residence, but went 2 for 3. So I bring up Teoscar and Tucker because if the bottom of this lineup is going to start cracking bats like this, we're going to be in shape as long as the pitchers stop giving up home runs every inning.
Wait, it's funny to say Kyle Tucker being like bottom of the lineup.
Yeah, it is. It is weird.
Solid middle.
You know what? He was hitting 6 yesterday. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Solid middle.
He was 7 in the previous 2 series, but he did get bumped up to 6. You're right. Kyle Tucker, I apologize.
No. But I wasn't trying to like correct you in that sense. I'm just even thinking about Kyle Tucker towards the bottom half of a lineup shouldn't be happening.
No.
Shouldn't be happening.
Not at all.
Hopefully, he had a multi-hit game. So Dodgers finished with 10 hits, went 2 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Ohtani, Tucker, and Teo all had a multi-hit game. And the fact that Kyle Tucker is moving in the right direction, we just need him at top-tier form come October. That's all we need from Kyle Tucker.
I think we're beyond the point where we can look back and say Kyle Tucker had a solid regular season.
Yeah.
The best thing we can ask for now is go out there and kill it come playoff time, and no one will even care about the regular season if you are an instrumental piece in getting a 3rd consecutive World Series. All we want now is for him to continue ramping up so that he can hit stride late September and just hit the ground running. You have teammates like Tommy Edman who can tell you firsthand how awful they've been in the regular season, but nobody remembers that because they kill it come fall. Kike especially, yeah.
He's back right now
too, yeah. So, I think Tucker, the way through this slump is just looking ahead. There's nothing you can do to erase the 100-something games that have been disappointing. Go out there and kill it, and going 2 for 3 in your old ballpark in front of fans booing you every single time you step up, that is a step toward being your best in the fall.
But I've heard a lot of players say sometimes the boos are like, it's more of like, all right, let me prove you wrong.
Yeah.
Were you one of those guys?
You know what? I was always I only played in a former stadium of mine twice. When I played back in Chicago, it was a preseason game, so nobody cares. I played against the Vikings, who at the time their new stadium was being built. And I was with the Bears, and we played in Minnesota, the University of Minnesota's old stadium. But all the fans were super nice about it because I think it was the stadium that I played in at college. They wanted to be nice to me. So I actually don't have that experience. But during practices, like joint practices or on the road with teams booing, it helps.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm like, even if it's not directed at you when they are booing your team, and the Bears had a lot of... there's some like heated rivalries.
Very, very hateable.
Yeah.
we were a very hateable franchise. Yes.
Just like within the division too.
Always getting booed, and
love that.
It always fueled you. It did.
I love that for you. How much pressure do you think is on Tarek Skubal tonight to immediately turn this around? Because I'm going into this like I don't think there's a lot of pressure on Skubal tonight.
No, and when you give up 7 home runs in your previous series and you gave up 4 home runs yesterday, it's kind of like, Well, how come they get some leeway and I don't in my first start as a Dodger? No, I'm expecting him to be dynamite, but if he goes out there and gets rocked, I don't think anyone bats an eye. It'll be a funny story for people who are mad that he's a Dodger. Oh, you wasted this and all that, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I think he gets to go out there and pitch as freely as he can, because for every start this year for the Tigers, it was, this team doesn't want me here. They didn't want to pay me, and I know I'm going to get traded. Now he actually has the peace of mind of, no matter what happens out there, I know where I'm at for the rest of the year.
It's funny to hear some of the fans who are just like, you don't know what you're talking about. They gave up too much for Skubal. It's like, oh, buddy. Really? Were any of those prospects going to help the Dodgers win the World Series in 3 months?
Not a one.
Absolutely not. So, no, the Dodgers made the right move. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, so excited to have Odyssey insider and USA Today MLB columnist Bob Nightingale joining the show. He gave his grades for the MLB trade line. We are going to dive into all of that. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We have spent a lot of time breaking down the incredible moves that the Dodgers made at the trade deadline. Hats off to the Angels for finally being sellers and thinking about restructuring the future of their franchise. But I am so excited to bring in our next guest who broke a lot of these stories. MLB writer for USA Today, Odyssey insider, the president of the Baseball Writers Association of America. He's a Hall of Fame voter and a friend of the show. Bob Nightingale, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure. Hey, Alex. Hey, Brock.
Hey, Bob. All right, I mentioned it off the top. The Dodgers winning the trade deadline, getting two-time Cy Young winner Tarik Skubal. People are feeling a lot of different ways about the Dodgers going out and getting, obviously, the best arm available. But does he now make this the best rotation in baseball?
Oh, absolutely. I think this is the best team the Dodgers have had in this 13-year run. I really do. You're just so deep. I mean, they're doing all this with what Blake Snell's thrown 3 innings. Glasnow hasn't pitched since early May. Skubal hasn't thrown a pitch for him until tonight. But yeah, it's unbelievable how deep this team is.
Bob, Tarik was rumored to become a Dodger at some point really throughout this entire season. But now that it is official, what was communication actually like between these two teams before the deal got done?
Pretty much, what's your best offer? And Dodgers gave him one. Brewers gave him one. Atlanta, Tampa Bay Rays. And they said, okay, well, we like your deal. We'll take it. It surprised people, just the fact it came 48 hours early, instead of just sitting on it, saying, okay, hey, we want more, we want more. Even if you're bluffing, like at a poker game, they thought the Tigers would have done that. So when the Dodgers got him for not even giving up one of their top 5 prospects, I think everybody thought, man, is that all it took? They expected it would be more of a painful price.
So do you think that the Dodgers, when I look at it, I feel like it's a steal. The Dodgers got him for a steal. But when you look at the 3 prospects that the Dodgers gave up, do you think it was too much or not enough? Or they just like, this is what Freeman does and he makes it work?
Just makes it work, even when they got Mookie Betts, who they give up, nobody that came back to haunt them. They do those things, and no one's, come back to hurt them. And these 3 guys, 2 of them were from different organizations. One was from the Cubs, one was from San Diego. Those were 11th round draft picks. Their only pick was a 3rd round draft pick in Smith. And that's it. I mean, you'll do that trade all day long. And their farm system's so deep. I don't care if these 3 guys become Hall of Famers, the Tigers won't miss them.
There is an expected impending lockout once this season is over. Do you feel that the Tarik Skubal trade adds to the argument of why the owners want a
in a row because honestly that's all that matters to the Dodgers at this moment, especially with the possible lockout happening next season.
It's funny because all the anger that teams have toward the Dodgers, if you're mad that Skubal is a Dodger, be mad at Detroit and be mad at the other teams who couldn't up their offer. Right? The deal was made on a Saturday evening.
Yep.
They didn't have to do anything until Monday. And I'm sure once they decided on the Dodgers offer, what any GM does is they call everyone else and say, this is the offer you have to beat. Can you beat it? And everyone said no. Skubal didn't have a no-trade clause. They were not obligated to trade him somewhere that he wanted. But I believe we have Bob back with us.
We got Bob back?
I'm here.
Hey,
we got Bob back. Sorry about that, Bob. So my question to you was, with Tarik Skubal becoming a Dodger and the impending lockout that everyone expects to happen at the end of this season, does Skubal being a Dodger add fuel to that fire, or is that looking too much into it?
No, it certainly does. People are going berserk already. If they win the World Series, they'll add on. So when the MLB comes out and says they want a salary cap, they'll just plaster the Dodgers team picture on the commercial. It's like, this is why we want to have it. So it's a poor excuse, but just adding on. Like, I think baseball, or a lot of teams are hoping that the Milwaukee Brewers will get them, the smallest market in baseball. But the fact that, the Dodgers just got the best guy out there adds on to it. And we'll see. If the Dodgers don't win the World Series, then I think the rhetoric drops a little bit. If they do win the World Series, then it'll be, see, we told you so.
But you heard Scooble talk to the media yesterday, and he said, any team could have come and got me. And the Brewers were one of those teams in the mix. And as you mentioned, Detroit didn't have to take that deal as early as they did. So teams had the opportunity to actually go and get Scooble. And the fact that the Dodgers just were able to do it, I think kind of adds to the other side of the argument that, yeah, okay, they have a high payroll, but I mean, they are literally giving up potential talent for a rental. They have a rental right now because Scooble is a free agent at the end of the season, and they're just willing to do whatever it takes. Why isn't every other team willing to do whatever it takes? Does that side also kind of come into play as well?
Sure. I mean, Tarek's right. Every team had a chance to do it. The Tigers only 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. They could have easily kept him. They didn't make an extension offer to Scooble in about 3 or 4 years. That was for only $75 million. He's about to sign for over $400 million, this winter. So, yeah, every team could have done that. What takes away from the Dodgers is, yeah, they have the money, but they also have, a brilliant front office. They draft anybody else. They develop anybody else. The last 5 years, including this year's opening day payroll, the Mets spent more money than the Dodgers did. And look where the Mets are. So it's not just money. All the money can do is hide some mistakes. They can take a Kyle Tucker and give him $60 million a year, even though he's just been okay in right field. D is $69 million, even though he hasn't pitched since April. Snell, $180 million. He's thrown 3 innings all year. So they can kind of cover up those mistakes. But still, you got to have a lot of things go right. And let's face it, anybody could have signed Freddie Freeman. He wasn't that expensive. Anybody could trade for Mookie Betts. Max Muncy was designated for assignment. So all 29 teams could afford the minimum salary.
Two of the other moves that the Dodgers made yesterday were for Kansas City left-handed pitcher Chris Bubich and New York Mets catcher Ben Rortvedt. Do you expect them to have any impact before the season's over?
I think with the catchers, it's just in case Will Smith can't come back, just a little bit of insurance. With Bubich, it's just, okay, can he be okay in September? Do we want him? Do we want him for the bullpen? Former All-Star. So I think it's just more insurance. Like, okay, if we have some unforeseen injuries, here we got these guys stashed away. So just like buying an insurance policy.
Bob, you put out an article, The Winners and the Losers of the Trade Deadline. Share with us who you believe won the deadline and who absolutely blew it.
Well, certainly Dodgers, had the best trade deadline, just getting Scooble by himself. I thought the San Diego Padres, they got 2 starters, in Robbie Ray, and they're trying to get this thing done. I mean, they're trying to hang on. They want to give at least one more ride against the Dodgers to see if they can topple them. They did a good job. I thought the Phillies did a great job getting Luis Arraez, the 3-time batting champion, put him in the middle of that lineup. So those teams stick out. And then you wonder why Atlanta didn't do much. Arizona fighting for a wild card spot. They didn't get a single starter. So a few teams expected them to do more, hardly did anything at all, and just kind of let the Dodgers have a bigger gap. So I really think the only team capable of possibly knocking out the Dodgers would be the Phillies, because they do have the 3 stars in the starting rotation with Wheeler and Sanchez and Luzardo, and a great closer and a great star-studded lineup. The Cubs made some great moves too. They got 2 stars themselves, including Kevin Gossman and Clay Holmes. So I'm not going to count them out, but I think realistically, the Phillies are the only team you got to watch out for.
And going off of that, you have Ronald Acuna, who is back with the Braves. You have the Yankees, who are still waiting for a healthy Aaron Judge. You have the Tampa Bay Rays, who are taking advantage of the Yankees' absence with Aaron Judge. The Phillies are in a strange situation in that the last time that the Dodgers faced them, they handled them fairly well. But no one from the AL, the Brewers, nobody who, because I mean, if you are the Dodgers from now until the end of the season, the only thing you care about is October. And I think as a fan, I'm just wondering who the heck are we going to be facing in those final two series?
Yeah, it could be facing the Brewers again like last year. I remember last was a 4-game sweep, and I don't think the Brewers led a single inning. So, yeah, I thought they should have got another starter to go with Mizorowski. They said, focus on the bullpen. So I think that was a mistake. We'll see what happens. In the Yankees, I think they didn't go all in because I don't think they think Judge is coming back. I think they think the rib injury is worse than they let on. They're a lot more pessimistic privately than they are publicly. So I think if they thought for sure Judge was coming back, they would have been a lot more aggressive at the trade deadline. Instead, they called up their top prospect, George Lombard, who will be the starting lineup tonight at shortstop.
All right, Bob. Skubal is making his Dodgers debut tonight in Chicago at Wrigley Field. What are you expecting to see from him now being surrounded by a championship-level team?
Yeah, I expect him to go, 6 innings, strike out 8 or 10 batters. It's kind of cool. It's his first start ever at Wrigley. Obviously, being Detroit, you got interleague play. So they haven't been in that Wrigley Field just a few times in his career. But funny, he's never pitched there. So, yeah, and I think he'll do that all season long. 6 innings, 7 innings. Remember, he had surgery at the end of the season. So you got to be a little careful with him. There's no reason to extend him. And then after a Wednesday's day game, it gets to come home. They play the Diamondbacks this weekend. They get an off day Thursday. He lives in Scottsdale, Arizona, from Kingman, Arizona. So I'm sure he'll have the whole family down in Phoenix kind of hanging out because he's not scheduled to pitch. So the timing for him works out great.
Oh, that's great.
And is it perfect timing that the trade deadline came and Tarek Skubal being announced as a Dodger is overshadowing the sweep to the Red Sox and a pretty brutal loss last night, or are you not concerned at all about the Dodgers' recent performances?
Yeah, not concerned at all. It seems like the Dodgers do this every single year. Get that big lead, just kind of coast in August, September. Like, as long as everybody's healthy come October, that's all they care about. So the fact that Snell hasn't pitched, it doesn't matter as long as he's ready in October. Same thing with the, Edwin Diaz as a closer. So I don't think they're worried at all about it. I mean, they don't want to go into a 10-game losing streak. You don't want guys to lose some confidence. But, no big deal. It'd be interesting, though, because they just saw the Red Sox, the way the Red Sox are playing. They were aggressive at the deadline, getting Adley Rutschman. Could be a rematch of 2018, Dodgers or Red Sox again.
Whoo! Bob, real quick before we let you go, we finally saw the Angels be sellers at the deadline. Is this the turning point for them to hopefully turn that franchise around?
It is. I think someone convinced Artie Moreno, the owner, like, hey, we got to rebuild here. And John Mozeliak had his ear. Said, listen, everybody, not Mike Trout, but everybody else. Moved 5 trades, got 8 prospects back. So I think what Mozeliak did at the trade deadline means he's going to be their GM going forward. It won't be an interim anymore, that he'll get the job permanently.
There's hope, Angels fans. Bob, thank you so much for coming on. We always love your insight. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you, Alex. Hey, Rock.
Thanks, Bob.
Bye, Bob.
The man.
It's funny because he's the one who actually told us oh no, they're going to be aggressive the Dodgers are going to be aggressive for some catchers. So
that was the first we'd heard of it.
He told us that I think last week. So Bob, we appreciate you coming on always. We got to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, is Aaron Donald's return now a matter of when, not if? We got some more inside information. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. It has been a fun day of Dodgers talk, absolutely crushing the trade deadline. We just had Bob Nightingale on the show who broke a lot of these trades, and he said the winners and the losers of the trade deadline. Obviously, the Dodgers absolutely destroying it with Tarek Skubal making his Dodgers debut tonight and his first start at Wrigley, which is going to be awesome. We've been talking all about training camp and the Rams, but one thing we haven't talked about yet this week is the return of Aaron Donald.
Dun, dun, dun.
And the more you guys, the longer it goes, the more we talk about it, it really feels like it's now not a matter of if, but when. And Sean McVay, like, bless his heart, continues to fuel the speculation of an Aaron Donald return. And the most recent interview was with Bryant McFadden, and McVay was asked to just give facial expressions when he would ask different questions. So if he expects Donald to play for the Rams in 2026, and he just kind of gave like a little smirk. And then it was, and possibly return in September. And it was just a happy face. And the final question that he asked is, when and if Aaron Donald returns, will he get back to that old school Aaron Donald? And this is what he had to say.
Do you expect to see Aaron Donald, when he returns, get back to that dominant Aaron Donald that you last saw?
This one deserves an answer. He will only do the one thing I'll say, and you know this, he's only going to do it unless he feels like he can do it the way that he's accustomed to, and he's earned the right. You know, he's taking great care of himself, and so I'll say this.
There you have it.
And that was a big smile. By saying nothing, you guys, he just looked at the camera with a big old smile. Brock, are you feeling the same way I am? Like this is happening?
Yeah, because at any point, going back from, God, when was Myles Garrett traded? Maybe a month and a half ago at this point. At any point over the last 6-7 weeks, however long it's been, he could have said no. And when it's a no, the Rams are going to let us know that it's a no, because there's no advantage of having us think that Aaron Donald is going to be on the team and then he doesn't end up being on the team.
Yeah.
If anything, when he's not on the team, the Rams want the media and the rest of the world to move on. So the fact that we are sitting here 6 weeks in and it is still not a no means each day we get 1% closer and closer to a definite yes. Now, if you're Aaron Donald, you know that Sean McVay has a very lax stance on training camp, right? Myles Garrett has just a general sore lower body, and he hasn't practiced in the past 4 sessions. Matthew Stafford practices every other day. Sometimes he takes multiple days off. He didn't practice on Sunday or Friday before taking the field yesterday. Sean McVay is a firm believer in, if I can trust you on Sunday, then I will trust that you are going to be ready and you know what it takes to get to Sunday. So, why that factors into Aaron Donald. Could Aaron Donald benefit from being a part of training camp? Yes. But does he need training camp? Absolutely not. I would expect Aaron Donald to be announced sometime between, I'll say, the second and third preseason game.
Okay.
And that would give him a full 2-week ramp up with the team before week 1 going to Australia.
Okay, so then that was my actual question here. So when he does decide to come back, and obviously he doesn't need, I mean, he might need the reps, being that it's been 2 years since he's been in the league, but more so like to make sure that the chemistry is there with Myles Garrett and everybody else that's going to be on that line with him. Because again, as you said, he doesn't need much. He doesn't need necessarily, he's not going to be in one of the preseason games. He doesn't need to be at training camp. What does he need in that possible like week or two to get ready?
What he needs is to understand Chris Shula's system. Chris Shula was not the defensive coordinator the last time Aaron Donald was playing football. It was Raheem Morris. And while Aaron Donald knows football, you have to at least play in the system. You need to know the terminology, because he knows everything that a defensive tackle needs to do, But he needs to know exactly what Chris Shula calls it, because Aaron Donald needs to know the same terminology that the linebackers know, that the DBs know, so that all 11 can be on the same page. A defense is a living, breathing thing. Everyone has to know what everyone else is doing. So Chris Shula is the master of disguise, which means there's tons of communication going across the board, and Aaron Donald needs to be there early enough in a meeting room just to understand what the terminology is. As far as the ball being snapped and Aaron Donald getting to a quarterback, that's the thing you have the least worry about. It's just understanding how this guy plays, how that guy plays. The last time I played with that guy was 2 years ago. Maybe he plays things a little differently. As a defensive lineman, how I attack the pass rusher affects what the defensive end can do. What the defensive end does affects how I can do it. So just getting enough reps with this new look Rams defense and understanding how he fits into it and what's being asked of him. But most importantly is just the terminology and what these things that he knows how to do are now called.
Okay. But you have to imagine that the Rams are functioning right now like he's not coming back. You can't even really mentally go there, because if there is that slight 1%, because I believe it's a 99% chance.
I love
that number 99 comes back.
I like that number.
You can't live in that. No. You have to live in, as the Rams right now going into the season, looking at that. I'm like, what is it? It's September 10th for us.
Yeah, what day is it even going to be out there?
Australia
will it be the next day?
Before?
It'll probably be the next day.
Is it the day before or day after? All I know is you time travel one way, going one way or the other, because when I went to Fiji, you lose a day going there and you gained a day coming back. So whatever that means.
I don't even know what day it's going to be when they go out there. That's just proof how dumb it is that they're going to Australia. I think they'll be a day ahead, because if it's 4:30 p.m. here when they kick off, it'll be the next day there.
Is it live from Australia?
It's got to be. Yeah. It has to be. It has to be. Not like we would ever know the difference. We're just going to watch what they show us.
So wild. All right, you're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 3 coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 3, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we love when you're part of the conversation and a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time, and you're going to want to save this number right now, you guys, because we're about to do a giveaway. 855-975-2326. So call us right now at 855-975-2326 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. Be caller number 5, and you could be headed to Wild Rivers for more than 25 attractions, including all the thrill rides, kid zones, lazy river and wave pool, and so much more. Call us right now at 855-975-2326. And good luck.
All right.
And good luck. How hot is it right now in the valley? Is it like...
the end of last week was much worse.
It's like beat the heat.
It's
I
probably
don't know what you're talking about, Brock.
Low
Oh,
90s.
how
It
hard
was.
is it?
I got
How
back from. I picked my mom up from LAX. It was
Okay.
like a solid 70 degrees in the city.
Yeah, welcome.
Yes.
No. That's LAX is in the South Bay.
In the South Bay, yeah, El Segundo, and
where,
then
where I live.
yeah, and then I go to the valley, and it was 90 degrees at 7 p.m., 8 p.m. It was insane. It's not okay.
One of the strangest things, and this is a recent change, is how late in the day the peak heat comes. It like last year was maybe 3 p.m. This year, the hottest part of the day is like 4 or 5 p.m. So like Shay said, naturally, it takes longer to cool off because of that. That is probably the strangest part of it. I'm glad Shay brought that up.
I complain when it's late, like high 70s in the South Bay.
Oh, that's not hot enough.
I'm just like,
That's not hot
So you like the heat.
Yeah.
You want the heat.
Yes.
Oh, you're like a lizard.
Yes.
You're like,
Lizards unite.
let me
Lizards
just
unite.
bake in the heat. I'm like, oh my gosh, no. I laid out, you guys, just in like our backyard. I have like a little day bed.
Nice.
I don't do the sun anymore. Like I gave up the sun when I was about 26 years old. I stopped like laying out. Like I grew up on the beach, and I would get crispy. You guys, I got very crispy. My daughter is tanner than I am right now because her little hot dogs are out in the sun when we're going on walks. And everyone's like, "Oh my gosh, so tan." I was like, "Yeah, I know. I used to be. This is how I used to be as a child." Immediate like sun rash. I'm like, my body can't take it anymore. A heat rash. I can't do it. I tried. I gave it like a solid hour, and my body was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?
Inside.
Absolutely not. Get out of the sun. You know better."
Oh, that is too funny.
That's so wild. Shay, I also love that you got the little bit of taste of South Bay beauty of the mid 70s, and then you had to go back to the heat.
It was brutal.
That's really nice of you though to pick up your mom from the valley to LAX. That's a homie move right there. I don't even do that, and I live in the South Bay.
I don't think
family.
she would do that for me either.
No, absolutely not. I'm like, I'll pay for your Uber. Ain't no way I'm going to LAX to grab you. That like people who do that, I'm like, why? You know they pick you up on curbside, right? They take you right home.
LAX, it's a nightmare, and the joke that is the LAX people mover still not being built definitely does not help things.
That's insane. Well, no, I think it just needed to be done for the Olympics.
That's what they're saying. Initially, they announced it to be done by the World Cup. They are trying to.
No, it has to be done by Olympics.
What's it called when you lie in a relationship? There's a really popular word that Gen Z uses.
What do you mean when you lie?
Gaslight. The city of LA is
gaslighting is when you're like, well, this happened. You're like, no, it didn't.
That's exactly what's happening, though.
Okay.
They announced it to be ready by the World Cup.
So they're gaslighting us.
They are gaslighting us by saying, no. We said Olympics. They said World Cup.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. No, that tracks. I was like, I thought, so I got gaslit. I thought it was like,
no.
I was for sure it's
toxic
Olympics.
Relationship.
Yeah. We've all been there. Hate those. Anywho, you guys, happy Tarek Skubal Day. In case you've been under a rock, yes, you heard that right. The Dodgers had the blockbuster trade of the weekend, getting two-time AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal, and he is making his Dodgers debut tonight at Wrigley against the Cubs. And we just had Bob Nightingale on it. I didn't realize this is his first start at Wrigley Field, what Bob said.
Insane to think about. Would not have expected that whatsoever. Derek Skubal's been pitching very well for a very long time. I'm shocked. So I'm excited for him. And we spoke a little bit ago, maybe an hour ago, about is there a sense of pressure for Skubal? I think he gets to pitch so careless and free. And this is my debut on a new team, my first time pitching in a historic ballpark. Every other Dodgers pitcher gives up 4 home runs a game. I'm carefree and living in the moment.
It's also interesting because he's going to be throwing to most likely kind of not the future catcher for the remainder of the season. Alfonso was behind the plate yesterday. We got the news that Dalton Rushing did not make the road trip. Will Smith is also still on the IL. So the Dodgers called up Chucky Robinson, and then they have Ben Rortvedt, who they traded for also yesterday. So he is expected to be joining the team. And if that name sounds familiar, yes, he was with the Dodgers previously. So they got Rortvedt back. So it'll be interesting to see who and what the Dodgers plan to do with Skubal behind the plate for his Dodgers debut.
Yeah.
Like that's, hey, so this isn't normally what's going to go down, but we're having a bit of a catcher situation going on right now. Okay. I hope you can understand this. I know that we're like on the road to a 3-peat, but yeah, we're kind of going through some stuff behind the plate.
And I'm excited for Alfonso. So over the past month, I think it's been about a month since he's been up.
Fonzie, I think, is what a couple guys called him.
That's a great nickname. God's fantastic nickname. So he plays really well and reliable, and then every time, this is of course before Rushing got injured, and of course is now on the 10-day IL. Whenever he would flirt with maybe taking some games from Rushing typically took the first 2 games of the series, and then Alfonso would take the third, much like Will Smith would take the first 2 and Rushing would take the third. Every time up until this recent series that Dave Roberts would reward Alfonso with an extra game in a series, the moment would feel too big. He would make a base running error. There would be a pitch that got by him that shouldn't, that would score a run. He would be super late on some things. Whereas yesterday, his first start since finding out, of course, that Rushing was going to be out for a little while, he absolutely crushed it. So I'm excited for him to take this opportunity and do everything that he can with it, because of course once Rushing and Will Smith are back fully healthy, we likely won't see him for the remainder of the year. But this is a great opportunity to prove to Dave Roberts that while offensively you have arrived and there's no worries there, he's making great contact, he's getting constant hits, constant RBIs. We want to see back-to-back performances defensively of him holding it down, and you're catching for one of the best pitchers in baseball, and it's his debut. You can't screw this up.
You cannot. And just to go back with the Dalton Rushing situation, it kind of came as a surprise to a lot of us because he got scratched right before the game on Sunday. And this is what Dave Roberts had to say about what's going on with Rushing.
So he didn't make the trip here, so we're going to put him on the IL. Really don't know the incident, even to this day. Got scans, and it was an elbow strain, mild. So obviously we've got Chucky Robinson here. He'll be here, for the short term. And we traded for Rortvedt, Ben, who we had last year. And the plan is for Ben to be here tomorrow.
So yeah, tomorrow being today. So Ben will be there, Chucky will be there, Alfonso will be there. So they're going to have some good catching depth for the debut of Tarik Skubal. And Skubal also talked to the media yesterday, and he talked about the emotion of this trade to the Dodgers.
Yeah, I mean, initial reaction, there's a lot of emotion, right? I spent 8 years with the Detroit Tigers, and that space, that place will always be special to me no matter what. But in the same breath, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to compete with these guys. And, when you watch them from across the way or just see them, do their thing on TV, you just have a lot of respect because they play the game the right way. And, the entire focus of this organization is on winning championships, and that's my entire focus of playing baseball. So we're very much aligned, and I'm ready to go out there and compete and give this organization and city everything that I've got.
Like, that is exactly what you want to hear. But also, like, Skubal, best case scenario for a place for him to land right now, because you're not only coming to the best team in baseball, the back-to-back champs, the clear favorites right now to win the World Series, are going for a three-peat, but you are joining a rotation that, like, yes, you are an ace, but they have so many other, quote, aces when everybody's healthy, when everybody comes back. But to go from a franchise that wouldn't invest in you to the franchise that's investing in every great player that they can, that's got to be such a breath of fresh air for one of the best players in the game.
Yeah, the structure of baseball is super unique in how long it takes for you to really be able to get paid. But when you add on top of that the arbitration aspect and the tricks up the sleeves of organizations to elongate even further that day that you officially get paid, it is a brutal one. And Tarik Skubal, you've spent now 7 years as a Detroit Tiger. I'm sure there is just a freedom of the shackles are off, right? Like,
yeah,
I've spent so much time in an organization that was not going to pay me. They made it very clear they were not going to pay me. Even just this recent season, I had to fight tooth and nail to get paid an honest amount throughout this year. Even though I'm a 2-time Cy Young winner, they still tried to lowball me. I think the offer was like $9 million or something embarrassing like that, right? So, to the point of pitching freely, Tarik Skubal gets to take the mound for the first time in 7 years with a World Series, not just in sight. You start every season with the World Series in sight, but maybe an arm's length away, because you're in an organization that in the past 2 years have done that and have made it clear that that is the only thing that matters, is reaching it and winning it for a third time. And, whether it's the Dodgers or somewhere else, after this lockout, I am going to get life-changing money.
Oh, yeah.
There is a freedom that comes with that. We are going to see smiles, we are going to see gratitude, and we are going to see the best version of Tarik Skubal because of all that.
I think Bob said, like, he's looking at $400 million when we had Bob Nightingale on. So, yeah, he's looking at some big money. Now, the baseball world and non-Dodger fans, we've all heard them say, this is not fair. How does the best team in baseball go out and get the best pitcher and possible player available? Well, Skubal actually had a reaction to this situation, not just to the other teams, but to the fans. Shay, let's play that Skubal sound.
I think every team could trade for me. Every team could make that acquisition. And I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate, you guys. All the Dodgers are doing is every possible thing to win. Yeah. And every other team can do exactly what the Dodgers are doing right now. That's the part that's really hard for me to wrap my head around, especially once we're looking at these CBA conversations, the potential lockout, and all the blame going on the Dodgers. It's like, okay, so you're mad at a team that's doing it the right way? Because you hear from any player. You just heard from Skubal talk about this. And this is, he said, watching from the other side, seeing what they do. They develop players. They tell them everything. We heard from Eric Lauer the moment he came over to the Dodgers. He goes, I learned more about helping my pitching mechanics and my game in the short amount of time being in LA than I had on any other team. I saw so many other former Dodger players share on social media after this trade went down, like, don't hate on the Dodgers. The Dodgers are just the ones that do it right. They help you. They tell you what you're doing wrong. They tell you if you're tipping pitches. They tell you mechanically how you can get better. They work you from the ground up to make you the best version of yourself. And then they support you and they pay you. Yeah. Why wouldn't a player want to be a part of this organization?
And it's so funny because you don't ever hear players saying that what the Dodgers are doing is unfair.
No.
Every single offseason, there is there's a poll of which organization do you want to play for the most, that is not your current one. It's always anonymous, but the Dodgers are always far and away number one. And it's not even for major things like cashing guys out, which they do very well, better than anyone else. But it's small things. It's development. It's the Eric Lauers, like Alex just brought up. It's rehabbing your image and your skill set, and whether you continue to be a Dodger or go somewhere else, leaving there being a better player. It's spending $50,000 more every single road trip because the players get to have their own plane. Like,
yeah.
Every organization has $50,000 set aside for every single road trip. They don't want you to think that, but they do. They have that money. Dodgers prove again and again that winning is the most important thing to them.
Mm-hmm.
Mark Walter is a very rich man, but to present it as if poor people can buy baseball teams, it's just so insincere, and I'm really fascinated to see as this lockout, this impending lockout comes, because if we're to believe what is being said behind the scenes, which is that the owners are all anti-Dodgers and every move that they want to make is not just to limit the players and the money that they spend, but it's because they feel that what the Dodgers are doing are unfair, even though they are playing by the same rules that every team can play by. I'm just so fascinated to see quotes or media availability, any opportunity that Mark Walter and the team get to discuss things during a possible lockout, because it's kind of a three-sided thing now.
Yeah.
It's 29 organizations, and it's the Dodgers, and it's the MLBPA, and the owners are kind of making decisions that are anti-Dodgers. The Dodgers, of course, care about the players. That's why everybody wants to be there and everyone gets paid there, but they do have to look out for their own interest, and then the players, of course, just don't want a salary cap. So This has great repercussions on what I think will be a really unique lockout. Lockouts happen not just in baseball, in every sport, but very rarely is one team considered the bad guy, kind of fending for themselves, fighting a war on two fronts, whereas the other organizations are sitting over there being petty and jealous, and then the players still want what they want. So it's going to be a really interesting spring.
It's just wild, too, because when you talk about the payroll, right, because that's the biggest argument, a lot of these competitive balance, equal opportunity for these smaller market teams. But you have Dodgers and Mets with the top payrolls. Mets are one of the worst teams in the league. Brewers, top of the NL, tied with the Dodgers for the best team and record in baseball. The Rays, top of the American League. So your argument says what? Also, like, the Dodgers, a handful of their top guys that are getting paid the most aren't even actively playing right now.
Right. No, the payroll aspect is hilarious. Milwaukee is the smallest market in baseball. They spend the 20th most regarding salaries, best record in baseball by half a game over the Dodgers. You have teams like the White Sox, one of the best stories in baseball right now, 26th, first in the AL Central. You mentioned Tampa Bay, first in the AL East, first in the AL, and then Cleveland, 29th in spending, currently sitting as a wild card team. It's just an argument that immediately caves in on itself. It's lazy, it's tired, and a trade like this, a blockbuster trade that is going to shake the league up as it should, it's just unfortunate that the same tired tropes get brought up and bubbled to the surface yet again, even though there are so many reasons as to why that is not even the case. And to anyone who is a fan of a team that is not the Dodgers, who want a reason to hate the Dodgers, show me a clip or a quote of a player of yours saying that what the Dodgers are doing is unfair, because you can't. All you can find are quotes from mouthpieces for ownership and fans. If this was truly lopsided and unfair, there would be players who are speaking out against it, but you don't. You see the opposite. You see Bryce Harper saying, yeah, teams are just lazy and cheap and don't want to pay. I'm totally fine with what the Dodgers are doing. That should be enough.
Yep. The fact that fans are siding with the billionaires is mind-blowing to me.
It's a weird stance.
Absolutely mind-blowing. All right, guys, we have a winner. Congratulations to Richard in Montrose. You just won a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Rivers Water Park in Irvine. Congratulations.
All right, thank you. Sounds great right now.
Yeah. Who are you going to take with you, Richard?
Take my kids for sure. They've been there. They like it. I've never been there yet, so.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. When do they go back to school? It's almost school time, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so be a great final end of the summer. Richard, thank you so much for tuning in, and congratulations again.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Always appreciate the show.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Make sure you stop by. I think it's called Cafe Montrose. I had breakfast there once. It was delicious. And then go to your water park. You're going to have a great time. Shout out to Richard.
Well, that's where he is.
Yeah,
in Montrose.
he's right there. Exactly. Cafe Montrose is delicious.
Is it?
Delicious.
What'd you get?
Delicious.
What'd you get? Well, you're like a donut.
I think I had a biscuit situation.
What
there.
was the other thing you had the other day that I had no idea what you were talking
A fritter.
about? A fritter.
You did not know what a fritter was.
I didn't know what a fritter was. Well, I'm not like a pastry person.
Yes, fritter is in the donut family. They
Yeah,
are
and
delicious.
I don't do donuts.
Typically, they're apple fritters, but I was in Burbank at a 24-hour donut place because
Do they look like a Pop-Tart vibe?
No.
Oh.
It's like it's really kind of a hideous looking thing. It looks like nuclear
A slob?
waste. Like it's super
A slob?
bubbly and stuff. But I had a blueberry fritter that was life changing.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna look into this during the break. We're gonna take a quick break here, you guys. So with the Dodgers getting Skubal, obviously there's gonna be some moves to the pitching rotation, guys getting moved up and down. We're gonna dive into all that next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We love when you guys are a part of the show. You can call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. So we've been talking a lot of Dodgers today. Obviously, the biggest move at the trade deadline. Well, what was it, 48 hours before the actual trade deadline, when they acquired Tarik Skubal. And once they got Skubal, we knew that there was going to be some movement within the Dodgers rotation. Now, I think the biggest one, first of all, was before the trade went down last week when we found out that Shohei Ohtani was getting shut down, or maybe a couple weeks ago now, from throwing, from his throwing, what's the word I'm looking for? His progression. He just got completely shut down. Now, he is supposed to ramp things back up this week by just playing catch. Like, catch in the outfield is the first thing that he is going to be doing before he gets to a bullpen and throwing off the mound again. So once that news came out, we all kind of knew, like, okay, the Dodgers are going to do what the Dodgers do, and they're going to go out and they're going to get some insurance. They not only went out and got insurance, they got the two-time AL Cy Young winner in Tarik Skubal, who will be making his debut tonight at Wrigley Field against the Cubs. But with that move, the Dodgers needed to make some moves.
Yeah.
And they optioned Emmett Sheehan to AAA Salt Lake. And you kind of saw the writing on the wall. You actually painted the picture on Monday when he kind of struggled in that last outing. He lasted a little over two innings. And he kind of was coming off the field the way the broadcast painted the picture. He's coming off the field, obviously head down, not looking great. And then the next pan is to Dave Roberts, just biggest smile ever after they're getting absolutely crushed at home by the Red Sox. And he just had the biggest smile giving Skubal a hug hello. And you're like, oh, this is it. This is the end of his moment and the beginning of Skubal's moment. Now, I mean, obviously the contract options have a lot to do with this. They're keeping Eric Lauer in the rotation, and Sheehan got sent down because he has options, but also he has not been living up to expectations.
About a month ago, coming off of what was unfortunately a far too frequent, underwhelming start from Emmett Sheehan, Dave Roberts was asked in one of his media availability sessions, what do you need to see from him? And he was very honest, as he always is. He said, I need to see more competitive pitches. He's good at getting up in the count, but then he gets a little too cute. And there are situations where I just wanted to see him put guys away. And you go back to Sheehan's last start, the final game against Boston on Sunday. First inning, it was clear he had control issues, but then he settled in the second inning with 3 strikeouts, all 3 batters, of course. But then you give up 3 home runs in the third inning, and he gets yanked. So the good news is Sheehan knows I put together some good innings on the major level, and I will return, whether it's the Dodgers or somewhere else down the road, I will return back to the major league level. And I have my marching orders in more competitive pitches, and I know what it is I need to work out. So we as Dodger fans may have seen the last of Emmett Sheehan, but Major League Baseball has not seen the last of Emmett Sheehan. And the way that the pitching rotation works and how healthy these arms are not, maybe he does come up for the rest of this year, but I'm hopeful that he can get back on track. But as far as the addition of Tarik Skubal, you do whatever you got to do to get him on the mound immediately.
Oh, yeah. Now, the Dodgers describe the Sheehan's move as a reset.
Yeah.
And that's a kind, public way to put it, where it's like you're on the best team in baseball, the back-to-back champs that are on a quest to a three-peat, and they're just hoping that he can deliver consistency and he can find kind of what they saw from him last season. But as I mentioned, most importantly, he still had options.
Yes.
Which is why he was the move down to AAA. But now when you look at what the Dodgers have available and this rotation, we say it over and over again. It's not like what to do for the Dodgers to get to October. It's how can we be at our best in October? And Dave Roberts was recently asked about what he sees this rotation really looking like come October, and this is what he had to say.
Fortunately, we don't have to make that decision. Obviously, I think now until October, there's a lot of, thinking in games, and you can play make believe and kind of see what could happen and prognosticate. But you don't know until we know who's healthy at that point in time. We have a lot of good options, and then the fact of the matter is that some of the guys that aren't going to start are going to have to go to the pen. And so we've done that over years, and that's just kind of the way it goes.
I mean, that's what they did last year. Like, their bullpen was their weakest link last year, even during that World Series run. Roki Sasaki was their closer. Obviously, now they have Edwin Diaz, one of the greatest closers in the game. He is just coming back from that loose bodies surgery in his elbow. So a good amount of time for him to ramp back up to get to peak form. But when you have the insane starting rotation that the Dodgers have right now. So right now, obviously, we saw Robleski last night. You have Yamamoto. You have Roki Sasaki. You have Eric Lauer. Emmett Sheehan is getting moved down. You're still waiting on a Shohei Ohtani if and when and how much you're going to be able to use him when he comes back. Blake Snell is probably the greatest of the three of Ohtani, Snell, and Glass now that are kind of coming off that IL situation, that he will be used and put into one of the top 3-4 slots come October, because you have Yamamoto, Skubal. Robleski has really shown himself as that guy. And then if Blake Snell can be that Cy Young arm that he has been before, those seem like your guys. And then you got to put Sasaki and probably Lauer and whoever else into the bullpen, which is it's a great problem to have for the Dodgers.
It's a fantastic problem to have. The fact that they will be the deepest starting rotation in the playoffs, where rotations really start to shrink. The fact that you can be, if Shohei comes back, we're expecting Snell to come back. The fact that you could potentially be 5 deep. Now, Shohei's not going to be asked to pitch a 6-inning, 7-inning game, but best case scenario to be entering the playoffs 5 deep with more starters in the pen is insane. The beauty of it, too, though, is if Shohei doesn't even pitch for the remainder of the season, the fact that you have Yoshi, Skubal, and Robleski, yeah, that'll work. You know what I mean? Like, it's a perfect scenario.
We actually have Dave Roberts talking about Ohtani's availability come October.
I think the thing is that obviously, we don't have that. We're not going to have that luxury to the rehab situation. So I think it's going to look a little bit like what we did last year, and so go from there. And then once we get to a point, in the middle of September, we'll have a better idea of what it looks like.
So his outings are almost going to be like a bullpen game, because you're going to start with, you get 1 inning from him. Then this next outing, you might get 2 innings, and then maybe 3. But come October, I don't see him getting stretched out to 5 or 6 innings yet.
And that's the great part of adding Skubal is you don't need him to do that. Imagine being a batter for the Braves or the Phillies or the Brewers, and you're facing off against the Dodgers, and Tarek Skubal is starting today. Yamamoto started yesterday. And now when Skubal gets off the mound in the 6th inning, Shohei comes in for a 2. Him just being a mercenary that can kind of just be a plug and play. Not quite the number of appearances as a traditional bullpen arm, but maybe more Shohei appearances for fewer innings that can be stretched out over a series. Dave Roberts can have a lot of fun and kind of present some options that really have never been seen with pitchers at this caliber. But when you have this many pitchers at this high of a caliber, you can get cute with it. And I'm really excited to see. First and foremost, of course, needs Snell, Glass now to be fully healthy, and of course Shohei. But if everyone can get healthy, he can be as creative as a manager has ever been in regards to what a pitcher throughout a playoff series and what pitchers a batter can see throughout a playoff series.
Okay, so say everybody's healthy.
Yeah.
What order are you starting this Dodgers rotation? Obviously, like it all depends on if the series before was a sweep, like what the timing lines up between series. But we're headed to the World Series. Who is your 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yoshi, Skubal, Shohei, Snell. Now, in the world where Snell is not ready to rock, I see him and Robleski as interchangeable right now, but I think Snell is going to have enough of a ramp up in time to be the best version of himself. We will see both of them, but if I had to pick 4 with everyone healthy, I think that's mine. What about you?
So this is like Shohei Ohtani not where he's at right now healthy is what you put in?
Yes. Shohei, okay. I'm saying even if he is healthy, he won't be in a position.
Okay.
But what about you?
So World Series starts. It's crazy that you're going to put, but I have to because of what he did last year. Mm-hmm. I'm going Yamamoto, game 1. Skubal, game 2.
This is where it gets hard.
I know. Because I haven't seen what Snell can be yet. But we're gonna go Snell game 3 and then Ohtani Robleski kind of sharing that game 4 because Ohtani's not going to be stretched out enough to get an entire game. Yamamoto, Skubal, Snell, Ohtani Robleski.
The idea that you could see Ohtani handing it off to Robleski, handing it off to Diaz, like that's what dreams are made of.
That would be
a
wild game.
That's what dreams are
Don't forget about Bubic, guys.
Yeah,
Bubic.
He's lurking. He's lurking in the corner.
Yeah, a bullpen though. That's bullpen. We're talking about starters.
Bubic could start.
He could start, but he's not.
A good starter.
I don't know if he's coming in. He's coming in as depth, and he'll be long relief out of the bullpen just with all of these arms. We didn't even say like I'm not expecting Glass now to be back, but if Glass now is also an option,
that's even scarier.
Watch out.
Everyone get healthy. Come on.
He was doing bullpen, I think, last week, Glass now, but it wasn't
again, it's back spasms.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part is it's back spasms, you guys. Like, you never know what can happen.
I think just for someone you're given $32 million a year, you're not even wanting to push him if you don't need him because you have more years on his contract. You know, you're put his career in jeopardy at that point, more than it already is.
Can everyone just get healthy so
Please.
we can actually, that would be wild. Anywho, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, Brock, it's time for you to spill the tea. All right, don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But we are approaching 1 o'clock, which means it is time for Brock Vereen to spill the tea.
Hey, you hear that? The kettle's on, and Brock Vereen is here to spill the tea.
Welcome in to Spill the Tea, because there is no cup of coffee like the afternoon cup of coffee. But before you can have that cup of coffee, first we have to spill the tea. We've been doing a lot of training camp throughout the last week or so, and today we're going to spill the tea on what happens during an off day. You always hear, oh, they have tomorrow off. They have 2 more practices and they have a day off. What happens during the off day? So you think about the Rams. They are staying at LMU, and if you don't do an off-site camp, you typically do it at your facility, but guys are still staying in hotels and what have you. It's basically college all over again. Here's a couple rules. 1, if you are a rookie, don't leave. You are allowed to leave on an off day because anyone's allowed to leave on an off day. You drove there and your car is sitting right there. Rookies, you should never, ever, ever leave training camp. Matthew Stafford can go do whatever he wants. He's done a million of these training camps. He has daughters he wants to go see. He has a night off. He's going to go see them, and he's right to do so. Rookies, never, ever, ever leave training camp. So what do you do on your off day? Well, you can sleep in a little bit, which is always nice. Instead of getting up at 6 or whatever time you typically get up, go stretch, go get a lift in, go be seen. Be seen by coaches and other people that are part of the team that, oh, so-and-so didn't leave, so-and-so is getting extra work in. That goes a long way. Another aspect why you don't want to leave, free food, because the cafeteria is still open, and it's going to be better than any food you could really go out there and buy. Like they're getting the best of everything. They are feeding you the best of everything. Stay there and just eat as much food as you possibly want. Another thing is watch as much film as you can. Guys know by now that the iPad that you're given to watch film, how long you spend watching it is tracked by coaches. Oof. And the fact that you can be seen watching film on your off day on site goes a long way. Lastly, movies and music. This is your chance to get caught up, not on any new movie, because if you're a rookie, you should not leave camp at all. But if you're, Devontae Adams and he wants to go see Spider-Man, go see Spider-Man. I don't know if he has kids, but take the kids to Spider-Man. Get caught up on all the albums that you've missed out. If you are a rookie, what do? Computer games are a massive thing. Computer games, video games, card games, because like I said, you're basically in college. I picked up a roller coaster tycoon habit my rookie year. I downloaded it on my computer, and what was I doing in the middle of nowhere, Illinois, during training camp on an off day where I didn't really think I should leave? I just played roller coaster tycoon all day long, and that is what you do on an off day, and that is the tea. Alex, I'm going to roll right into something else that is football related, because the college football rankings have now been released.
Well, okay, real quick.
Yes.
Devontae Adams is about to welcome their 4th child.
Oh,
yeah, his wife.
He got a family.
Oh, yeah. they announced it this summer that they're expecting their 4th child.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah,
so he's definitely going home.
Yeah. Just wanted to let you know. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that. So coaches poll rankings. I want to preface this with the coaches poll for rankings is kind of meaningless because coaches don't actually do it. They just tell one of the interns to do it, and they vote for them because they're busy coaching and watching their own team. They don't have time to watch everyone else. However, because preseason rankings, which typically are incredibly incorrect, but when it comes time to CFP, and who should get the final seed over who, they actually are starting to have tremendous impact based off strength of schedule, because your strength of schedule is based off of a ranking that a coach doesn't actually care about, and it's all projection anyway.
Yeah.
That being said, USC coming in at number 14. We knew that USC was going to have a tough schedule this year. Here's how tough their schedule actually is. USC plays preseason number 1 ranked Ohio State, preseason number 2 ranked Oregon, preseason number 6 Indiana and reigning national champion, Preseason number 17, Penn State, and preseason number 19, Washington. That is 5 ranked matchups for the Trojans. Best of luck. Rankings are out, and college football is officially, drum roll please, 25 days away. USC takes the field against San Jose State.
That's wild, you guys. But so much fun. I just pulled up the rankings once you mentioned that. And I mean, Ohio State, I feel like is always
they're always going to be there.
Top one or
they're
two.
They're just always going to be there.
Yeah. And it's crazy. Obviously, Indiana, the reigning champs, going 16-0, but losing Fernando Mendoza and a good chunk of their top guys. But 1 Ohio State, 2 Oregon, 3 Georgia, 4 Texas, 5 Notre Dame, 6 Indiana, 7 Miami, 8 Texas A&M, 9 Oklahoma, 10 Ole Miss, 11 Alabama, 12 Texas Tech, 13 LSU, and 14th USC.
I can tell you right now, Texas is ranked too high, but they have Arch Manning. So
which one? Oh,
the media machine at number 4.
Yeah.
So the media machine behind Arch Manning is going to do its thing. Number 6 for Indiana is too low because, yes, they lost Fernando Mendoza. I feel that the reigning champ deserves a lot more respect, especially
at least
when
top 5.
I mean, especially when you return the entire coaching staff. Number 5, Notre Dame is going to disappoint a lot of people.
Also, it's just because it's Notre Dame.
It's literally because it's Notre Dame.
It's just because it's Notre Dame.
That's it. 7 Miami is too low. They lost Carson Beck, but people widely agreed that Carson Beck underperformed, so I don't know why that's seen as a knock. And number 8 at Texas A&M is hilarious because they're just going to go 8-4, maybe 9-3, and disappoint like they always do. So those are the early discussions.
Would you move USC up higher or no because of the strength of schedule?
I would say USC is properly ranked.
At 14th.
I think they are properly ranked. And they're going to have an opportunity early to make some leaps because they play either Washington or Oregon fairly early, and if they beat either of those teams, there will be
ranked teams.
Yes, both those ranked teams. People will collectively feel that USC is for real. USC this year has all the hype, but I think there is, I guess we'll call it hype fatigue, because every year that Lincoln Riley's been there, it's now the 5th year that he has been there, they've started with the best talent. So having the best talent doesn't really do much for people anymore. They have to see it, and it's going to start and end with the defensive side of the football, because their offense is always going to be able to hang up 35 points on anyone. It's who can you stop, and until we see it, there's always going to be a ceiling placed on the expectation.
Yeah, especially when you get a guy like Lincoln Riley, you expect to be in the championship conversation, and USC has not been. They have struggled the last few seasons.
They have not even made it to the playoff yet, which is
so how much more
insane.
time does Lincoln Riley actually have?
If he does not make the playoff this year, I would imagine
They
there
move
would be
on?
a change. Yeah.
Which is crazy. Do you think it's because, I guess, the situation and recruiting at USC? What is it?
A big part of it is actually Indiana winning it all last year, because now the thinking is, if Indiana can do it, why can't you do it? You recruit better. You have a longer track record of being a coach. You're in LA. You have access to California kids. You have more money than Indiana has. Kurt Cignetti turning around Indiana in 2 years shortened the leash on just about every other coach in football, because they have no more excuse.
Top head coach of if he can do that with Indiana,
what the hell are you doing?
What have you been doing these last few years? Okay,
Exactly.
We're USC. We are a better program than what's going down. All right, guys. Hour number 4 coming up next. Scooble making his Dodgers debut.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
Now,
So Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I've moved around. I played so many different positions.
Yeah. But
that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know there's probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know,
it's funny because I try to do that, like, in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was,
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emmanwori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, the Power Hour, as we are gearing up for Tarek Skubel's Dodgers debut at Wrigley Field, taking on the Cubs, taking the mound at 5:05. We are still waiting for the Dodgers starting lineups, but this is going to be... this is going to be epic. I think it's all going to feel real once he steps on the mound tonight. I'm wearing my Lucky Dodgers jacket in hopes that he can break this Dodgers losing streak. But yes, Tarek Skubel is making his Dodgers debut tonight at Wrigley. His very first start at Wrigley, which is wild to think about.
It is. And it's always fun post-trade deadline, really in any sport, because you take players that, regardless of the amount of success that they've had, Tarek Skubel, back-to-back Cy Young winner in the AL, but I'd argue a lot of Dodger fans haven't actually seen him pitch, because not only was he on the other side of things, the Tigers just aren't on TV a lot out here. So it's exciting because... I know that this guy is great, but I never had a reason to watch him.
Yeah.
And now you get to watch him wearing your own colors, and you get to see firsthand how filthy this dude is.
I mean, I've seen highlights.
Yeah.
But I am one of those people that I wasn't sitting down. I wasn't watching Tigers games.
Why would you?
No.
No one's watching them, honestly. But yeah, no. So
that was a subtle burn. That was nobody, honestly.
I mean, as far as Los Angeles
LA
is concerned,
fans. I got you.
Yeah,
Still a good burn, though.
What What you are going to see, though, LA fans, is a filthy four-seam fastball, and to pair with that, a sinker that also – his four-seamer, I think, averages 97 miles an hour. It's the fact that his sinker is also averaging around 97 miles an hour, and when you pair both of those things together, batters often get very lost. He has a nasty changeup with that, and then I believe it is a slider that he relies on quite a bit. So full arsenal of pitches and just delivered at high velocity, perfect placement, conviction, which is kind of the word of the Dodgers rotation so far this season. You're about to see the king of conviction here in Tarik Skubal.
It's just wild, too. We talked about this earlier, but just imagine being Skubal, right? And being the face of a franchise that had the opportunity to pay you and make you their future. You won 2 Cy Youngs with the Tigers, and then you literally have to fight to get paid this season.
Right.
You realize that, I don't have a future here, so I'm probably not going to be here once I become a free agent next season, which then leads to the Tigers trying to get as much as they can for Skubal, which, by the way, with the 3 Zaire Hope, outfield prospect from the Dodgers, and 2 right-handed pitchers, and River Ryan and Brady Smith, we won't be able to fully grade this trade, I think, for another few years once we see what Hope, Ryan, and Smith pan out to be. But right now you look at this and you go, okay, Dodgers, absolute steal from Detroit. But then for Skubal, to go from a place where you know you're loved, but you don't feel wanted in terms of investing in you and your future, to literally the best team in baseball, the back-to-back champs who are doing everything they can to three-peat, that's got to be such a cool feeling.
Yeah, and arbitration is what makes baseball, free agency, and just contract extending so unique, in that you basically have to sit in front of the organization that does everything for you, and they explain to a third party why you stink, and you explain to the third party why you're really good, and then one of you wins the battle. I do feel that the Tigers, by lowballing Skubal in arbitration with a $19 million offer, was the end point. Like
absolutely.
By making that offer, you are saying we are never going to re-sign him because he's never forgiving us for this. And so for Skubal, he has spent the entirety of this season, and really even at points in earlier years when Detroit kind of fell off the wagon and, it's time to trade Skubal, etc. He's been dreaming of wearing a different jersey for the majority of, I'll say, 2.5, maybe even 3 years now. And he finally gets to do it, and he gets to do it knowing that at the end of this year, he could potentially have a World Series. And even if he doesn't have a World Series, he is going to be, I think you said, up to $400 million man.
That's what I think Bob Nightingale, when we had him on, said, he's looking at a $400 million contract.
Everything is coming up roses for Skubal. You are going to be wearing a smile for really for the rest of your life, but especially over the next couple of months. Like this is the happiest he will ever be, the most motivated he will ever be. This is going to be the best version of him. He's a free man.
But it's also emotional, when you spend a good chunk of your career with an organization, and you expect them to keep you and invest in you and be that future of the franchise. He was the face of the franchise. And to not have that happen is extremely emotional. And he talked about those emotions when he spoke to the media yesterday.
There's a lot of emotion, right? I spent 8 years with the Detroit Tigers, and that space, that place will always be special to me no matter what. But in the same breath, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to compete with these guys. And, when you watch them from across the way or just see them, do their thing on TV, you just have a lot of respect because they play the game the right way. And, the entire focus of this organization is on winning championships, and that's my entire focus of playing baseball. So we're very much aligned, and, I'm ready to go out there and compete and give this organization and city everything that I've got.
That's got to be crazy, too, just kind of going polar opposite franchises. And he's going to see how Detroit had done things over the last 8 seasons, he said. And now he's going to a place where every single player you talk to who was with the Dodgers for a month or majority of their career will tell you there is no place better. From the coaching staff, the development, how they take care of you, the treatment, just the facts they get on your game to make you better.
Yeah.
There's a reason that they are the best in baseball. And it's not just because they're paying the players. It's because every aspect of the game is giving these players the resources to be the best that they can be. Players want to be there. They have the right mentality in the clubhouse. We've heard multiple people talk about this. Kirsten Watson, their sideline reporter for Sportsnet LA, said there's just no ego. They're top players, a Shohei Ohtani, a Mookie Betts, a Freddie Freeman. Everybody feels like they're on this equal playing field in terms of making everybody want to come together to help this Dodgers team just be the best that they can be.
You know, I think we can compare it to Myles Garrett joining the Rams.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
The Detroit Tigers, to their credit, had more success than the Browns have, but they were always a team that were... The Tigers were never in World Series contention. They had their moments where they would go on runs, but there was an understanding of they'll make some noise, but they're not actually going to do anything significant here. So if you're Myles Garrett and you are with the Browns, who he's able to get his individual accolades, but as far as team success is concerned, there was a ceiling placed on there. He comes to the Rams and gets better because he gets to be around a winning culture. He gets to talk shop and share ideas and gain insights from guys who have been to the mountaintop that you want to be on. Even if you think you are a better player than the guy that you're talking to, this guy has contributed to a championship team, and there are things that he can share with you that can help prepare you and effectively make you a better player. That's why I'm so confident whenever a superstar on a middling or struggling team lands on a superstar team full of superstar, like it always brings out the best version of them, because being the big fish in a small pond, having to really carry the franchise on your back and knowing that that's not good enough, and then you get to go somewhere and finally just be a guy. Like it sounds like a demotion, but there's freedom is the word I keep using of, this entire organization does not rest on my shoulders. Mm-hmm. I am just a piece in the machine. I can go out there and be loose and be free and pitch with the least amount of pressure I've ever felt.
So how did you see this, obviously being at a couple different camps, between the different organizations that you were a part of?
Yeah, the teams that I've been a part of, I mean, this even goes back to high school. The teams that I've been a part of that were really good had leadership that played carefree. The teams I've been a part of that struggled a lot had either poor leadership or best players who just did not handle the pressure well, because they know if I go out there and have a bad game, we lose. And if I go out there and have 4 or 5 bad games, we're just not going to be good.
Yeah.
We're just not going to have a good year. Now, of course, that's football where there's less games being played. But that's what I mean when I say the pressure of every single time Tarek Skubal took them out. He said, this has to be a win because we're always flirting with wild card. And in order for us to make it to the World Series, we have to pull off something that's never been done before in my life. You know, all of that stuff does weigh on a player, and now he goes to an organization that says, no, winning the World Series isn't just the hope, it's the expectation.
Yeah.
And I get to be a contributor instead of the feature player.
And this is the first time, you guys, in MLB history that a Cy Young and MVP from the previous 2 years will be playing on the same team. That is Shohei Ohtani, who I'm guessing is most likely going to be leading off tonight, and Tarek Skubal, who is making his Dodgers debut on the mound. So it's just, awesome. It's really cool. I think it's going to really sink in tonight when we all get to see him take the mound in Dodgers blue and make his debut, but also his debut at Wrigley Stadium, too, really cool. Which is crazy because it's one of the historic stadiums throughout Major League Baseball. But there's just so much. When you think about what this means, again, we talked about the Skubal situation, where you come from an organization where yeah, you always hope you can get to the World Series, but to come to the Dodgers where it is the actual, like, the favorite, the expectation, as you put it, to be on that side. And when you heard Skubal talk about kind of the emotions of the trade, but then realizing you're watching from afar everything that they're doing, and then to be a part of that is just such a mental mindset shift that we're going to see from him. But the other side of it too, because we also saw this with Blake Snell and Tyler Glasnow, and fans getting upset like, oh, okay, so you're just jumping on the bandwagon. Different for Skubal because he got traded. But fans too also getting upset that, oh, the best player available is now going to the best team. That's not fair. Like, how can this keep happening? And Skubal actually talked about that yesterday, about the fans' reaction to the trade.
I didn't get to. Every team could trade for me. You know, every team could make that acquisition. And you know, I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. You know, they've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. You know, I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, you know, do all the right things.
Once again, a player that wasn't on the Dodgers until he had that presser talk about how they're doing it right. Why? Because they're winning. You're mad because they're winning.
It's such a childish stance to take of, I do not like the Dodgers and what they're doing, even though my franchise or my organization can do it. And why I don't like the Dodgers is because they're winning so much, right? Nobody complains about the Mets. People don't complain about the Yankees. People don't complain about the Phillies, who spend a ton of money. It's the only reason they're complaining about the Dodgers is because they won the ultimate prize, which is the World Series. You only see it in baseball. We spoke yesterday at length about this strange mindset that only baseball fans seem to have, where they carry the water of their ownership, even though going to see a baseball game used to be a fun and affordable thing for everyone. It is now a luxury in most places, and tickets and food
pricey.
And beer and parking and babysitters if the kids can't come. Like,
you're looking at $200 plus.
There are so
minimum.
many things that go into it, and the prices only keep getting higher, and you're fine. How you justify paying more expensive prices to go to a baseball game or to any sports team is the hope that they win one day. But if you keep spending money, more and more money, and the product that's on the field is not as good as it can be because ownership keeps saving and saving money, at what point do you realize, oh, I shouldn't be blaming the team that puts winning over everything and wants to create the best experience possible for their players and their fans? I should be mad at my own ownership because they are taking my increasing fees that I'm spending to come support them and not doing anything with it and just finger pointing instead. Like, it's such a shame to take away from the Dodgers, who are the face of baseball. So you're taking away from baseball for the sake of your own ownership, and that is exactly how they want you to think. Ownership doesn't want you to think, hey, how are things so much more expensive but the product isn't being invested in anymore? Like, if the cost of a hot dog and everything goes up 3%, shouldn't there be at least 3% more put into the team? But it's not. They're just saving money and saving money and saving money, and it's just pathetic. It really is.
No, the Dodgers are investing in their future. They're also investing in the fans. I think we mentioned this yesterday. We might be the bobblehead capital of baseball. Like, we're giving away. There is a giveaway almost every single Dodger game. So you're not only coming to watch the best players in the game, but we're going to send you home with some swag.
Yes.
Which is also another, like, take care of your fans. Like, I don't want to hear, who was the player who went on this, like, rant saying that the Dodger fans weren't real, Shay?
PCA.
Okay.
It was Pete Crow Armstrong,
Yes.
the leadoff hitter for the Cubs.
Which is wild.
Born and raised out here.
Which that's got to be like.
Went to Harvard Westlake.
That's so that's got to be a little bit of jealousy.
It has to be, right?
Right, but
It
you're
has
also
to
like
be.
you're in a good organization.
Yeah.
With the Cubs in Chicago, like.
Yeah.
Why you gotta hate? Why you gotta hate on the LA fan base?
It's such a weird thing. I mean,
something must have happened. It's either like wishes he was like a part of the Dodgers. Maybe he got like snubbed by the Dodgers somehow.
Oh, I like where you're headed. Like they said they were gonna draft him, but then they backed out.
Then there's a reason that he's like all up in his feels about this.
Yeah, but
right?
I love that you bring up the bobblehead aspect or the One Piece limited edition hats. You know,
yeah.
Things like that seem kitschy, but fans appreciate
Love
those
that
things.
stuff.
They love that stuff, and even if it costs the Dodgers 12 cents to make one of those things, it's showing fans, here is something fun. Thank you for always having the best attendance. Thank you for being loud. Thank you for trying to show up on time. We know the stadium is impossible to get to. Things like that go a long way. Spending $40,000 on a specific chartered flight. Most teams put everyone just on one plane. The Dodgers have 2 planes, one for media, coaches, all that stuff, and one that's just for the players. $40,000, so $80,000 round trip over the course of a regular season. That's $6.5 million. Any team in baseball can do that. They just don't want to do that. And it just drives me crazy how lazy the whole narrative is. Doing things and showing that you are spending money to make the best possible experience for your players and your fans goes such a long way.
Just wild. I pulled up the stadium giveaways just for August, once they're back home. Monday, August 10th, the Muncie Game 7 home run bobblehead. Then on Wednesday, Hello Kitty and Friends Night, and it's a bunch of Hello Kitty stuffed animal Dodger giveaway characters. Friday, August 14th, Clayton Kershaw bobblehead. He was on the broadcast on Sunday,
with
the
NBC,
NBC
right,
broadcast.
that's right.
He is gold.
Yeah, he's really
He
good.
is absolute gold
He's
he is
fantastic.
in the booth. And it's funny because he was explaining something, and I wrote it in my notes, and one of the broadcasters was like, "What do you mean? Can you explain that?" He was talking about Phillips, and he said he's deliberate with his mechanics. And one of the broadcasters was like, "What do you mean by that?" And he's like, "It's a good question. How do I explain this? How do I explain these?
How do I dumb this down?"
Yeah." And he goes, "It's like he looks so confident when he's throwing the ball. It just looks like the ball's supposed to be coming out of his hands that way. Like it's just like almost like a dance."
I like that.
Yeah.
You know, Clayton is phenomenal on air, and obviously the Dodgers insight goes a long way when he's talking about the ins and outs of how his former teammates think and react and prepare for things. But yeah, no, I love any insight, especially a pitcher where there's a million things going on at once.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not it for the August bobblehead giveaways. August 15th, the Reggie Smith Legends of Dodgers Baseball giveaway. And then August 21st, Luka Doncic bobblehead night. He's standing on like a Dodgers platform, but it's Luka in Lakers.
With a first pitch.
And
maybe?
then, maybe it's Lakers night.
It's gotta be, right?
Something like that. Okay. And then Saturday, August 22nd, Shohei Ohtani starter series. So they're just like whatever they can think of. It's like bobblehead.
Make it a bobblehead.
Bobblehead. Like Sunday, September 6th, The Catch featuring Andy Pajes and Kike Hernandez.
Oh, that one looks great.
It's gonna be awesome, you guys. Oh, the 2025. Oh, you guys. Wednesday, September 2nd, 2025 World Series Ohtani ring giveaway.
That's the one.
That's going to be wild. That's going to be like line wrapped around the stadium. Well, guys, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We are taking a quick break here. When we come back, we are headed out to Chargers camp, who is down in San Diego. So
sure.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We love when you're a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. Now, I said we were heading to Chargers camp in just a moment because we just saw an update about the Rams opener, their quote home opener that is going to be in Australia. Brock, give the report that just dropped.
So the report is that the Rams are just going to fly in the day before and get on a plane and head home the second that the game is over.
So they're probably going to be in the air and on the airplane just as long as they're in Australia.
Yep.
That is ridiculous.
Oh my God, you're right.
That is ridiculous.
So for those who don't know, these international games are not anything new. But when they first started, like my brother got to play in London a couple times. You would get there a week before because it was a big event. It was a time zone thing, and it was also a big PR thing.
Yeah.
It was, okay, go have a media availability at a local pub. Go to Wembley Stadium, and Tom Brady gets to meet a bunch of British people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was a PR thing.